Okay, we're good now. Chicks with dicks. Do 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 do. Yeah. I can't hear him.
Hello. Oh.
I can't hear him.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2.
Talking. Do 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 do.
I don't think I can hear him.
Oh.
Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1,
Don't know,
2,
mate.
3, 4.
I can't hear him.
It was all a dream.
My volumes are up,
I
so
used to read
it must be from the mix.
What's that?
Must be the mix.
Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Every Saturday, rap attack. Mr. Magic Marley Moore. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. And my whole crew is lounging, celebrating every day, no more public housing. Birthdays were the worst days. Now I'm sipping champagne when I'm first day.
Damn, who this? This is so true.
What's that?
That's so true. Talking. Do.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Marley Moore. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. And my whole crew is lounging. Every day celebrate no more public housing.
Talking.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4,
now
5.
I can hear him.
Flash
Fucking
that
bitch.
by the Rico to the reside gas with her by the watering hole.
Can you hear me, Dan? Is the question.
Not really.
No. I'm not part of his mix. Put me in the mix.
Which knobs? Which is the program one?
The one that says program on the sticker.
Oh.
Talking.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Talking.
It doesn't do. Yeah, it doesn't do anything to James. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Leaked screen, yet more evidence of CSGO Battle Royale. You what?
Royal Opera House. Dun, 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 dun. I'm speaking. Hello, my name is James. Hello, my name is James.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So?
Can you hear James? Can you hear James?
I can only hear him because he's sitting next to me, but not in the actual headphones.
Can you hear James? Talking. I'm talking. Why doesn't he just try another headset? See if that works. Why doesn't he try one of these? Quickly.
Okay, now I can hear. Now I can hear him. Now it's maxed, but he's still quite quiet. Can we?
It must be his mix. The mix to that ear probably needs my volume turned up.
Yeah. Can we also try game sound? Because it might be that the game sound is very loud. Can we try game sounds in my ears? So I mean, because if I can see what, because it might just be that this is just generally low.
Who wants to live forever?
Because I can hear you now, but it's just that I'm much louder than you are.
La 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 la.
Don't know if that's
no.
Yeah, it's just that everything is maxed, and I'm much louder than he is in my own ears, and so I'm wondering how the game sound is now. Da 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 da. That's the same. This doesn't do anything. The knob next to it.
I don't hear any game sound.
I hear 0 game sound.
Look at all those AWPs. There's 6 AWPs.
What do I do?
Talking.
I mean, everything is the same.
Talking.
Now, as it was.
You need to press the talkback button and turn the key down.
Normally, each output on the mixer has its own mix, so you can change the volume for each output. Do. La 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 la.
I mean, it turns James up. It's just that he's very low compared to how loud I am. Okay. I got any game sound as well. That looks really funny. All the guns.
Yeah.
How
No
about
game
any
sound.
sound.
I almost freaking. No. Can hear music.
Tell me all the things that you don't say, just want it honest.
Yeah.
Tell me all the things that you
Yep,
don't
can hear
say,
music.
just you get honest. No, I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it. You said I holla, not see you later. That's when I felt those vibes, I knew it. Just let me speechless, because we always agreed that we just power through it. I'm getting goosebumps, not in that good way.
Looking at game sound a little bit.
Deep into it.
Yeah, give me some sounds. Give me some sounds. Give me some sounds. I'm less loud. I think I'm less loud now, so that's better. Okay, can I hear game sounds? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
I would like it if the game sound was a little bit louder.
Yeah,
Like 30% louder, I think.
yeah. Yes.
Could you unpause it again? I just. Yeah, Max program's okay, I suppose. But my voice is a bit louder. Wait, maybe it's the other one.
Yeah, I think.
The sector. Okay. Talking. Ah. I see. Yeah. Shit. Dun.
Hello.
Okay. I've adjusted my own sound.
Hello, yeah.
I'm
so
good,
test,
yeah.
test.
I'm dandy.
Okay. I guess the only problem for me is just that I feel like everything else I think is okay. I think so, yeah.
Talk. Test.
I think that I mean, let's try it like this.
Now you're much louder.
Yeah, let's try it like this.
He's super loud now. He's like rapist loud. What's the name of your mouse? What's the name of the mouse you bought?
Logitech G Pro wireless.
How many different wireless mice are there? Do.
Hello.
Logitech G
You
Pro.
besta. Watching out let the stars get chaotic. Niggas will plague me, bubonic. But I move on it, so stay free. Feet no hands at least. And
You said it was
say
100.
peace.
Oh. Chicks with dicks. Chicks with massive dongs. Talk Dan, please.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hello.
Talking.
1, 2.
I'm talking. I'm going to buy this mouse.
Hello, 1, 2. Hello?
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're
Fuck it, buy it. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Give me that paper cut. I don't care if everybody hates us, 'cause if you're mad, then baby I'm outrageous. If this is love, then love is dangerous, but I won't give up. No, no, I won't give you up. So give me that paper cut. Give me that paper cut. Give me that. Take me down and drive me with you, baby. I promise it won't faze me. I promise it won't break me. 'Cause I've been dreaming of an overdose.
Right then, welcome to Ninjas in Pajamas versus LDLC. Mirage is the start for this game. Get right rocking a flip knife. I bought one of those recently. NIP will be starting on the CT side. Get right with the smoke grenade and defuse kit. No P250s for the Ts. Armanek and Twanu will be rocking the grenades though. Jumping, flying out of the apartments, trying to avoid getting headshot. You can see lots of jumping going on, but Rez will eventually get a kill on Logan. The USP helping out there. 3 NIP players remain.
Bomb goes down, so that is a good start here for LDLC. Even though they will lose one more player, they've got the defensive positions on the site to work with. Dennis getting pressured quite heavily there. 2 versus 1 for him. It's taking a while, but eventually he will be lost as well for NIP as they start to take control of the site. Just pressuring that bomb. Amanek just toying with them, and he has the support there at Devaduvek in the back. Now the 1v1 ensues, and is there time here for the bomb? I don't think there's a kid anywhere. For them has to win the fight quickly and get to the defuse. There's the kid actually on the ground, and he'll make it just in the nick of time.
Nice. Well, that's the first round in the bag for Ninjas in Pajamas. They are still in with a position to qualify for LAN, so that's what they're trying to do at the moment. It would be nice to see them. I think they've missed a few too many LANs. I think they, I forget which ESL event it was, which they won last year, but didn't get an invite to this year, if I recall. So definitely, I think it is as we said before, I think this is a team where their potential is higher than what they're achieving at the moment. And I think they will get there eventually. Lekro taken out by an early AK. 3 AKs out for LDLC. We haven't even mentioned that. They've gone for a force buy after planting the bomb, which is not what you normally see. Although in this new meta, maybe we haven't had so many chances to necessarily see it. They could break the economy of Ninjas in Pajamas immediately, put them on minimum loss bonus. That would suck.
I really like it though. I think there is a lot of ways to get into open spaces, and if you can just do that, then you're going to be in a really good spot to use those AKs effectively. And Get Right will be taken down by Pit. It was quite a cool, sneaky position playing force with the MP9 like that. You don't often see it, but here it is. This is the problem now. The AKs in the open spaces. Rez doing a great job there with that M4 initially. Has Dennis for support, but the AKs will reign supreme, leaving just Forrest with an MP7. And he doesn't look like he's all that interested in this one, but we'll see if he can do some damage with that MP7. It is pretty darn effective. It's looking pretty sexy as well with the stickers there. Perhaps AK-47 can be picked up maybe from Forrest, but at this point down to 18 HP looks unlikely as he backs away. Yeah, so LDLC will use that force buy and smash NIP's economy.
I think with that kind of force buy, I don't know if it's reasonable to say. Well, they had 2 Deagles, right? So I can't say they're heavily favored, but I would favor the AK buy most of the time versus the force buy weapons, if you will, that you'll expect for the most part from Ninjas in Pajamas.
It's all about how you use it, isn't it? Because they have not too much utility, so they've got to try to get into they have to get in position quickly. I think if they spend loads of time messing around trying to go for picks, you feel like that decreases their chances. But they just got straight in there, which is effective. And now NIP are doing the same, but they don't have the AKs. They've got much worse than that.
I love Armanek's power pose, man. Honestly, it's got such a stern face. I just see it in like some generic corporate website CEO or like the chief finance officer or something. Forrest moving around on the B bomb side. He's got 4 players coming his way. 1 will be taken out at very least. Dennis running low on bullets, but still getting a kill. Looking for a second, but he won't be able to do that. Twanu has been quite maimed, and maybe Rez can follow up with this scout of his if he can find him. All 3 players on the site for LDLC. Get right, going for a shot towards bench, but Devaduvek will come out on top of that, send Rez into the fridge, and that is LDLC surviving with 3 AKs as well. All good in the hood.
Yeah, LDLC have been really amazing to watch of late. Definitely one of the more exciting teams because we're still learning about them. But one thing that we've already learned is that individually they're amazing. And we always see exciting plays. They have a lot of flair. Alex is a player that's often just getting behind his opposition. And he's also the player calling for LDLC as well. And I feel like Mirage is definitely a map that suits their playstyle enormously, just due to the fact that they really love to be aggressive on these T sides. We've already seen it with the force buys. They have really good flanks. They're great at setting up these mid-round situations where they will go for a split on one of the bomb sites. Just generally a really fun team right now to watch, and I can't wait to see how far they can go.
That's an explosion of flashbangs just in case. And that's good team play because Armanek on the site. It's hard to avoid a flashbang on Mirage on the B bomb site, but he manages to avoid all the flashes of his teammates. So well put together, execute from LDLC. And again, I think they're a team who coming into lands and so on with fresh ideas, fresh players in the likes of Armanek and Devaduvek. And that's bringing something new and refreshing to the scene. And it's something for the rest of the French scene to look at as well. Obviously, Vitality not receiving the results they have been looking for just yet. And G2 seem to be in turmoil at the moment. And I don't think many people had faith in that particular roster to begin with. But LDLC, I think for sure, are the best team in France at the moment. And the question for the time being is, A, can they avoid being poached by the other teams when their team has the best potential? And B, how far can they go?
I think for me, they remind me a little bit of Cloud9. When Cloud9 were doing very well right before they split up after the major, and it's partly just due to this play style where they like to be aggressive. They've got a good mixture of roles. They're pretty fast paced, and they don't do anything too complicated. They stick with the basics, and it works really effectively for them. And Devaduvek, you see he's just trying to harass towards the A bomb site, just trying to use grenades to just keep rotation towards that A side of the map as the push comes in towards B. And it's worked out fairly well, actually. There is a timing here that they can make this work, but Lekro will take down the first player they'll line up. And Logan's going to be able to get the trades going his way. Very important kill onto Forest that will enable the bomb to go down. 2 versus 2 after plant on the B site as the rotation comes in, but Alex still doing work.
1v2 for Get Right, both players tagged. Difficult to come out of the market position, but do they know where he is? He's got a frag in this round already. You can see him just quickly poking out. That smoke might even help him get out of the market position. No kit, maybe there's one on the side. Again, so difficult, just quietly poking, trying to avoid trade frag situations as much as possible. But it's a 2-man van play where only one person peeks out. So if he was to go down, the other person wouldn't try and trade immediately in most cases because the last place to expect the second guy to be is in that very same spot. And indeed, there will maybe be an exit frag, but that's about it. Get Right will survive. He'll make everybody else die. No round win. 4-1 for LDLC. they would be terribly concerned with those deaths at the end because they've got plenty of money and NIP are more or less on an eco.
Yeah, that money building up is really scary to deal with. And you know, they're so thoroughly in the driving seat at the moment, and you'd want to see perhaps more AWPs come into the hands of NIP, but the style of play that LDLC are going with as well is quite good at dealing with the AWPs. They're not playing too slow, they're generally playing quite fast paces, so they get positions quickly, and if you can do that, it gives the AWPs less chance to have good engagements when you play those faster rounds with smokes. So LDLC generally with a good effective style of play, of attack on the Mirage so far on the T side. See Amanek just creeping his way further forward on the catwalk position. We'll get a B split coming out here on LDLC's side. Cool to see that Amanek goes for the MAC-10 instead of just filling out with an AK, even though he could.
That's good awareness of your opponent's situation. Again, the flashes. Forrest by default looks, but he can't really get anything done because the flashes are on point. Amanek running wide. Moving accuracy is good enough with the MAC-10. Being a running target is a problem. In the meantime, Get Right and Rez have picked up some kills, and maybe Rez can collect a weapon on short. Should he be fortunate enough. Not a situation where LDLC may necessarily want to protect this too much, but whoever that is on short, Devaduvek will see the gun disappear, waiting for it. But Rez is further away from the corner, so he has a slight advantage in the duel. And that's the second AK collected for Ninjas in Pyjamas to try and turn things around later on, but we are heading towards 5-1 for LDLC, and NIP will be at max loss bonus. Again, they kept the money together. They did spend some on that, but there's plenty of money to come.
Yeah, it's really cool seeing, as you highlighted, sort of the difference in advantage on Rez's engagement as he backed away, moving further away from the angle or from the wall. And I'm starting to think more and more in terms of the positions I take when I'm playing Counter-Strike, in terms of that, the geometric advantage. And I can't really go into it too much, but I had a big conversation with podcast yesterday with the main developer of 16-0, and the kind of analytics, the greatest analytics tool we have in Counter-Strike at the moment. It's still in development, but I'll go back to that point a bit later, as we do have an A push. It's being set up now by LDLC. Some nades there in mid, some harassment in mid, trying to make it look like a normal round, but in fact, of course, those pins are about to be pulled and those nades are about to be thrown straight into the A bomb site, and it is a retake setup from LIP, so this could be a close one.
In come the grenades. Get Right going ahead of the smoke. Now, how many kills will he be good for in this position? It is an off angle. Catching players moving to the site. Got to be careful of a peek from Palace, although it is less likely that they come out, but he's got to be looking for it. Great angle from Get Right. Second frag, a third frag from Get Right. A fourth one, instant pre-fire from him. Oh, the ace is stolen by Dennis, but what a fantastic play by Get Right.
It's so awesome, he didn't have to move. Didn't move muscle, just standing still, just like shooting bots. This looked a little bit awkward, but after that you can still see that he wasn't phased whatsoever, and it turned into a very lovely 4K, and no one could really deal with him in this position. And so simple, but so effective, and that gets NIP back on the board. 2 rounds for them now as they look to try to break the economy of LDLC, which has actually been whittled away, and we might get a faster round here from LDLC, looking to go from middle, but Rez is there with the AWP. A very, very capable sniper is Rez. Although we know him for his rifle play, as I said, of course he'll miss his first shot, but backing away now. And LDLC still working on this mid-control, NIP looking like they are still happy to perhaps contest it.
Smoke towards the Jungle. Jungle smoke, if you were Swedish. I mean connector, of course. I knew it was connector, I don't know why I said jungle. It's too early.
Because you just wanted to say Jungle, that's why.
Yeah, I think I wanted to say Jungle. I throw that smoke every day, so I know which one it is. Get Right. What do you hold? Oh, you gotta love the angles from Get Right. That's why plenty of places are referred to as Get Right. Even where he was standing in the previous round, the right-hand side by the big brown doors is another off angle, which is referred to as Get Right. But he will not be successful on this occasion. Now, what can LDLC do with this? They've got 3 of their 4 players towards B, now make it 2, because Lekro has done damage. He continues to do more. That leaves Twanu and Devaduvek as the last 2 players for LDLC. 3 HP for Dev, and he will be presumably the last man to fall. 1 versus 4 for him. Perhaps a question of damage. That's a good start. Not expecting the second player to be so close. and 3 players will survive for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, so now we've seen Gerrit anchoring A really well, Lekro anchoring B very well. It's a very nice flick. You can see that initially he was convinced that no one had cross, but still his ability to react was good enough to do the damage to keep himself alive and save the bomb site from even any threats, to be honest, as they were unable to make it through. And now the eco finally from LDLC. Their money was very good for a long time, but after that round from Get Right, where he just beasted everyone, started to do some real work in crippling it, and here we go. Finally, they get to perhaps have somewhat of a free round. There's not too much to speak of here for LDLC, and NIP straight back on the board, and that's really good because I was fearful for them that LDLC were really getting some very strong momentum. Oh, hello, Alex. He's picked up an AK. Devaduvic gets a kill onto Rez with the Deagle. 3 quick kills, surely not.
Oh God, what has happened here? How did he get there? 2 versus 3. They have no Kevlar, LDLC. That could be a saving grace. Forest has a Molotov, so LDLC better not be in that firebox position. But the AWP will be a master play now. Forest missing the jump. 1 versus 3. This is... yeah, I feel you, Forest. What has happened here? This is supposed to be the comeback, but apparently not. LDLC stealing around away, it would seem. Too late for Forest to go for a defuse. I think he is simply trying to eliminate as many people as possible, because every weapon they save is bonus money, plenty of bonus money for the T side. But it seems they will save 2 weapons in this surprise round from LDLC.
Yeah, this was very surprising. I was calling it a free one. Then all of a sudden 2 quick kills out of nowhere, one with a Glock, just catching somebody by surprise. Don't often really expect it to go that way, especially in a professional match, but it will be the full buy from NIP. They'll have to spend almost everything. And so this has become a very, very big, a very important sort of swing round as far as momentum is concerned. And we'll have to see if LDLC can break NIP once again. Oh, very good flashes there. Alex quickly up. He will be traded out by Connector. That smoke not quite doing the job of blocking vision for Dennis. So it will be a 4 versus 4. But LDLC still in the driving seat. Definitely 4v4 will favor the T side this early on. And we'll see them set up for A now.
Three players very close. Rez gets punctured immediately though, just off on his timing, and that's surely the round. Unless Dennis can get multi-frags. That's a good start. Devaduvic taken down towards triple. The bomb is being planted at the moment, but I think Twino had to come off it to take out Dennis. And that leaves Lekro towards the B bomb site, looking through the corner of the smoke on shorts. Less than ideal situation. Very fast moving around on the A bomb site. And once again, LDLC are looking pretty damn good. But I don't think the next buy is too far away for Ninjas in Pyjamas, so perhaps they can have enough opportunity to stop this first half from getting out of control, which is where it seems to be headed.
Yeah, Lekro really needs to save this AWP though. If he does, they can actually try to buy next round if they want to. I mean, well, they can't. They just can't actually. Ignore me. I don't think there's really a world where it works. Lekro would have to have some more money for a drop. If he did, then maybe there's a chance to get something going. As Forrest could just about buy for himself, but I think going for the half buy, the full buy. They're actually going for the 4 buy here, so I guess I had misread the money there. They've managed to scrounge enough together. Obviously lacking here and there, but obviously with the AWP it doesn't really look that bad. And Lekro will try to take control straight away. Try to cover there for his teammate Forrest as he pushes very quickly down top mid. That's something of a very characteristic move for Forrest. We've seen him do that very, very often. Loves pushing catwalk on the CT side. And already Get Right's lost. And you can see LDLC, they have a protocol. Whenever they get this 4v4 or 5 versus 4, you can see they then immediately go and rotate back to attack a bomb site. And here it is. Again, it's going to be A.
Does he hear this rotation, however? I think that he might from that position. Once again, it's Rez and Lekro towards the A bomb site. Nice start from Lekro, but he's got a fall back. Molotov will mean the same towards CT as well. Rez holding angles towards default. Spots Alex through the flames, gets his reload in. Armanex close, but he can't do anything to trade this kill. Rez has many corners to work with. Smoke is down, but there's a gap in the smoke. But a bomb's already been planted.
Tense stuff here now. Waiting for those smokes to dissipate before they can go for the push. NIP are being patient. LDLC down a man. Nice catch by Amanek as the smoke dissipates.
Ooh.
And everyone goes down. Deva, Duvek, and Amanek. Deadly combo. Very well done.
See, he means business. Not just a photo. Look at this 180, more or less.
Wow.
Not bad at all. 8-3, and they've put NIP's economy in the bin once again, so indeed it is looking like more of a landslide. DOD avalanche for the older guys here. The guys and gals. I had a woman on my DOD team.
Nice.
Pop flash. Alex is very blind. Won't be venturing into connector just yet. He would be exposed to anybody by 12 booth, but again, it is an eco, so you're not expecting to get shot by an AWP on 12 booth.
Are you sure it was a woman, James, or was it just like a profile picture, or?
No, it was definitely a lady.
Okay.
Confirmed lady.
Confirmation achieved.
Yeah.
You never know on the internet, especially back then.
No, she was a fine woman. Found it very amused when I fragged somebody with the butt of my gun. Of course I was, you know, that was my equivalent to my knife kills back then.
Uh-oh.
Rez has dropped a bomb. And he's looking to drop some players as well. The good news for LDLC is that Lekro is no longer alive, because if he had a deagle, who knows what might have happened, but Rez is maybe picking up the slack for Lekro with his second frag, and now there are 30 seconds left, and it's becoming really awkward for LDLC. They're stuck in the choke point, and they're walking into a crossfire, and this is going to go from bad to worse. 23 seconds, 4 versus 2, and it's an AWP to try and trade, and that's just not gone well for them, has it?
Yeah, it's really difficult when you can't break that first choke point and gain ground onto the site. As soon as you get towards default, then it's fine, but you can see the struggle getting there. And that happens sometimes when either you don't have the correct grenades to throw, or there's some indecision, and someone just has to go for it and take a big risk. And you there's like sometimes just no way to do it safely, you just have to guess. But we got both teams now winning a round like that, respectively, so in that sense it's kind of balanced out, but it will be the 8-4 for LDLC. And now we've got another mid challenge coming in for both teams. NIP not looking to really give this up without a fight. Rez is pushed down behind the smoke and connector. That's a nice move to make. Often you see that smoke from the CTs and you're thinking that they're protecting connector from within it, but in reality it was a deep smoke, so that does allow some shenanigans from Rez, although he doesn't get anything from it, but he does get information, if not kills. And LDLC, you can see this time, again, very quick on the response. They didn't get anything out of the mid play, but they're going to go for that B apartments push pretty quickly. They'll lose their lurker in mid, however.
Once again, not the first time they've gone to the B bomb site with big numbers. No, it appears that they have other ideas. 1 minute mark in LDLC. Looks like they were lining up for B, but apparently it's a trap, it's a fake. But how quickly will they get towards the A bomb site if that's what they want? Got Armanek deploying a smoke grenade from top mid, and again, this is proving to be quite laborious in terms of timing. Dennis takes out the player in the window, and I just don't know if LDLC have moved fast enough after those smokes thrown into the B bomb site, because the rotation started to come in from NIP as they were jumping into the window, and they got fragged immediately, and now they're trapped in connector. Again, time is low, and it just doesn't seem to be working out for them.
Yeah, it's been a bit awkward at this point, and I think there's some good ideas in this round, but you can see everything's beginning to fall apart. I think, you know, if they just decide to, instead of trying to boost window, obviously we have perfect information, but what they had done, they achieved what they wanted to at the beginning of the rounds. They draw 3 players towards the B-bomb site, which kind of leaves mid a bit open, which allows them to push through underpass, get into mid, but then instead of sort of just going for, go through connector with maybe a flashbang up catwalk to keep themselves safe from there, or a smoke there, they decide to try to boost after throwing a smoke in window. It gives NIP a lot of time to react, and maybe that was the mistake, but Well, you never know. Maybe they'll win this round. We saw them do it before. This time, though, NIP perhaps a bit more on guard. And indeed, Get Right will be doing some damage, although a couple kills will come in. So it looks like maybe that will be it.
Harmonic last man standing. Rise of the butterfly knives. I think Dennis is using a Damascus steel one. Becoming more popular. Harmonic in the smoke. I wonder if that collision will be heard. From close range, you can hear the collision and you know someone's there. That's why with the grenades that Get Right, for example, throws on the B-bomb site of Cash, I like to bounce the HE off the box, because if you're playing that position on your own, the HE will collide with a player if they're there. So you'll get an audio cue if someone is there, and then you're more prepared for the fight. Which is a handy little tip from me. Last round of the first half, though. Rez will continue with the AUG. LDLC look well prepared for a fast burst into the A-bomb site.
Yeah, nice kill from Get Right, looking to hold things down effectively once again from Ticket. Dennis goes up, Dennis goes down, and another frag from Get Right. He's doing a lot of damage from this position. He's going to try to find the bomb there. Very risky jumping up into the smoke sometimes, but with only 2 players left, it's less likely someone will be looking at that smoke. And, oh my god, Twani just trying to charge through, but Get Right's going to catch him, of course, running through the smoke. Now Devodovic is in a 1 versus 3. Not an ideal spot. He'll take an off angle there towards Ticket, but it's not going to work out for him. Get Right, just really solid on A today. 4 kills again for him. We've seen a lot of quad kills so far, and just in this first half alone.
16 for 9 is Get Right. Devodovic, though, is leading the charge on the scoreboard with 18 kills, but indeed, there have been some very important rounds from Get Right on the A-bomb site for Ninjas in Pyjamas. And that's good for 7 rounds to the 8 of LDLC. A thin lead for them as they move into their CT side. Now we'll look at the buys in the first round.
What's the revolver at? James and I have been really doing very well.
Star
with the
Wars.
revolver on the pistol round.
Yeah, we even got the Bears using it, although I don't want him to use it. He needs to be the balance. So while it is technically a good weapon, it is still foolish to use it. So, because again, a running revolver is almost as accurate as a standing AK-47. Fact. So I think in certain cases you can use it on a T-side of a pistol round. But let's see, LDLC getting torn to pieces by Ninjas in Pyjamas. Alex versus 5. Surely soon to be taken out. Indeed he is. No frags for LDLC in the pistol round. Reds will get a cheap helmet. Everybody else will have to spend $1,000. So he can pick up an AK-47 if he wants one. And Dennis will do the same.
Quickly about the revolver, one of the cool things with it is that when you're in these very long range positions, where the CTs will expect you to have a Glock, they will take the fight against you and they'll often just stand still. And so that actually makes the revolver in those spots really sick because you just immediately kill them. And so I found that those spots are actually like really solid for it.
Yeah. I don't mind being an expendable information man and running with a revolver against,
that's a cool setup,
against lower teammates, lower skilled people.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Who knows how it plays. I think you're more likely to just get popped in the face immediately versus high school people, but
yeah,
we'll see. As we move through the ranks back to where we're supposed to be.
Okay, that's so amazing. You had no idea where it's being shot from.
Yeah, it's a plan A and a plan B.
That's so sick.
That's really cool.
Oh my god, that's so sick.
I like the boost we saw from Ninjas in Pyjamas behind triple. I think that would be cool with like an auto sniper.
Oh no. Oh!
That's... I can't even imagine how much damage that is with a grenade.
Oh my god, that was brilliant. Oh, this round was... They made this round entertaining. I like that.
Concentrating the efforts. It's good.
That was so much damage. Chunky. Oh. Oh!
Oh my god, 65.
That's gonna be like 250 plus.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll have the buys coming in now for both teams. LDLC on the 3rd round buy, where you can't get all the utility, but you will have M4s, and they're bringing all the M4s to bear. And forced to get helmets too because of the risk of being up against SMGs. This is what you have to do on the CT side. We get right pushing the smoke. His little booties will be showing, and Twanu will steal them. He'll kill him and steal his booties. And Amanek dies much the same way. So NIP not having much luck walking through smokes in this round. Hopefully they will not walk through any more smokes. But speaking of walking, we've got a push on the bomb site. Dennis just making his way all the way in towards the angle on connector, taking down Devaduveg. Will be traded out though. And trades are not exactly the best case when you're already down 2 against 4. Oh, that was a big chance for that, bro. You'll find another one though.
2v3 now. Forest sees a play towards triple, trying to use the objects as much as he can to protect himself, but he can't. No protection for him. 1 HP for Lecro, 1 versus 2. He's got an AK, it's doable, but they know where he is. He doesn't know where they are. Guessing game for them, for him, sorry. So they have so many advantages that if we got 1 more kill, it would be very surprising. But now as time passes, they wonder, is he in connector? Well, apparently he is. 9 to 9 AWP collected. Now we'll see if LDLC can stabilize on their CT side. Money not very good for Ninjas in Pyjamas, so it looked like an eco round for them. Apparently not. They've chosen to force buy it. 2 AKs coming out, the MAC-10, the CZ, the P250, the Glock.
The lettuce. The tomatoes. Logan. How much can he get from this position? He's going to have a lot of company soon. It's going to be the welcoming committee to this bomb site attack. Ow, he's just going to snap 2 players down straight away. So much damage. Pulls out the smoke. Oh, what would Guardian do? Keep that gun out. Keep that gun out. Could have been so much more. And now they they'll pick up his AK. They've got, they were able to throw the smoke grenades, of course, so they have cover to get the bomb down. They can still win this round. That said, they don't have someone has to pick up the bomb. They've left it behind, and that could be a big problem because now they're going to frag out. But Forest is doing massive damage. Quick 3K with that AK-47, and it will be clean after that initial entry. And once again, Logan, you know, you get the 2 kills, but gun out, man. You got that position. There's 1, there's 2. It's time to reposition. He hears them running towards him, still pulls out the nade. That's got to be a pretty gutting response from Logan. He's going to realize he could have had so much more there.
Well then. The story continues to go back and forth. Score is pretty close, but the swing of momentum is quite large. LDLC in a horrible situation now. Ninjas in Pyjamas, not waiting around too long in the middle position. They've got their smoke grenades down. Slowly edging forward, taking more important angles. Big flashbang. Dennis gets around the corner though. 61 HP. He can still win this duel. Logan falling back. Best opportunities may have passed, but he may have forced the T's away, and that is also important, the map control. Funneling them in a different direction. Now Lecro's trying to respond to that by having an aggressive position in connector, and he might just find himself a kill. Logan in the shadow position for now, but who knows if he takes a peek into Palace.
Well, they'll be sadly mistaken with their pit push, but they'll get the information at the very least. Devaduveg. Oh, this could be big. He gets the 1v1. Oh, he's so close. He gets the ding. Not the frag, though. Amanek, can he do any better with the CZ? He'll be charged by multiple players here. Surely the trade is going to be at hand, and no trade even required there. Twanu with the quick peeks, the quick footwork with that deagle, looking to try to do some additional damage, but at this point, without any teammates to really trade for him, it's going to be very difficult to get all that much, and indeed, it's just Logan left now with the UMP, and NIP are looking pretty strong, getting some momentum here themselves on this T side. Stringing those rounds together. It's actually been pretty cool because we've been seeing that there's been a massive round from pretty much every player on NIP's side. Maybe, I think everybody except maybe Rez, but Rez is, you know, he's still just doing a good job. But we've seen lots of, I think we've seen at least a couple quad kills from Get Right.
Yeah.
I think we saw a quad kill from Forest as well. So it's pretty fun to see that they're having so much success. And I have to say, Get Right's been interesting watching him playing, like on that first half, playing A, because I've seen quite a lot of Mirage matches where he's had a hard time playing A. So he's obviously evolving and improving his A defense. So it'll be interesting to watch his POV on some CT sides of A, as he tends to play close on that A bomb site. Put back into this match and we see LDLC pretty broken.
Yeah, this is these worrying times for LDLC. Given a taste of their own medicine, if you look at how the first half went with all the T dominance, it's only a late resurgence from NIP to make their half competitive. And maybe LDLC will be subject to that, maybe even worse. Quiet journey from Logan. No shadow shown from Dennis. Oh my god, that has... I bet he punches death. I bet he punches death. That's got to be so annoying. Yeah. As soon as you... It's so weird. It's like everyone's kind of like ovulating together. They're all on the same wavelength. As soon as he turns, he appears. Oh, it happens so often.
Back to biology class for you, James. Not sure about the ovulation, but we'll have LDLC looking like they're not going to get too much more out of this. It was really cool to see that Logan had the presence of mind. He understands, okay, it's slow rounds. If they're playing passive, they're probably going to be holding my push. And so you can see that he shot at peaks each particular angle as it needs to be checked. And yeah, here it is, NIP arriving onto that B-bomb site. Bomb will go down, and for LDLC, it looks like they can maybe save. Was the AK disposed of? No, it was not. So Twanu picks it up, and that's a big win for LDLC, able to carry an AK through so long as it survives, and it looks like it likely will.
That's something. Their loss bonus isn't even that great, to be honest. They'll get 2,400. It's not... He might not have all the utility in the world. Let's see, maybe sacrifices have to be made, but that AK may be the difference maker as well. So we shall see. Like Devaduvek and Alex, namely, not going to have all the money in the world. 4,300, not spectacular, but we'll see if it's enough. Maybe it encourages them to go for a mid push or an underpass play, something like that. Another push on A ramp. See how they're doing on the grenades. Double AWPs for Ninjas in Pyjamas on the T side. Not something you see every day, but when opportunity arises, if you feel so comfortable, then why not?
Ah. See the one-ways there, very sneaky. I need to start using that.
Oh
okay,
my
well,
god.
never mind. That was violent, wasn't it?
D_leeted.
Very violent from Rez, not just headshotting him, but making it look like an absolute savage job.
He erased him. There's no record of him on the map.
Now it's a quick 5 versus 4. NIP already in advantage. LDLC finally with the buy again. It's not as if... Well, one thing that I find interesting here is that once you get to this point, you've got that pick. That's kind of one of the reasons why you want those double AWPs is, okay, we felt like with 2 AWPs we're probably going to guarantee ourselves a pick. But it was actually Rez to find it with the AK. But now what do? You got these 2 AWPs. They're not very mobile. Mobile? Am I American? Mobile. And PT-50 and CZ, I guess they could run around with those if they want to move quickly. But you can see it slows down here. 40 seconds left, and they've yet to capitalize on this 5 versus 4. And now before they can have a chance to do so, the proactive play from LDLC has now made a 4 versus 4, and they've got more information on the map, and you can see they've got 2 players ready for this B push. Maybe NIP have missed their window.
Are they going to boost underneath this? Probably not the opportune moment to do so. Devaduvek slowly creeping around. Now the grenades have been deployed to this position. He will feel more confident standing there. Dennis trying to make a play in the meantime. That's a good situation to try, but it ends up being a 3 versus 2 for Ninjas in Pyjamas with possession of the B bomb site. They've got a player on the high ground already in apartments, which is always important post plants. Maybe Lecro just saw a whisper of a gun there. Now, are they really going to go for this? Logan's going toward, Twanu's going away. I think when you have when you're about to execute into the B bomb site, you can look to cut off the rotation if you have the player towards A, or you can look to make a play and basically die to try and pull rotation or weaken the retake or cancel it by doing something. So that's why Dennis walked out of Palace. His play didn't work, but the overall one does. And there's NIP making it to 13 rounds now. 13-9 over LDLC, who have had basically no success in this half.
Yeah, basically that's really the gist of it, and it's been surprising. I was worried for NIP there that they sort of missed their window of opportune timing that they created for themselves after getting a 5 versus 4, but it does all work out in the end, and they keep the double orbs, and this is not something you ever really see on the T side. So I'm curious if it's something that they just throw in from time to time, and if it just works, they just keep doing it until it doesn't work anymore, until the other team adapts. But you know, with the double ops of LDLC, it's going to be interesting, and Amaneki is going to be able to take down Get Right. So he's pushed to be apps with the orb, finds a nice forward angle, and that'll be Get Right downs, and now that's a walkout from Dennis, also caught. So 2 lurk plays just gone. Now you've got 3 players left, 2 of which were AWPs. Again, we're not seeing these AWPs getting to work too early in the round. That's the first frag now, and there's the trade.
2 NIP players left. And again, there is value in doing damage even if you are to lose the round in a situation such as this. LDLC, even though they've had not much success, they're not far behind. It's a big frag from Rez, and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2, and he's got position on Devaduvek trying to rotate in, and what is happening once again? Armanek finds himself alone on the A site versus NIP. All his teammates have been fragged. Now, as you can see, Forrest respecting the CT position. Rez not peeking just yet. Forrest with a flying shot. Obviously, after he lands, takes a shot. And, I mean, if you can't win that round, LDLC, I don't know what hope there is in this match.
It's so weird too, because NIP have just been rocking the double ops, and it just seems so uncharacteristic. So now they finally drop one, which is I'm glad to see that. I think the 2 ops just always looks awkward on Mirage T's side, but Forrest will continue with his, and here comes an aggression in mid. Oh my god, the nade damage onto Twanu, down to 11 HP straight away. Couldn't get his peek in, and because of that, he can't get the AWP working on the mid area, and his teammate dies with no support. Twanu, though, looking to recover the situation, picks up the kill as Rez pushes Palace. Rez thinking there would be a window of opportunity, which there was, but Twanu quick to deal with that, but there's the trade. Now 4 versus 2, and indeed, NIP about to move on to match point, and things are looking quite grim here for LDLC. They started out so well.
Looking like the end of the road for LDLC. I don't know what they're going to be left with in the next round. They did go for the full buy here. They are at max loss bonus, so they'll still have a reasonable buy, all things considered, but I mean, it will be worse than this one, and they didn't get very much mileage out of this. So what can you expect from the next? The French guns will be coming out. A fitting end, perhaps, if this is to be the end, but again, this is another situation where it's so tough for them, because I wouldn't be surprised if NIP just set up for a super slow round and just held position, because you know that LDLC are likely to try and make a play in a round such as this, because that's pretty much the only advantage they can get. However, on this occasion, NIP, will be quickly out of mid with 3 people at the top behind the boxes. And they said it's holding things down on the A ramp for a time. He'll be traded by Twanu. And let's see what the rest of his team will do.
Yeah, quick push up, catwalk. Alex just playing just under the smoke there and get some damage in, but no kills as the NIP side can still push forwards. But look at that. Speaking of pushing forwards, Devaduvek will do so towards the B apartments. He's going to cut off the bomb. If he can get this kill, maybe there's a chance to win the round. You can see that. Oh, it goes for the repeat, does Forrest with the AWP, and now the bomb has been lost. Now, that's interesting. That's one of those spots where if you fall back with the bomb, your team is in great positions for you still to attack A. However, Forrest takes that fight, and in doing so, if he gets the kill, life is still hard, but at least you've gotten a kill and you move the bomb forwards. But we can see that LDLC are all over this bomb now. This should be 0 chance to win the round at this point. Recovering that bomb is going to be nigh on impossible. So I think obviously it's going to be one of those decisions you make in the moment. You want to repeat, get the kill. But if he had fallen back with the bomb there, you're getting a lot more opportunities to win the rounds. And unfortunately for NIP, they're just down to Rez here. But they've got so many more chances. And maybe Rez can get some kills here, just make this more expensive at the very least. 25 seconds.
Oh no!
Oh, just so strong, isn't he? Great aim. Looking to do as much as he can. 15 seconds, let's get some frags. It's another HE toss forwards. Needs to get a reload, 5 bullets left.
They could run away at this point. They no longer need to engage, and they cannot necessarily afford to. But Armanek is confident in his abilities, and he will deliver the kill. Plenty of money for Ninjas in Pyjamas. The same cannot be said for LDLC. However, they will still manage to squeeze out another AWP dropped by Devaduvek. He will have no grenades, but maybe the sniper rifles can make up for that. A UMP on Logan. Focusing on the big guns, French side. It seems NIP have an execute towards the B-bomb site. Rez shows a bit too much in mid. And there's an early frag for LDLC.
That was a really nice kill from Twanu. As you say, Rez showed very little. Amanek will get one as well on the NLP side, and now they're committed. They have to move forwards now. They've got to make this work. Just, oh, they're both by the pillars, actually, and they'll both go down. There's no space for them both to hide. Dennis exploding on the B-bomb side. Headshots all over the place. My God, that is smooth. And we talk about quad kills. Dennis gets one to close out the match. What a fitting end to this game of Mirage.
Yeah, we saw a lot of monster plays from Ninjas in Pyjamas on both sides. Again, it was a great start from LDLC. NIP had to play catch up. This is one of 2 big rounds to get right with a 4K. Really fantastic stuff from him in this one. And that's a much needed victory for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Again, LDLC are in a position where they can afford to lose a match here or there, but Ninjas in Pyjamas, the same cannot be said for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very interesting situation to see the match also go like this. LDLC, a team that we expect to be able to beat anybody, and NIP definitely, I don't think we really think about them as the most consistent team at the moment, but this was a really strong result despite having a hard time in that first half. They just looked like just so strong in that second half, just pulling out double ops on the T side. Very unusual, but they make it work, and it's good for the 16-10. Very, very fun matchup. Can't wait to see how these styles clash on the next map.
Here are the scores on the doors, the statistics. Get right doing the big damage. Just over Devaduvek, 16 for 10. We'll see if LDLC can bring it back in the next map.
If I let down my lover and she knows I still love her, would she still be in love with me? If I splash all my cash in a casino, would it really be fun for me? If the truth is what I really feel, then all I wanna say, promise me one thing, please let the music play. If I sing you a song, would you all sing along? It could help you heal the pain. If I wrote you a letter, would you love me better? Would you still treat me the same? If the truth is what I really feel, then all I wanna say, promise me one thing, please let the music play. 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 I need the keys, I need the strings, I need the bass and the drums. Open your heart, cause you're a star, shine bright like the sun. I need the keys, I need the strings, I need the bass and the drums. Open your mind, open your eyes, you can be number one. Give me the keys, give me the strings, give me the strings, give me the bass and the drums. Open your heart, cause you're a star, shine bright like the sun. Shine bright like the sun. Give me the keys, give me the strings, give me the bass and the drums. Open your mind, open your eyes, you can be number one. Let the music play. Give me the bass and the drums. Let the music play. Shine bright.
Hey, hey, testing. Microphone talking. I'm James.
You're not loud at all.
I'm not loud at all.
Well, I had Andy's changing stuff.
Okay.
I can't remember what way around they are. Who was speaking? Speaking.
It's cool.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, this will just be. Okay, Dan speak. Okay.
Dan speaking.
Yeah, that's me. Okay. Yeah, I'm Dan. Whoever I'm speaking, this is Dan speaking. Speaking is how Dan speaks, and he speaks the speaking-ish is of the speak something or another. Hello. I'm speaking still. Program. Wait, Andy, can you hear me? I don't think Andy can hear. I think he just can see the levels. I don't think he can hear me.
Hey, fuck you, Andy.
Hey, fuck you, Andy. Just kidding. I don't like drugs. Unless you like drugs, in which case, I do drugs all the time. How's that? Talk.
Hey. We are new alive.
Woo! Yeah.
Yeah, imagine Andy had turned Brad into a microphone, just planted him there, just listening to us all the time. These are fucking nice. These shoes.
Feeling so excited. We are free under the sun, and everyone is welcome to our
Speak, Eamon.
Hey, I'm just speaking. This is Nip vs LDLC. Up next, we have
This sounds great for me.
This is in Europe at 17 minutes past 8. You can check it out.
How does it sound for me? You can hear
You sound good, yeah.
Yeah.
This sounds like.
This sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear the music pretty good, and I hear you just enough, but not too loud. They're probably fucking idiots.
Well, it's not them. It's just.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is all right. This love is all night. This love is all right. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky.
Do. 1 versus X. Stan, test your mic. That's what was requested. Put your fucking headset on, then we can test it. 1 versus 4. Oh my god, things have happened. Energy, more or less, kind of tired.
1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. James, you blasted my ears. My ears.
That's why I was just talking.
Well, it seems okay right now. It seems okay. It seems okay.
Dan still sounds like a massive bitch. I don't know if we can do anything about that.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm just trolling. I'm trolling. I'm just joking.
One, two, three.
Okay, and I.
She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. In the night, with open arms I'm calling. I'll be
The Dukes of Nuke versus the French something or other. I couldn't think of anything cool for the French just yet, maybe later. But the pistol round will begin, and NIP will start off on the CT side, and they'll be looking pretty standard here. Smoke kit on Dennis, everyone else with Kevlar, and just a very fast run, a sprint, a relay race down the lower bomb side there through Secret for the LDLC side. And Devaduvek set up in hut, looking to catch rotation as the TTs work out that they have to rotate down lower. Devaduvek, well, he's going to die, so never mind.
Almanek has the door of opportunity open. Door of opportunity while this bomb is planted in the smoke. Not round the back. Okay, not bad. Oh, falls to his doom as well. 4v4, Rez looking to take control of control, but he's got 2 targets. Alex going slightly wide, but he's been abandoned by his teammate. There's action elsewhere, and Alex finds himself alone. How about that for a retake? Basically didn't lose a single player, but beyond get right. Being shot in the vents. That doesn't happen every day. That is a rare occurrence. I like me some Damascus Steel. The way it plays with the light. But when you're in the shadows, not so nice. Emerging from the shadows. Do you stand in the shadows, Dan? Do you emerge from shadows?
I love shadows.
Ooh. It's not a bad start for Rez. Tall order with a UMP to get a frag like that, but here we are.
Have you been to Damascus, James?
I have not, no.
There's still time.
On my list. I should put it on my list of places to go.
Damascus. Forrest looking to see what he can do outside, but he'll get shut down. Dennis will take down Daviduvek on the huts. Hello, what is going on? Absolute confusion for Alex, but Gerright's going to make some money. And we can't seem to get LDLC much progress outside here with these AKs. They are trying to do what they can, but NIP have been pretty strong outside. And they could stand to collect more AKs here because Twanu is alone against 3. There's no real incentive, I think, for NIP to push onto the outside. But they will make it happen anyway. Long-range engagement from Lekro will work out, and Gerright's searching for the AKs. Where are the AKs at? And they'll pick up 2 and carry them through to the 3rd round. That's always very nice on the CT side. I'm still getting used to these FBI CT models. It's still a bit strange. But I do like the idea that we get more models in the game.
I'm waiting for the frogmen.
Frogmen?
Frogmen.
Crab people?
No, like divers.
Crab
Like combat divers.
Crab people.
There's actually there's this watch channel called Herdinky, and they find people, often like famous people, and they have this thing called Talking Watches where they talk about this watch collection. But they released a video on Veterans Day with this combat diver. I forget his name, but it was so interesting. He had the craziest stories of like jumping out of a helicopter which was too high, and like the first person dying on impact into the water next to a submarine, and just all these insane stories from like the 50s onwards. It was very, very fascinating. Very off topic, but I do want to see combat diving. Get some scuba masks out there. Well, not, at least the hoods anyway. Some like get them on canals. LDLC moving towards the A site very quickly, flanking the main position. Logan's there to trade, and he'll win the duel with Get Right. So there are problems now for Ninjas in Pyjamas on the A site. Dennis thinks twice about going up the ladder. Now what do NIP choose to do at this juncture?
Twanu is going to find himself one. The second one will be just as easy. Lekro now in a 1 versus 3 with the AK picked up. Bomb is down, of course, so it's not really going to be an easy one for Lekro. He's going to decide to be smart and back away, save the AK in the following rounds. They'll have enough money to get a buy-in, and got to be careful. Looking like he should be good to survive this one. This is a really defensible position. There's so much space that the T's would have to directly just run forward in the open. It's a really nice spot to save. Nuke always had good spots to save. Obviously, CT Swan and T Swan have both been always very good. And here we'll see the opportunity for NIP to reset LDLC, get right back on that shotgun. It's had great success with it so far. Mac 10 on Amanek, perhaps that will mean we'll see a fast play with him being the front man.
Around the smokes. Got to be careful. Sometimes CT's on the other side. Maybe not this position was expected. 2 for Rez. That is a lot more than you could ask for. That's really well done fight by him, but this is a fast-moving round. Armanek has picked off Forrest with a Mac 10. Dennis still on the outside. Armanek's cut the noise. He's lurking. They're both looking for each other. Dennis has to be very careful though. He will create space with the smoke grenade, and maybe he has the advantage now. 2 versus 3 for LDLC with Alex and Logan in secret.
Now, lots of time for LDLC to make this bomb work. It's going to be difficult though, with only 2 players. It's never going to be a simple affair. Smashing the glass, smoke down, Molotov out. That's going to be an easy series of sound cues there for NIP to identify what's going on, as we'll see Logan clearing the bomb site as quickly as he can to get the plant down. Obviously the one area that is not really covered at this point is towards the decontamination room. Alex will take a position on the bomb side here. So it's very awkward, honestly, here for LDLC. Now down to Alex again against 3 players. Being teased, they know exactly where he is. That's not a good sign, and he'll be eliminated by the shotgun. Definitely the weapon of choice. Oh, they're going to get rid of the shotgun. Come on, get right.
He's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, you can buy another one. Just drop the AK, buy another one. Yes, I think that's what he's done. Has he done that? Is that what's going on? Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I'm supposed to be...
Yes!
Do you know what I'm supposed to be doing right now?
What's that?
Flying back from French Polynesia.
Oh, yeah.
But I missed my flight. Smokes outside very quickly from LDLC. Looking for round number 2. Very interested to see how Armanek will be able to make the best use of this MAC-10. One would presume he will need to go down to Seeker. Alex losing almost half his life just from a Molotov. Walking through. Surely those smokes will be gone soon. Oh, that is such a big gap, and it'll be costly. But they are alive. They try to not give that information away. Oh, dear. Not going well for LDLC just yet.
All right, then. Duvek and Rez. Will they be meeting each other? No. Oh, my God. You can see that the AUG is quite good. That scope is fantastic. Put to great use there by Rez. This map has long ranges. It is exactly what the AUG is good for. Rez will eventually go down looking for the quad kill, but it will be Dennis to finish off Duvek, and so far the Dukes of Nuke are going to keep doing that. Are having a fantastic time. 5 rounds to the 1, and here is the replay of Rez with that AUG, and it's definitely a strong weapon. I've been really enjoying the AUG and M4
Greek
A1.
Okay. I can't do the M4A1 at the moment. It takes me a while to not do M4A4 spray, but yeah, you're gonna need more practice on. Maybe I'll get that soon. Practice for Lecro with these headshots. So tasty little ace from him. Brief round for LDLC. 1 to 6. This is well, it's a pretty bad start for LDLC. I think that's fair to say. Only 2 players have more than 1 kill for the LDLC side. Logan with 4, Twanu with 3, Alex, Duvek, and Armanek each with 1. Just not enough. As evidenced by the $12,000 on Lecro. Didn't have to spend much in this round. Initial Molotovs out for the NIP side. I wonder if they're a team who throw the HE towards the silo position, which we see from some CT teams inside of A. But yeah, that previous round, LDLC knew they were spotted going down. They felt compelled to go back up, expecting a heavier rotation, and it ended in disaster. Doesn't start so well for them in this round either, but they've made it 4-on-4. Moving into the A site now, and this will be a quick trade situation, but 3 versus 1 in favor of NIP gets even better for them very quickly indeed. And just like that, LDLC are out of the round once again.
It seems like LDLC are playing a style that NIP are pretty happy to deal with. I mean, we know that LDLC, they like to take fights, they like to be aggressive and trade out, but that's, you know, if NIP are firing off individually, they are a team that are so very well equipped to deal with that, because, you know, as we're seeing here, we're seeing these situations where it's 1v1, 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 and NIP get to just fight, and that's what they're good at. So, Tech9, hello, taking down Rez straight away. That might be the cleanest Tech9 frag I've seen for some time. I'm an X straight into the upper bomb side. Oh dear. Can NIP salvage this one? 4 versus 3 for the LDLC side as they've taken control of the upper bomb site. Pretty big spray there from Dennis. We'll deal with 1, but the bomb has been planted safely on the other side of the silo as Dennis now finds another player outside. So they are controlling this one. Good work from Dennis. And this should still be an NIP round unless these Deagles can find some very nice shots. Oh, not quite for Logan. Now down to Twanu, and that won't work for him either. Good recovery there from NIP. Elecro 14-0.
He's 14-0? Oh. That's all right, isn't it?
It's not bad.
It's not bad if you Lecro. Not bad, not bad. 1/3 of those kills, of course, in one round, but still, there's plenty more kills. What will LDLC have to bring to the table? It's very curious, the different teams that are struggling with the smoke grenades outside, with gaps and so on. They can be very devastating. Quick HE towards the squeaky door. Now, plenty of different teams and different combinations after that's blown off. Sometimes Virtus Pro will have double HEs in towards main. Sometimes you have a smoke of main and a fast play into A. But it seems LDLC will just threaten and leave NIP worrying. That's an entire round where they don't have that warning of squeaky door being opened because it's blown off. So they'll have to keep a keen focus on that, but try not to give up too much elsewhere.
Working the outsides. No up for NIP. Tanu might be uncontested out there. Good off angle there though from Rez. They'll look for it, but the AUG is just, it's really strong. It's a really good gun, and we're seeing more and more of that. Forest working main, getting a pick off as well. And this is what I was talking about, these 1v1s, and then all of a sudden, you know, 5 versus 3 in favor of NIP, and perhaps it's not really all that workable now for LDLC. They've yet to get any choke points. Again, just being picked off one by one, limb by limb. Dennis pushed into lobby, found the bomb and the last player as well, so they know exactly where Logan is at the moment. And they're just holding every single choke point. So right now, LDLC are not putting up a great T-side. That is quite an incredible snap. It looked like he died before his crosshair, Logan's crosshair actually reached his head. That's how fast it was.
So fast, he got deleted in advance. 9-1 for Ninjas in Pajamas. And LDLC will eke out another buy. Not many plants. I think we have to ignore the first one since it's a pistol round. So pretty much only 2 plants here for LDLC. Every other round besides the one they won by elimination, by NIP popping heads, squeezing grapes between fingers, especially Lecro.
Nice Molotov.
Almanek jumping over the main position, but he won't get anything done. And in the meantime, Rez has gone for a flank, while plenty of players are running towards the ramp area. Lecro may spot 2 more players on the radar. Rez spots the 3rd, so NIP have complete information, and they've barely been touched.
No touching. Don't touch me. Not looking good here for LDLC at all, indeed. It's a labored movement down the ramp position, looking to harass the lower bomb site, cause some rotation. Maybe then we see Twanu pulling back, trying to catch somebody who would maybe be flanking in towards ramp. But no, LAP are just holding position. They are fine. They got 2 players lower, 3 players upper. They don't have any reason to move a muscle at this point. It's just going to be, once again, LDLC walking through choke points. And there will be crosshairs on every single one of them. There you go. There's one of them. And now Twanu perhaps will meet the same fate. Hut now only has 1 opening. There's no window to jump through, so... And obviously the bomb is dropped there, so he's compelled to go forwards, and he can't do a single thing. 10-1 and LDLC, they don't have a single response here. They don't seem to have any kind of approach to deal with NIP's defense.
Ten to 1. There's the door blown off again. Molotov going through this time. A faster LDLC outside towards that secret position where there are 4 smokes out on this occasion, but there's still a gap. Dennis can just count them going past. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not sure if we saw all of them, but seen plenty of information. Of course, there's pistols in this round for LDLC. And it'll be quickly taken care of, it seems, by Ninjas in Pajamas. No damage done. On to the next one.
11-1. This might be a very, very fast game if LDLC can't get themselves together. But NIP are smashing them so hard right now that maybe LDLC would need all the King's men and all the King's horses to put them back together. Doesn't seem like there's anything that they can really do here. We've got a nice HE outside. That's going to catch a lot of damage onto Twanu. And Alex will be finished off by Rez. He's been just so annoying outside with that Org. It's really been fun to watch. Good opening, though, from Devaduvek, moving towards Squeaky. Hello. There's another kill. Dennis down as well. Looking good now here for LDLC. Perhaps the most promising round that we've seen from them. And it's all about these entry frags. Now it's Lekro left. And pretty much, you just have to think about saving from this point. They have so much money, though, that... He's got 0 deaths, though, James. I would save. I would save. It's got to preserve the 0 deaths. You're not going to win the rounds. I mean, obviously, at this point, economic damage could be useful, but I'd be preserving my 15-0.
On the hunt.
If he has no deaths, James, this entire match, it must be a record.
No, JKS did it on cash some seasons ago. I don't know if it was ECS or FACEIT League or whatever, but JKS went 0 deaths on cash.
Well, we need a new record.
I suppose it depends on how many rounds
No, Lekro, no!
it goes on for.
Why would you do
If the
that?
game is more rounds, then I suppose it's a bigger record, but dead now, of course.
That was not worth it. That was not worth it.
It was worth it.
I'm incredibly
Absolutely, it
unimpressed.
was worth it. Don't listen to Dan.
No.
He has $16,000. And you can see that Devaduvek has no grenades because he had no money. So there is value in
No, there's not,
going for
James.
those kills.
The stats will be worse. Therefore, that's a really nice incendiary lineup.
I need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, the second time he's done that one. I mean, well, probably more actually. Second time we've seen. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Essentially 3 kills there for... Well, 2 kills there for Forest, and... Well, it's over. That's a very fast reset
Just
round.
like that, yeah.
LDLC don't seem to have a playbook. If they had one, it's been incinerated. Amanek 1 and 13. Oh dear, that's not great. I mean, to be honest, no one is really having a good time. For LDLC, they're just not. All the fights outside, they're just not going their way. They're just not trading very well. And then IP are looking fantastic. Wow.
Cool, blimey, son.
CJ's get the M4A1 S equipped.
I'm not Forest. That's the problem.
Well, maybe.
I can't. I'm not killing 3 people with 1 magazine of an M4A1. He is, but I'm not. I can accept that and stick with the M4A4.
It's not that bad. I mean, I found some really good spots with it. I think the accuracy of it for the first like 2-3 bullets is just so nice. That's what I really like. You can peek your corner really quickly if your aim is good. You're definitely getting a kill.
I prefer the fire rate of the M4A4. I think I'd have to spend a lot of time. I just don't want to be honest.
It's very 1.6 the way that you shoot it. Kind of like 2-3 bullet bursts.
It's annoying because I have awesome stickers. I've got a Reason sticker. I love my stickers, Dan. I got one of the normal I Buy Power
I don't have
ones
any
on
stickers.
there. I have all the stickers.
If I were to get DDK stickers, if they existed, but never mind. Devaduvek. So many syllables. Devaduvek. 4 syllables, my goodness.
Yeah, Devaduvek and Gratisfaction, I think, are the longest syllable-wise names that I have to pronounce at the moment.
Gratisfaction.
I think eventually we'll just call him Gratis. It's just too long.
Or G.
You can call him G if you want. It's a G-man. Bosh! Well, it's on! The comeback is on that.
Well, we'll see, because NIP might go for a force. And who knows what happened then, or will they go for the single round save? I like that there's options that both options make sense. I really like that, and they can be map dependent. They can depend on the team you're playing, because before it really was a case that if you lose the bomb, if you lose the first round and don't get a bomb down, it's just you just have to force. There's just like no point really doing anything else. So I like that there's, you know, a couple good options that you can choose between. Now, because I think the games are always much more interesting that way. And so if we can ever move towards that, it's always good. It's much like before with the CZ. If there's one pistol, that's just always the pistol you're going to buy, and that means you're not making a choice. The choices are what are important in a competitive game. So you want to have as many of those as possible. Okay, this is... I feel like we're on a nice edge here. If just one deagle shot connects from res, finds the head, you never know what could happen.
Headshot. That's what would happen.
Oh. But what about after, what after that? Wise guy.
I used to have these gloves. I sold them to help fund the Karen bit, which I bought and then let you use.
How much were the gloves worth?
I think like £230.
Oh my god.
They were my T-side gloves, and I had the Crimson Weave as the CT side gloves. And now they're on both sides. And the bomb has been planted. What do LDLC choose to do? They've got to bring this one back. Armanek appears to be on the right bomb site. There's no kit for these players. There's no kit. The Bears would be very upset. Although, he may just hold things down here with the shotgun. Res so low, and Forrest has the wrong weapons for the job.
It's like
the wrong tools.
Playing Left 4 Dead right there.
I don't know when I last played Left 4 Dead. It's been years.
That game was great.
Boomer!
I completed almost everything on expert realism with a friend. It took a very, 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 very long time because it's incredibly difficult.
Is that when there's just like loads and loads and loads and loads and loads?
Well, basically, like if a hunter knocks you, if a hunter jumps on you, it takes 2 hits and you're dead from the hunter. If a zombie hits you, it takes like 3 hits and you're down. It's like everything just wrecks you, and you can't see your teammates. X-ray.
Okay.
And you can't see almost anything. It's just everything's just really difficult. You have to know so much, have really good strategies, and have really good aim.
Twanu gets his bell rung early. The AKs are out for Ninjas in Pyjamas, looking to take the advantages away, or for the CT side, take the money away. Take it all away. Control will be held onto for the time being. Forrest looking to take out the supply chain. Looking to blow up the oil pipes. Duvik with a nice grenade assist. That's beautiful from Forrest. Armanek still around control. Trying to be as dynamic as possible. A still being held by LDLC. But they've got 3 players left versus the 5 of Ninjas in Pyjamas. They're being thinned out bit by bit.
Ah, Forrest is just so good. How old is Forrest again? I think he's my age. Or
he's
like
ageless. He's a god.
Year younger than me, maybe.
What does that mean for anybody at home?
I'm trying to think. Hang on, I'm just gonna look it up real quick to see how old Forrest is. He's got to be like late 20s. I am 30. Let's see. Wikipedia.
Okay, while you do that, LNP are going to make their way into the A bomb site. Logan trying to hold things down. He's dropped the bomb carrier for the time being. Twanu opening the door of opportunity. Look at that. They lined up perfectly for him. Follows up with the 3rd. That is a way to turn around.
Absolutely. And yeah, Forrest is actually 1 month younger than me. So he is 30 as well. So the fact that, you know, he's out there doing what he does, James, he is the living evidence, living proof that it can, can be done. You can still be an absolute monster, even though you're aged. Aged but learned.
I love the word learned.
Yeah.
Learned man. Or woman.
That's what you have to call people in court. When you're addressing, if you're like if you're representing someone and you're addressing the advocate across from you, you must describe him as learned. It is the etiquette, James. Maybe you should have been a barrister.
I could have been a barrister if I didn't, go to a really bad secondary school.
Need good memory for law, but
yeah, sleeping huts.
Yeah. Tennis. That's Eagle. He can't do much. And looks like NIP will be unsuccessful here. Overall, Forrest though still trying to get some frags. Lekro now with 5 deaths.
Sadness continues.
Yeah. I want to see. I want to see on the like scoreboard what happens when you have 0 deaths. I just want to see what the numbers do.
Six to 13. LDLC have won every round this half so far. Some have been more difficult than others. Some have been on a knife's edge, as Dan mentioned. Looks like a quick one into the A-bomb site from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Not really dealing with the Molotovs and not really dealing with LDLC either. Just the one kill. Forrest trying to do what he can. So many targets. And that is more or less a failed round.
Game over, man. Game over. The FBI seemingly too strong.
I had dealings with the FBI once. Because I worked in a school. And somebody had set up a 0-day dump on IRC channel. I forget what they were called. Those kind of bot dumps. So we got an email because I worked in the tech. I think we got a phone call actually asking for an email. So I gave them my email and I got an email from the FBI saying this IP is serving copyrighted software. Please, can you deal with it? So I went to the computer and then shut it down. And that was that.
You're like, okay, FBI. I'll do what you say.
Oh, what was XDCC? Remember XDCC?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an XDCC server.
Oh, see ya! Alex takes one in the face. Perhaps Daviduvek will get similar treatment. He turns his head, and Forrest will annihilate him and his teammates. And now it's just Logan left. And NIP, off the back of a deal frag, have now sprung into greatness, into extreme success. Not just success, but the most absolute of success. Extremist of success. 14-7. And NIP have loads of money because that was the save rounds. And LDLC, they have some amount of cash to have some resilience here, but it's going to be tough. Now that NIP have found some success, they really have to just stop them in their tracks. This has to be a win for LDLC, or NIP will likely win this match because they have spent all their money. Mag 7's out there for Logan, likely playing Squeaky or the Huts. And we'll see the outside smokes here from NIP as well as they look to try to take map control away from LDLC. And it's walking onto the silo. You can see everything from there. You can see
the world,
the
curvature of the earth.
Oh. I was just going for his house, but can go there as well.
You can see the Red Bull guy jumping off the platform back into the deeper parts of the world's atmosphere. Twanu in the held position of the... Oh, ding dong. He's gone. Armanek will take his place, and maybe this won't be checked for. But is he good for 2 frags? As there are 2 people down. Oh, he sees the bum. Looking for more. Doesn't know what's above him. Sees the bum. Doesn't know if it's the same person. Does now. Encourages a team kill. And it's now Daviduvek. And a 1 versus 3 to stave off match point for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I don't know if he was just spotted by the player in main. Maybe he was. Forrest with an off angle. And there is match point for Ninjas in Pyjamas. What is the money situation for LDLC? Looks like the money situation sucks.
Yeah, it's definitely hard times here for them. UMPs will be coming out, and that's never a good sign. Almost never a good sign. Although UMPs are very good. See if NIP can exploit the advantages that they have with the AKs. They'll go fast outside.
Two UMPs, a 5.7 and 2 CZ75s. Practically no range for LDLC. And this is the kind of round that I spoke about on a previous map where I thought Ninjas in Pyjamas would go super slow and wait for a desperation push from LDLC, and they've pretty much done that, although Lecro has taken things into his own hands. A great addition to Ninjas in Pyjamas, Lecro. And now they're in a very strong position indeed. Maybe there's a gun to be collected. Get right, realizes he's going for it. The juicy gun, he somehow gets a second kill out of it. What's happened to the spray god? Seems he's missed his spray.
The banana 5.7. So good. Wish there was a banana CZ. Oh, Forrest take down Alex. He's finally been eliminated. And these UMPs are lurking around, and Daviduvek will be forced into action, but if he goes now, he is being watched for. And now that's 1 or 2 players on the CT side spotted. Throwing out the flash, trying to move with it, but kicked down the stairs by Dennis. And now Logan is left on the the A-bomb site. Very difficult position. 1 versus 3. And that will be that, 16-7, and just following a 16-10 by NIP against LDLC. So it seems like to me, from a stylistic perspective, NIP are the perfect team to play against LDLC because they love to play against this fast style where you have a lot of fights, you don't have to worry about as many tactical displays, and you can see just the work here on the CT side was incredible from NIP.
Monstrous stuff. Yeah, very lopsided match. It was all about NIP in the first half, and it didn't really get much better for LDLC. They had quite a task ahead of them going into the second half. It started off well, but eventually NIP was surely going to win a round. That was so important. Just that round, he saw that he lined up for Twanu. Who knows how things may have gone there. Maybe it would have finished even earlier. And here are the scores on the doors. We can see Rez and Dennis with the big damage there, just over 2,000. And we can see how what the implications are here for the leaderboard now. Ninjas in Pajamas moving into 4th place. FaZe and NIP and Mousesports all with 7 losses each and 2 more games to play. So that is a very fast-moving, fluid situation. We'll see who ends up at LAN in the matches to come. Well, would you look at that? Virtus Pro versus LDLC on Mirage. Virtus Pro starting on the T side. Virtus Pro, a team who have had a better showing of themselves than we have seen in previous seasons, but still leaving something to be desired for sure. A team who have fallen out of the top 30 on the HLTV rankings. Neo falling out of the window because he was on fire. Snatchy getting a frag towards CT. Twanu is ready and waiting though with his 3 teammates in mid.
Ooh, another bad start here for LDLC. They just got wrecked by NIP. But Virtus Pro is a very different team to NIP. So I'm going to be very interested to see how the stylistic matchup works between these two. And I'm hoping that we see some great stuff from Snatchy. You know, in the last matchup, we didn't really see great stuff from a dedicated AWPer. Snatchy, though, he's one of those world-class AWP players, especially when he gets going. So that's what I want to see for entertainment. For the sake of entertainment, that is. So Twanu keeping the USP out, something that James talks about every so often, is when you win that first round, you know that the Glock eco is likely coming. You just keep the USP so you can save for AWP. And it'll be a slow one for Virtus Pro. They're just trying to get rid of any grenades from the CT side, do that economic damage, then they'll, after a while, make a push somewhere, try to force some frags. Without utility, though, you can't really expect to get a bomb down, but they have 2 P250s, so that's really the extent of the firepower. And here it is, after waiting a good minutes, they'll be moving into the A-bomb site, and they'll be feeding some kills towards the likes of Logan, and who else do we have there? Alex, and also Twanu with the USP. Oh, got to be careful there. A bit bold, standing on the ticket booth. Even though they have Glocks, you are susceptible to getting wrecked. And well, this is not really ideal, but Twanu's out there with the USP. He doesn't really want to die now, though. He's obviously... Oh, no. I have to say, it is quite needless for Twanu to die there, James. You know, you're saving for that AWP. Now he's got to re-buy his Kevlar. Can't get a helmet. Can't get any nades. And he had 2 teammates rotating in with full HP and rifles. Why is he peeking?
I wonder if we will see, depending on the team, because LDLC have had a penchant for the second round force buy, especially when they've planted a bomb. But I wonder if we will see some CT sides risk like 2 people on USPs in future to just have much better buys for the main buy round. Alex caught in no man's land. Sometimes it goes wrong. It looks super bad. And there we've got Morels moving through the corner of the smoke. Twanu not ready for that. So this round has collapsed like a dying star for LDLC very, very quickly indeed. And at this point, they may want to consider stacking a site or saving. We have Logan who's pushed through T spawn to the point where he can return if he's lucky, because the numbers game here is looking pretty great for Virtus Pro. The bomb's been spotted, but they have many advantages. Patch is cutting off the rotation, and that might just be the round.
Yeah, it's a sad shame for ODLC. It's that first, you know, getting behind 2 players immediately. That first engagement or a couple engagements was really problematic. That said, this is still a winnable round for Amanek. They're going to be moving the bomb towards him. And he's going to be peaked there. Gets the first kill. Another 1v1. And the round is very winnable. Just spamming through the wood there. Finds the kill onto the bomber. And now Amanek can actually win this round. 40 seconds to go. And he can actually rotate all the way to B if he wants. He's down by the stairs. And Pasha's going to realize this. It's all about timings. Oh, as you can see. Oh, he gets the flick. A 1 versus 3. Amanek. Very fortunate for them to move back into his position, but he's also able to capitalize and kill 3 players by himself. Very impressive.
How on earth did he get a round win out of that? That's crazy. But if you think of the story of Virtus Pro as well, they are not the team who want to have to withstand losing a colossal advantage like that. It was such a horrible situation for LDLC, and now all of a sudden Virtus Pro are in an eco town. Not even SMGs for the team, just pistols, a few grenades. Bomb plant must be mandatory in this situation, although they will have max loss bonus actually in the next round, having lost a pistol and consecutive rounds. So while it looks horrible very early, it can quickly change. They offer some smoke grenades towards the A-bomb site that will eventually come out, avoiding any potential counter HEs or Molotovs. Snatchy with a frag, 20 looking between these smokes. So he'll know that no one's crossed to towards CT. That is crucial information for the team on the retake.
Some money there for both teams, actually, with the bomb down for the T's. And with SMG frags 20. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He keeps getting wrecked. Like, all his money keeps getting absolutely owned. It's one of those interesting spots, you know, if you're the player who has to like kind of look after your economy a bit more. Speaking of which, 3 players very, very weak there for LDLC. That could have been a lot worse. But yeah, you know, you want 20 to have money for AWP all the time, and so it's really awkward when you're that player and you just keep getting owned. Obviously, there were a couple of spots earlier on where he could have not been so aggressive and just let his teammates do the damage. But it does create situations like this. You know, again, he's got no Kevlar and he's just glass cannon AWP. Naked, no grenades to back up the AWP with or his teammates with. So that just makes things a little bit more awkward. But we'll see if they can still win the round regardless. Alex will be peeking into an AWP. This is really... Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Nice.
Having an AWP here from the T side, that is so sneaky. It's very rare that this is going to work out, but you can just never expect that to be the case. So there's an AWP there, can you?
They needed the Bard of pop flash, but 20 was in the window and didn't have any grenades because he keeps getting frags, can't afford the grenades. Very nice pop flash you can do from the window, which would have been a superb help. 20 has been barbecued. LDLC being deleted one by one. No frags for them just yet. Virtus Pro looking good for their first round, but there's still time on the clock here. Armanek, you can see he was playing it slow. In case Pasha didn't check his position, he could have got 2 frags there, but he'll have to settle for 1. Morel's unable to stop Logan from holding down the B bomb site for the time being, and there's a second frag for Armanek. And now we're in a 2 versus 2 from a 2 versus 5.
It was very expensive, losing 3 players there, but they did get an understanding of exactly where the 2 CTs are. So they know that they can run in towards A, and that they should understand where these engagements should be coming from. They knew that one player would be facing either from Ticket or from Jungle. So now that because Mihu was split up with his teammate, he couldn't trade with him. And that's the problem. 20 seconds. He's pushing very far away from the bomb site here to get a frag, but it's worked out. Mihu now, he's going to gamble, go towards B. Now he can't know if that was the second player, the further away player, or not. And fortunately for him, it doesn't matter because Logan was rotating from B and he went the long way. Mihu may just have saved this one, but one more frag to go. And he's taken a pretty good position. And no idea where Logan is. He will come creeping through the apartments. Mihu lying in wait. He's not going to look above himself. The one blind spot. And that's where Logan is.
Sod's law, as we would say in the UK.
What does that mean, Jeff?
It means that the worst thing that can happen is going to happen, pretty much. Trust you to look at this, and then it comes from that, etc., so on and so forth. If you can be unlucky, you will be unlucky. Sod's bloody law. What is that phrase where if something can go wrong, it will go wrong? Murphy's Law?
Yes.
Eddie Murphy's Law. 2 players top mid for Virtus Pro, make it 3 in fact, but 2 spotted by Alex. 20 will take 1 out, making it a 4v4, but this will favour Virtus Pro. Minute 37 on the clock. Can 20 pull another one out of the hat? Stuck in connector for the time being. Maybe he will feel like he's at a point of no return. Neo slowly creeps on the ramp, but Logan will win that duel. Very fast-moving rounds here on Mirage, but they're still all being won by LDLC.
Oh, hello, there's a knife, and there's a guy shooting you in the face. Bad timing, and LDLC will take another round, it would look like. Pasha can't do too much from this position, and there's been some very marginal rounds here. He does have the bomb, that said. He's going to drop a smoke behind him and then put play in front of it. Trying to be sneaky here, trying to catch just one more player off guard. That smoke could have been an indication that for someone to push forwards, and that's what Pasha was really counting on, but it's not the case. In this instance, LDLC holding passive spots. They've got most things covered that they need to have covered, so they don't need to really push anything, and so Pasha will have to force the engagement. The occasional spot from Logan towards connector, and Pasha just completely blinds to jungle. Doesn't even decide to look in that area, which is strange. But never mind. It will be 6-0 for LDLC.
Wonder if this Virtus Pro roster will be stable over the next year. They replaced 3 of their players. I think they could benefit from some time off to change a few things, but also, again, I still think they need someone new on the outside of the team to bring them some new stratego. I don't know if they have like an analyst who looks at other teams to counter them or the situations. It's just a guesswork really, but I think a fresh pair of eyes as the 6th or 7th man would be beneficial to Virtus Pro. Got some good players on their team.
So it's one of those things which I think is also interesting, because I think when we saw that, you know, the FACEIT documentary recently, the Turning Point, where we saw some insight into coaches, I think it was particularly interesting seeing Rambo's and, you know, how he was speaking about complexity, because, you know, he put the emphasis on not necessarily the talent of the individual, but how coachable that individual is. You know, is it the right kind of person for the team? And I think that generally speaking, you know, we can really see the overall value of complexity's sort of approach to the game. It's just very obvious when you watch them play, the level of detail in everything that they do. And so I am hoping that, you know, because we get more examples of this, Complexity, Team Liquid, MIBR, we also see it, of course, with Astralis, with North as well. We see a lot of these teams with very good approaches and internal structures and cultures, but I'm hoping that trickle-down effect keeps on happening, and we keep seeing basically the teams that do that kind of approach and can invest in that approach will be the best teams. And so if you want to be relevant, you're forced to copy what the good teams are doing. So we're getting closer and closer to what I think is going to be greater and greater Counter-Strike as a whole, which is very exciting. And as you say, VP needs something fresh. They need somebody to come in and help them with that. And they will try to harass towards B apartments. Try to keep the rotation towards B as they are looking to hit that A site with the bomb.
Moving through the underpass. Nobody top mid though for VP. Alex on short with the Org. You see the smokes are now out. You would imagine that would bring the attention of the short player towards that mid position. Oh boy, Twanu maybe with a moment's hesitation, because surely he had a window to deliver that frag. Standard stuff for the CT team, but now it's down to Armanek to try and hold down this A bomb site. Takes out Statue, but he can't stop the bomb from getting planted. And despite being 6-0 up, there's no money for LDLC. Virtus Pro have been doing damage despite not winning the rounds. So they're in a strong position to actually catch up. Looking to survive with 3 players, get their first round on the board, Virtus Pro. And as bad as this half has started out as, there is a world of potential ahead of them.
They say these guns, I do wonder what the next buy looks like. They'll get $1,400. So there's actually a world where Devaduvic can actually drop a rifle, and that Twanu will actually be able to buy for himself. Twanu will have 4,300. So as long as they keep these 2 guns alive, we will see a buy in this round. Drops them for Devaduvic. So that's 4 guys with rifles. Maybe Alex plays with CZ, I don't know. Oh, okay, goes Kevlar Deagle. So it's not too horrendous, and there is always a world where you can turn it around like this into a win. And they have a good amount of grenades, all things considered, too. So, was that for top mids? That's beautiful. That's a great smoke. I really need to learn the top mid smokes. I really need to learn that smoke. It's such an awesome smoke, James.
It's a cool smoke, but I think you need a plan, you need coordination behind it. I'm happy with a Molotov behind the boxes for the time being.
I just like the fact that you can quickly take mid control without having a fight, oftentimes, and just put someone there. And I think that's really cool for pugs especially. I think it can be really useful. Can threaten the fast flank.
1 minute 10. plenty of grenades versus Pro. Nobody in mid, but who knows what intentions they had. They went in mid the previous round. This is almost a mirror of that one, where they start to move through the underpass at the minute mark. No execute just yet in terms of smokes towards connector and the stairs. But some smokes have just been deployed. There we go. There's a jungle connector smoke and the CT smoke to boot.
It's all very quiet, but soon there will be much noise as the smokes go away and vision is restored. The CTs will be able to make their way in, or they could decide to try to go for a 5-man save. Also a viable choice in this instance. The loss bonus will keep going up. It's a nice frag from Twanu. Although, oh, Alex, my God, was he just waiting in the site the whole time? Okay, that's a big problem. Trade in from Alex, another Deagle headshot found. He gets the AK as well. What else can he do with this? As Pasha throws the flash up high, they will double face him from connector. 4 players alive, Snatchy 15 HP. Surely they can hold him down. Surely there's nades to deal with this. There has to be a solution, and there it is. Devaduvek gets the kill, and the defuse is coming in. Just enough time for this one as well with no kit, and they will pick up an AWP. That's not a bad round from LDLC. What a way to reset your opponents. And Virtus Pro might buy because they got the bomb down as well. Well, this should not be happening, should it?
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. LDLC. Again, while they have... Well, they had matches to lose, they just lost a bunch. So perhaps the same cannot be said any longer. They're in a strong position at the moment. Destiny in their hands if they are to make it to land. Had a breakout performance in Chicago. I think it's reasonable to say. Definitely put themselves on the radar. Obviously, we've been watching the online matches, but for those who haven't seen those, for whatever foolish reason, it was a nasty surprise for them. But it was great to read the results for me. Versus Pro now in that middle position with the hero AWP, as they've often had. Alex, he's not shy, is he, Mr. McMeekin? Devaduvek quietly rotating away from A, not giving the cues away. Some people may run towards B, for example, or keep an eye on crawl space, but run there. And that may be an indication to Virtus Pro as to what the readers of LDLC. In position now, dancing around the site is Armanek. May realize that another player is towards short. Could have some cover from his teammate, but Devaduvek's been flanked from the market position. Armanek now with the 180s, leaves Miku alone with the AWP, and he will be dispatched off, taken care of. 8-1 for LDLC. This is a monstrous start to Mirage. Monstrous start.
Complain. Exactly. It's going to be very difficult for VP if they can't turn this around very shortly. I can see Miku's bought up an AK. 2 players, though, with less than $3,400. So, yikes. Not the best situation ever. What's the call here for VP? They'll get more AKs out. And it's not the end of the world if you have 2 players that can't afford AK grenades. As you can see, they're, with 1 player buying a UMP, they can still have a lot of grenades. And it really depends on the kind of round you want to run as well, as to how many nades you even need as a T side. That's part of the benefit of being on the T side, is that you get to run your playbook, you get to take the initiative, you get to tailor it around what you have, whether it's a lot of grenades or a small amount. Let's see the connector smoke again. Gosh.
Very good.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. What? Oh, Alex is like
What is going on
I
there?
think his mouse died. Just stopped turning around at one point, like he gave up.
That was unusual. It must be said. It was unusual.
Oh, is that the bomb? Is that actually the bomb on his? Oh my! Gotta pick that up. Can't leave that on the stairs.
Pasha not shy to give the sound cues away. But there's not much Armanek can do about it unless he chooses to peek. Don't know if Pash is holding an angle or otherwise. It looks like he's seen a player. Yes, but Logan is ready to take it to 9-1. 4-on-4. Where are the rest of the Virtus Pro players for the most part? They have a focus towards B, starting to creep in. Devaduvek is on the site itself. Maybe here's a reload, not sure, but he spotted a play towards short, taking him out. And now in come the rest of Virtus Pro, but they'll quickly be sent away. Neo will be traded. 3 plays survive for LDLC, 9-1 LDLC.
Yeah, it's looking really bad now for VP. Have to save again. And they're not even in really a spot where, because their analyst bonus is not maximized and they spend everything, that they can really even buy much this round. They kind of have to just get a couple pistols and that's it. So you'd expect this to be a 10-1 pretty shortly here for LDLC. And it's not really all that much doing for them. Michal Müller. Thanks for the quick mid push here, again behind that smoke. And that's such a cool smoke. I mean, it's one that you could even think to try to throw every round to see what happens. Some teams will respond to that differently to others, and that can be a really big tell. You can try to encourage teams to... Oh, hello. Oh my god. Well, there it is. Neo still gets the kill. That was almost a bit weird. Oh, second kill. For Neo, spots another player. They've got a really good read here. It's up to Alex to get this flank. This has to work. This has to do damage. Oh, this might be very good. He can run behind them. They won't realize because they're running as well. There it is. Oh, the strafe with the P250. And now there's no chance, surely.
And again, the money is still terrible for LDLC, so it's not even like you can... I mean, he's trying to win the round here, but just damage is a dangerous situation. And that's just one of those rounds where you're going to get wrecked by Desert Eagles. That's so annoying. As soon as you're about to shoot, they start to move. One of the more irritating things in Counter-Strike. 9-2-2 LDLC eke out a buy. They've got Logan with the AWP. He spent himself a hefty 52-50 for that one.
Pretty penny. It's been spent.
He has no Kevlar. He has a flash and a smoke. Morales will create some presence towards the B-bomb site. Molotov around the back. Usual lurking shenanigans. And maybe that will invite LDLC to concentrate their resources towards B, but they will not be convinced. They have the 2-1-2 set up with Twanu and Connector. Now we've got a late start from Virtus Pro with a smoke towards window.
Harassment is slow around here for VP. Now, it's going to be difficult here for LDLC with what they have, but that AWP could be a saving grace. Logan from Tickets with that AWP, and still just waiting here for Virtus Pro to move in. They're not really confident to make many plays. They don't have the nades to do it, and the push comes in just as they go out of the Palace window. The timing could not have been worse for Logan there. And it will likely be the round they'll want to save what they have, I'm sure. And Pash will run down Twanu. Devaduvek though with a frag. What do they do here? There is a possibility to get in, but without any nades. Oh, that's stunning from Alex. And there's still more left to deal with. Oh, he runs out of bullets. There was a chance there. Neo will be traded out, but the AWP is left. Does he have an angle? No. He could actually just go for the defuse. Does he have the kits? He doesn't. So now this gets really awkward. He knows that without that kit, he's going to get the frags, and he's going to do it. That is outrageous. LDLC, how do they win this round?
Question we've asked more than once this game already. But again, they only survive with one player. And the money for Virtus Pro looks like it's better. Neo on 7,000, Snatchy on 6,000. That said, there are only 3 rounds now for Virtus Pro to win in this half, so money's all well and good, but at some point you've got to start winning the rounds. Nice taps there from Alex. And again, the wrong angle for the bomb, forcing Snatchy forward. Goes to the point of no return. And then here we are again, LDLC resetting Virtus Pro, who have an AWP on Snatchy, 3 AKs and a Mag-10. Oh boy, that's really not good, is it? Stuck in the smoke, lost all his momentum. Losing momentum in the middle of a Molotov is one of the worst things, one of the worst feelings, because you're helpless. You know it's going to take you X amount of time, you might die, and you may have achieved absolutely nothing. But Mihu has achieved 2 headshots on the A bomb site, and that might be the round. This may be a safe situation for LDLC.
Yeah, you have to... I was going to say you kind of have to give it up, but... Snatchy is very weak, which makes him susceptible to going down very easily. And on top of that, with that kill from Alex, they're going to give this one a go. That's more burnt toast.
Alex moving in. But, well, let's see if they can do this. There's a smoke down. They've both got kits. Alex holding the T's away. Do they realize what might be happening? Oh my god, they've done it again.
Oh
Virtus
no.
Pro just cannot win a round.
Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing, James? This should not be a thing. (11-2). We see the amount of plants that Virtus Pro are getting. I think they've had 5 plants in this half, but still only 2 rounds won. Okay, well, Mihu will only get 1 this time instead of the double he got last time. Although the trader's there, that will slow them down, and the bomb's making its way through mid. So the rotation comes in, or at least Davidovic's trying to work out where do I go. Bomb spotted. Snatchy not, though. Now they need to be close for this UMP to do damage. Ooh, the AWP in the face. Might be round 3 for VP. Logan, there's just no way he can win this. You know, I'm going to call it right now with an MP9. Might be a gun in mid, though, for him to pick up. So that could be a mission that you could be looking to go on. And that was a bit weird. Pasha just threw the bomb down the stairs, then picked the bomb back up again.
I guess he was going to hold position for someone else to plant, then they decided, you plant, I'll hold position.
Yeah, which just like makes it all worse.
Well, it looks like that. It looks like Virtus Pro are actually going to successfully win a round this time.
Not bad. Not too bad, not too bad.
Which is good. Only their 3rd round though. 4 possible in this half. What a great half for LDLC. I don't know where they've pulled out some of these rounds from. But again, these matches have so many implications for them. Just doing some extra damage is Logan for LDLC.
It is really weird, like the amount of rounds which got so close, but LDLC were just able to win, and it's definitely definitely rough. I just learned a new word, James. It might be applicable in class.
What's that?
Catastrophize.
Catastrophize?
Yeah, it means to...
Is that to cause a catastrophe?
No, it's to talk about something and make it sound worse than it actually is.
Ah, yes.
Catastrophize.
Almost like a dodgy narrative to catastrophize.
Ooh, whoa, okay. Okie dokie then. Straight through the smoke, knows his lineup towards connector, and that's an easy pick off. Nice angle though, up on the urn. Is it an urn? Is it a vase? What is it? Is it an urn? I want to say.
What the hell's a vase?
A vase. Vase. Whatever. Urn. I'm going with urn. And
If you start talking American, I don't know, man. I'm going to be very disappointed.
It's getting confusing.
No, why is it confusing? You've spoken English your entire life. What's confusing? There's nothing confusing about it.
There's Americans around me. So many, all the time. Anyway, Logan. His head will be put in the urn. It's not really too much to speak of for LDLC.
I can't believe you just said vase.
Vase.
The hell's a vase?
Do they even call it that over here?
I don't know what they call it that.
I think actually that's a dialect difference in the UK, vase and vase, actually.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
I am disgusted. I am shocked and I am disgusted then. Davidovec remains. Ooh, a weapon can be collected. The bomb has not been planted. There are 20 seconds. They have to plant it on A, and that's where Davidovec is. He can't stop that, but he has picked up an AK-47. Morales jumping up. Look, a lovely one-tap from Davidovec. Late highlight in a strong half for LDLC, but here we are. 4 rounds only for Virtus Pro, despite 7 bomb plants, I suppose. 8 bomb plants.
Yeah, this game could actually have been like them actually having more rounds than LDLC. Some of the rounds that they lost would have been really big swing rounds. And unfortunately for them, they were unable to win those. One of the cool things about 16-0, the analytics tool, is that it actually can highlight all of the most sort of economically impactful rounds, which is really interesting to see how teams, so you can sort of get a better sense of like how teams actually play on those rounds and which teams are more successful on them. Because those rounds can convert into 2 or 3 very often. Anyway, with this push into the A bomb sites, LDLC will be looking to close the game quickly, but there's Neo from Sandwich, gets 1. Now he is going to be eaten. Snatchy will rotate around. The flashbang's pretty good, but they need to get the kills here. They just can't find the connections.
3v2. Really can go either way. Twanu's picked up a USP. Some spam from Armanek. Now Twanu, never mind, he's dead. Virtus Pro pick up a much-needed pistol round in the second half. Very quickly moving round from LDLC. But again, such is the nature of a pistol round. It goes one way, then it goes the other.
Yeah, I miss it when teams would push CT with more players, because that flashbang into CT was really effective. But then there was only 2 players peeking with it, so it was like a 2 versus 2. So it would have been cool to see more players, because the other players on the bomb site were just really... you could see they were completely isolated from one another.
In fairness, the first kill from the CTs in CT came in completely blind. So there's a stroke of luck there. Stroke of luck. Now, there is no force fire from LDLC on Mirage, as there were versus NIP in both matches, I think. So let's see how this one goes. No Kevlar. Morel's moving back with 5 HP. Smart stuff from him. He's got great cover from Miku as well, so it's always nice to see little tidbits of team play like that. Only Neo goes down. All good in the hood.
So then we get the full buy for both teams, and neither team will be left with all that much after their buy. So, you know, when I was talking about swing rounds, this is one of those where for either team it's the case that should they win it, they'll be in a great advantage in the following rounds. So momentum can be achieved if they are successful. And initial grenade thrown, and Snatchy's going to spot them as they come out here. And with Neo's grenade, it will be the frags to stop the push, but Logan will not be denied as another frag comes out from Morel's in a trading capacity. But the bomb is down on the bomb site, which allows the CTs to easily know how to position. But as I say that, Amanek with a surprising frag from Connector, and Alex now has a shot at taking the bomb.
2 players in CT. Alex creates some space, looking for something, but they'll creep through the smoke as well. He will see who first. Pasha's gone past. I don't think he made a step. Alex, his bum's hanging out. And now Armanek was coming for the post plant. Now, he's got a minute on the clock. He could make it all the way to CT, although Miku's already considering that. Looking for a flank. Whereas his teammate, why is there no trade? Why is there no attempt? He must be coming from an unexpected position. Pasha's got to take cover. Could be coming from Palace Ramp, Connector, Jungle. So many options, but this Molotov will give the game away. Ooh, he's selling something. We've seen this before from Armanek. I think it was him on a retake of B who threw a molly towards short B and had jumped into the window and gone into market. I don't know what that shot was for. Maybe confused something in CT spawn with a player model, but that will be the end of that.
I think maybe the communication was not on point there, maybe for LDLC, because you know Amanek was in connector as Alex was about to pick up the bomb, and we could see we saw Alex struggling on the bomb site for a good 15 seconds at least after that, and Amanek just I don't know where he was going, but Alex was pinned down, and Amanek could have helped him, but I'm not sure exactly what he was doing. So that's a bit strange, and with that, there's a great chance for Virtus Pro to take this game back into their hands. They only got 4 rounds in that first half, and now they are a mere 4 rounds away from tying the score. Quick burst with the pistols will get themselves some amount of ground, but the rotation's fully in. 2 players in the apps, but Neo's doing all the damage, and not too much to speak of here for LDLC.
Nice. Out comes the buy. And now, all of a sudden, the score is pretty tight, LDLC, with a late timeout. So, after starting with 4 rounds in the first half, they've won the first 4 versus Pro. That does put LDLC at max loss bonus, which means big pressure for VP. However, the deficit is now 3 rounds. Now they have breathing room. They've won the initial key rounds, plenty of key rounds to come, but I think that this kind of, to come back from a 4-11 to an 8-11 and start with double AWPs is just from a mental perspective, that will surely instill the team with confidence. Our future is in our hands now. But we'll soon find out if it really is. LDLC will start with 5 AK-47s on the T side. A common occurrence on Mirage. They can pick up a opportunist AWP if they win the round and feel so inclined. So let's see.
Flashes out there. Snatchy, we know how good he is with the AWP. Ooh. Some good lineups there. Logan finding one in mids, as Snatchy was not able to see anything, but he's going to be able to get a catch there onto Twan Nu. 4 versus 4 still favors the T's, though, as the bomb is needing to be collected. You above the smoke, you've got to be careful. You can be quite exposed, but it can also be a very good position if you get the element of surprise working your way. Looking for the heads, but finds none. Forced back by the flash. Logan able to get some ground towards the underpass here as Neo peeks out for looking for info. Lots of nades being expended in mid at this point. LDLC need to be able to attack a bomb site, and they're still waiting.
Less than a minute on the clock with LDLC in position around the connector area. Well, question is Miku at the moment. He's moving back towards that short position, so if they look to split the A bomb site, he will have an important role to play. Neo is expectant as well. He knows that there could be somebody in the window position, although they're playing that one slow. Now we can see LDLC deeper in connector. The timing works out as Neo's got too many jobs to do. And Snatchy will be distracted by Alex, and Devaduvek will choose that time to come out. And there goes the A bomb site. 4 versus 2. Maybe save territory for Virtus Pro.
The way that LDLC set this up was actually really smart, because you can see that Logan didn't push into the window initially. So they set him up to be ready to boost into the window. And then what happened was he waited for contact to be taken towards connector. And as soon as that contact is taken, whether the 1v1 is won or lost, it draws the player away from window to look towards jungle, which is exactly the moment when Logan jumped into the window. So that kind of guarantees that even if you lose the connector push, Logan gets the backstab, and they still get the bomb down, and still should win the round. So I really liked how LDLC set that up. It's really cool. And that will be the first round for them now in the second half. 4 rounds of success for VP, and they've built enough money to, with the saved weapons, have a full buy here with 2 ops. Not close enough to a full buy. Neo has a decoy.
Out they come, LDLC. 3 people very... Ooh, okay, this is very, very quick from them. Nobody's in the connector position, maybe taking them by surprise. Devaduvek looking in the ladder room, and that's the bomb loss now at the hands, at the feet of Virtus Pro in that short position in the ladder room. 5 versus 2 in a matter of seconds. This is exactly the kind of round that Virtus Pro were looking for. Big advantages. Pashido maybe making too many assumptions there. And now LDLC start to come back. We've seen this before as well. Armanek not giving himself at the right angle for Miyu to get the frag, but look at that as Miyu repositions from a 5 versus 2 to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, really good work from Armanek. Really risky stuff too, and Snatchy's angle is so strong. LDLC must use the time. That is very important here, because as we can see, they're not rushing anything. Ooh, the running is... Surely, will Neo be able to hear that? Running around. Looks like he's unaware so far, so just not close enough to hear the initial running as Neo investigates, positioning himself in ladder room. Snatchy makes himself known, and Amanek gets another great kill. He's been performing wonderfully in this round. Smoke there onto the catwalk position as Neo still defends the bomb. Oh, he gets caught by Amanek. A nice quad kill from Amanek, as you said, James. 2 versus 5 to a 2 versus 0. Unreal.
That's crazy. That is crazy. But that has been the story of this entire match, really, despite the score. Again, Virtus.pro lost so many rounds, which they had heavy favor in the first half, and it continues through to the second. It's got to be such a frustrating game for Virtus.pro. Look at the economy completely wiped out, enjoying the double sniper rifles for their second round, and everything has been lost. All their prize possessions forcefully taken to the charity shop. And now we find ourselves at 14-8 in favor of LDLC. I mean, how is that not tilting? Well, I mean, I'm sure they've been in this position plenty of times. They're back on the bye, but they cannot really afford to lose any more rounds versus Pro. 6 rounds behind now.
So what's the plan now? Stack towards A for Virtus.pro. Maybe anticipating a fast contact play or execution of some form of sets piece onto that A side, but no set piece there yet. We'll see mid control from LDLC instead. This is one of the classic ways to do it off of a default. 2 players top mids, 2 players going underpass. Bomber left in a safe place. They have Devaduvik watching for a pit push. And they've got this boost in window very quickly behind the smoke. Molotoving players out of position, and if they were to be standing in connector. And we see Amanek actually moving up the underpass stairs. And now watching the B-apps, creating noise in B-apps. So they're making this look very confusing for VP. But VP still have 4 players stacked towards A, so they should be fine.
Out comes Devaduvik. Some inquisitive spray. Very light on utility at this point, LDLC. You can molly players out of that position from the Tetris area, but they're unable to do that really. Only Logan has the molly, but they have cover in the guns. And there's a trade from Morels. 24 seconds for this bomb to be planted, worst case scenario. They know where Morels is, but where is Pasha? He's in a CT position now, taking out Twanu. Now the other 2 need to play a trade frag situation. The fadeaway for the HE, he knows it has to be collected. He picks perfect time. But Amanek is close enough for the trade, and that will be match point for LDLC, wiping out Virtus.pro once again, leaving them with about $3,000 per person.
Okay, so we got the MP9s out, the FAMAS, the CZ for VP. Not a great look. They went very gambly last rounds, and they may have to gamble again here because they just simply do not have enough to get it done on merit alone with those weapons. They need to get those players in the right position. Snatchy looking for a very good angle. He's going to find it. It's an unexpected one. You might find he's walking into that angle that he's holding, and here it is, pushing in. It's so strong. Only gets the 1 out of it though. And Neo will be playing close to the pit, and they should be able to read this LDLC. They should have all the alarm bells ringing for sneaky plays. Some counter grenades there from the CTs. Very nice one.
I think that was supposed to be for the ramp position, but we'll come back to that in a second. If we even get a chance. 3 plays left for Virtus.pro, and what could be the last round of this match. I don't know if Pasha was seen as that flash came out. I didn't hear any fire, so maybe Logan didn't see him. But Alex certainly will, and Pasha is now dead. Miku in the ninja spot. You can see this from the sandwich position. And there's Alex keeping these players entertained, and Logan is still here as well, but it seems that it's enough distraction as LDLC will take position on the B bomb site before Morels can get there.
Here's the plant going in. It's an opportunity to jump through the window, run through, or wait for his teammate. And with the MP9, it's a very difficult decision. You may want to close the distance immediately in fear that you might not be able to if you let the T set up post-plant. And they've got 2 Molotovs to work with as well. So surely those will be raining in towards market soon enough. But no, the guns are kept out, and now Mihi's left. And looking like it's going to be it. Indeed, 16-8, LDLC, after getting crushed by NIP, will deliver the same treatment, but this time to VP themselves.
Yeah, and again, I think that's one of the more frustrating matches we've seen from the Virtus Pro perspective. Again, going back to this first half, so many rounds where they had advantages, but it just couldn't convert almost any of the rounds, finishing with just the 4 rounds in the first half, bringing it back with 4 rounds in a row in the second one. But again, LDLC just kept getting the edge on Virtus Pro round after round, took it over the line. And again, it's a very important W in the bag for LDLC as they try to qualify for LAN.
Well, it's really nice seeing stuff like this from Daviduvek. Individually, great performances all across the board, and perhaps that's something that they can carry into the next matchup against VP. Very impressive indeed.
Now I think of it, that was mystique. I was stirring up the pot till it's shaking. I had to switch it to the left, I was aching. Cookies in the zoogie that I'm making. I was born for this shit, mommy should've called me Jason.
Hello and welcome, 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 welcome. LDLC and Virtus Pro. LDLC will be on the CT side of Nuke. Armanek with a HE grenades and a CZ. Love a CZ for a busy area of the map on the CT side of, well, any map. I think a smoke going into heaven. Plenty of grenades for Virtus Pro as common. Neo though losing 2 flashbangs of his frag from Devaduvek. Twanu on the high ground of A. Might see Pasha quickly, but there's so much action around the map. Lots of players around the hell position. LDLC with a man advantage for the time being. Now, where is the bomb going to head? It's in the hands of Snatchy at the moment. Pasha's going down to the low ground. Armanek's down there as well. 1 minute on the clock in this pistol round, which continues to advance. Only Snatchy has Kevlar at this moment in time. One tap from Morels. Logan looking around as well. The bomb still in the hands of Virtus Pro. 45 seconds for them. Here's Morel's gone. Now, I would say time pressure is starting to go the way of Virtus Pro, but Snatchy's changed everything, opened up the A bomb site, and the bomb will get planted.
CZ, 12 of 10. Plenty of bullets. Pasha's softened up. Quick little pre-fire there. Just make sure if they haven't heard where he is, they definitely know now. Oh, jumping up onto the box. You gotta be careful with that. Landing and accuracy and all that. But it was a clean jump onto the box. Either way, tapping the bomb now. Finds the weak player. Pasha's dead. He can't really go for the hold here. Takes too long. Finds the headshot. The CZ will do the damage. Even full bullets to spare. Lovely. LDLC will start on the CT side with all the money. And with the success they had on the first map, that's a scary prospect for Virtus Pro. But I would actually expect Virtus Pro to have a stronger T side on this map for some reason. I'm just feeling it for them. And I'm hoping that they can show us more, show us greater and better things than on the previous map. They've had a time to adjust. So hopefully it will go better for them here. We'll see though, as time moves forwards. Shotgun out on Armanek, we're seeing that so commonly. It's really good fun to watch. We don't see shotguns purchased so commonly as we do on Nuke for the CT side. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how that works out, because we have the AKs in the hands of the Virtus Pro players. Mihu and Snatchy, rest of the squad going for pistol, no Kevlar. The AK's dropped, of course. That shotgun ready on the ramp position. This could be juicy. Oh.
Wasn't sure he'd get so much out of it from that position, but maybe trying to limit the exposure to the pistols. Armanek with the blat, blat, blat. Putting more shells in the barrels. And there he goes. Once again. Shotgun almost pays for itself. $2,000 makes $1,800. Not bad. Reasonable investment. But now it's been picked up by Morels in a post-plant situation, and Devaduvek's been taken up by Mihu. So problems will be compounded by the second and third frags in this recent situation. 21-1 versus 2, picking up another weapon to avoid the reload, looking around, spots one player towards the door. Where is the trade fragger though? Always the perennial question for any player moving into a situation or an area being held by the opponent. Neo creeping in the smoke. The bomber's exposed, he's got to face the water diffuse, but Neo will make him face the floor instead.
So a quick turnaround, and the money's been ruined, but we'll still see enough cash for a shotgun buy. And I, for one, want to see that work out, because for some reason, the shotgun's really, really satisfying. That's actually something in game design which is really interesting. You know, how do you make something satisfying? How do you make the avatar sort of feel very connected to the human controlling it? And, well, 5-7 will do some damage. Oh god, oh no. The scout's in play as well. Headshot from Twanu, and all of a sudden 3 players are left. Alex still creeping outside. There's not enough players necessarily for Virtus Pro to really deal with everything, so how do they get through these major choke points Scout re-peeking once again, just creating distraction at this point because he's got a teammate close. If he can just keep the crosshairs occupied, the 5-7 doing a lot of damage here, finds another one. And they survive with 5 players. That's outrageous. Outrageous.
LDLC. What a great story so far. It's just crazy what's going on in the French scene. The rumors of some of the 3D Max players being picked up by G2, Existence and Smiths going to the bench and so on. I don't know if any of that's come to fruition. I saw a post on Reddit. Haven't seen much else just yet. But of course, some of these players who used to be on LDLC, who again with the pickup of Armanek and Duvek from the old Misfits roster. Best team in France, or best French-speaking team, if you will. Some of the players from Belgium and such. And still, that scream continues to not be in any of these teams is even more weird. You just don't know what's happening behind closed doors. You really don't. But at least he's getting aces and FACEIT Premium Q.
Oh, not even... Is he an FPL? It must be an FPL, sure.
Yeah. But just like, I mean, we queued the other day and we ended up with Fer and Cold Zero on our team.
Nice.
Which was pretty good. Cold Zero was dropping AKs to me on a CT side.
Really?
Yeah. James, take this AK. Well, if you insist. I will do that. I will go ahead and do that. Versus Pro will go ahead and charge into the A bomb site. Logan creeping around the silo. Armanek flying in. Good for 1 frag. Keeping it competitive. 2 versus 3 in favor of Versus Pro. 5-7 not working out for Alex outside. And Twanu will throw a flash in heaven and rotate. Or will he just try to save? I do wonder. The money is together, but... how on earth do you do a 1 versus 3 on Nuke into either of the sites with an AWP? I don't think it's really realistic, and 20 may realize that as well, just trying to hold on to the AWP. It would be safer maybe on the other side of the garage, but you'd have to get there first, and that most certainly isn't safe. So he'll stay where he is. And Versus Pro look good for a second round, second of 5. There's one. No sound cues from the other player, but Pasha will enact his revenge and get himself an upgrade as well.
Okay, well, shotgun still out. I'm gonna keep just making sure everyone knows because it is so much fun. Everyone buy shotguns. Quick push there behind the door. You can see that teammates did detonate a grenade on that door to allow Snatchy for a very fast timing. It's very effective if you have a CT playing main position. You can often get a timing to catch him off guard. And that can be a quick ult pick, but not this time. Snatchy's first attempt is being foiled, and you'll have to figure out something else. But that is a beautiful catch from Twanu. Spots the head, and very dead for Mihu. Forward position there for Pasha, all the way out towards Squeaky. Looking for anyone on top of the hut or in the rafters. And there you go. Finally, Snatchy catches an opening with that AWP. Now just has to find the next player. Oh, misses the shot. Shotgun gets one.
2v3 is the situation for Versus Pro. For the Poles, the land of Guamki. The door is open and both players are dead. They've got a plant, they've got some bonus money, but they did not last long on the B bomb site. Versus Pro. 3 players survive for LDLC. And maybe there's an AK to collect somewhere. There we go. 2 AKs and an AWP have been rescued. And LDLC are in a strong position once again. Now let's see, Versus Pro. This may be a light round for them. They don't have much money, so it will be the hero AK. They're not shy of heroes on Versus Pro. Rest in peace, Stanley. Duvek having to give up an angle, but not quite position. Alex holding down the outside area. Now Versus Pro still have Morels on the AK-47. He's taken some damage, but he's the only man with Kevlar. So I'm sure he will continue. I wonder how old Pasha's baby is now.
Must be at least 2 or 3, surely, at this point. been around for a while. Maybe not old enough to play Counter-Strike just yet, though.
There goes Alex on the outside. So perhaps there's still something to be done, although as I say that the AK is being lost, Snatchy will pick it up. The aim punch isn't what it once was, but it's still a problem to deal with. And again, Snatchy with no Kevlar. Won't take too many bullets to put him to sleep. Big pop flash, but they won't overextend. They have the advantages, they have the bomb, they have position. And he will be sent into the earth, head first. And actually 5-2 for LDLC. And the money still sucks for Virtus.pro, even in this situation. The Hero AK may be just trying to keep the money honest for LDLC. But, I mean, look how light on grenades they are. They don't even really have, they don't have a HE. So you can't even see the standard fast play into A from Virtus.pro where they blast squeaky door because they can't really afford even high explosive.
Well, now it's time for 20 once again. On the outside with the AWP, there'll be a couple T's out there looking to push forward. Snatchy readying a smoke grenade soon enough. You can see there's the lineup. Or will there be a lineup? So perhaps an upper attack here could be in the works for Virtus.pro. It's quite fun that we're seeing Amanek playing ramp with the shotgun. Typically you see it in the upper bomb site. Pasha spamming behind the smoke to see if he could catch something, but unsuccessful. And time is just being burnt here whilst these smokes are up. Finally, the smokes will be tossed outside for the T side. Deep Molotov as well into the secret position. I really like that, just to make sure that the CTs can't confirm whether or not the T's are behind that smoke or not outside. And there goes the upper attack. So nice fake here from Virtus.pro as they try to get the frags going their way. But Alex coming in from the side. Just everyone performing here on the defense for LDLC. Just Neo and Morels left in the 2 versus 3. And they will go down one by one. Neo trying to hold them off there with that Molotov. Nice headshot. Next player spotted there. Amanek with that shotgun. And it will be the AWP to do the finishing damage. 6-2 for LDLC.
Glorious, marvelous. I had a coffee with oat milk in it yesterday.
I like oat milk. It's nice.
I don't know that I've had it before. But it's better than almond milk in a coffee. That's for sure. I don't know why I'm talking about milk right now. It just came to my head. But it is an eco round after all. And again, we have the Hero AK from Virtus.pro. On this occasion, it's going to be Neo. So he'll take the sacrifice for the squad. Twanu sees nothing through the smoke as some of the Virtus.pro players make their way down towards Secret. So that will surely cause a rotation. In fact, Everduve and Alex are both in the low ground, as is Morels. Again, the only person with Kevlar in this round for this Virtus.pro side is Neo with the AK-47. Snatchy has a smoke grenade. Beyond that, there are no more grenades for Virtus.pro. And again, if you can, you want the players with pistols to stay alive, to pick up weapons and so on once Neo picks up an entry here or there. They were contained in this position by a smoke earlier on. They're maybe looking for LDLC to make an overextension, but LDLC are pretty patient, not moving around too much, confident in their positions, and they will wait for Virtus.pro to make their move.
Alex. It's a very good spot. You have to be very precise, though. Love seeing Forrest play these positions, and the flick comes in, but Neo's faster. Bomb will make its way forward. So good use of the singular AK there. And it will multiply into 2 rifles now. And now here comes the CT's shotgun. Can it get any close range engagements? Very chunky damage there. Onto the close man Mihu, but the trade is in. And Neo, oh, he's doing so much damage this round. 4K from Neo. He had the responsibility of the single AK, the one rifle on the team, and he made it count for Virtus.pro. Very well done.
That is more than you could ask for. Again, I think it was a question of damage, but he did a hell of a lot more than that. A hell of a lot more. Look at the buy from LDLC. Auto shotgun, the Mag 7. Did Virtus.pro release their new... Didn't they tease a new like redesign or something like that? I don't know if that has come about yet. But anyway, Logan's Mag 7 has not quite done the trick, leaving Pasha with 14 HP. Mag 7 is a cruel mistress. Sometimes you get surprisingly long-range kills. Sometimes you miss completely. It is regarded as one of the worst shotguns ever made. Oh dear. Oh, it gets there in the end. 25 bullets, no less. After missing so many, still get 2 kills is quite something. Leaves Mihu in the red as well. And look at these players. Mihu and Pasha have a combined 25 HP.
Quick mass. Oh, okay, is it me now? Well, doesn't matter if you have an AWP, because it's 1 bullet and dead. Unless it's select. But they've got a ways to go, and as you say, just any tagging here will be their downfall. Long ranges, though, could work out, but no. He will be out of the picture. That's the AWP gone, and now, without the AWP, you really think the chances start to diminish rapidly. Just peeking the angle repeatedly there. Spots Pasha trying to run through. I think he even took some damage there through the side of the container. If he gets a bomb plant here, that would be amazing work. He does. Beautiful from Pasha. Has the AWP as well. This becomes maybe winnable depending on how they go for the trade here. And there it is. Shotgun comes out.
Make sure he's extra dead. Kill him until he's dead, Dan. That's my policy.
Yes. And the bomb will be defused. LDLC 7-3. And another reset. This has been a trend. Couple rounds by LDLC. Bomb down. Round 1 by VP. The reset comes in. Rinse and repeat.
They just keep coming back. LDLC, they just keep coming back. You cannot keep them down. You cannot keep a good French team down. And finally, there's a good French team.
I'm sad that we're not seeing more AUG from LDLC. I think that it's so awesome. On this map, we saw Rez absolutely ruining LDLC with it. Oh dear, 2 smokes in the same place. That's not a good sign from Virtus Pro, is it? Because it also means there's a huge gap. So there's a miscommunication there as to who should be throwing which smoke. As both players have, well, 2 players have thrown the fast smoke. Oh, the damage is incredible. Alex has just murdered 3 players. And now it's just Neo. He's been having a pretty decent game here, but he's the only one. And he will be taken down. 8-3. And an eco is in for VP. As we get closer now to the end of the first half, and LDLC are looking very strong. I imagine we'll be taking a peek at the leaderboard after these 2, well, after the conclusion of this match. And we'll see whether or not LDLC have recovered from their losses against NIP just previous.
Ooh!
Oh.
Snatchy! Looking for round number 4 versus Pro, and again, we saw a wild round from them where Neo had a hero AK. This is even more wild. He's got an upgrade, Neo. What is going on? Again, none of these players, remaining players at least, have Kevlar. So this can quickly advance. I think there may have been a sound cue there, but Armanek will stay the close quarters. Just a 1 shot required when these players are naked. Nothing to protect them from the elements. And the elements are LDLC. The bomb's being planted on the B-bomb site. Pasha still moving with a Glock. Both these players, so maybe Morels will find something to pick up a scout. Maybe not the best help. Most ideal situation for all these close quarters angles. Logan trying to pick the right time to go down the vent. Down he goes, spots Pasha. Pasha dead. Morels is there. God, does he go for the headshot? What does he even do? What is his choice? In the smoke now, almost hitting the mark. Logan with a 3K. The round has been rescued by LDLC. And they move to 3 times the score of Virtus Pro.
It's pretty close though without the kit. Another couple seconds and that would be exploding everywhere. 9-3 indeed. And VP, they were close. They did a bunch of damage, but still a good economy there for LDLC nonetheless. And Virtus Pro, we needing to find some consistent success here. They can at best get another 3 rounds on this half. Okay, did they mess up the smokes this time? No. Okay, good. Much better. No gap. And there's no CTs in the close position, but 20 with the AWP posted up on the stairs. That's going to be a very difficult challenge for Virtus Pro, and quite the surprise. Only 1 player down there, though. And that's, if they now slow down the pace, that's a great way to catch someone playing aggressively. Just pushing up Secret as a CT is a really nice way to get info as to what's happening. And with one player lurking down there in Morels, waiting for that push, it could be a way you can open up the map, but that's not the case here. LDLC just holding position, waiting for the next move, and here it comes. Orb, shotgun, or does more damage. It's going to be the Orb here in this case. Shotgun falls back towards Rab as we see the split happening, but Twanu's going to cut off one of the heads of the push. Now there's just one left, and it's on Ramp.
Ought to be standing in the flames against what is expected to get the kill. Gets away with 60 HP as well. It's pretty good, all things considered. 3v5 for Virtus Pro. Off angles being held towards the ramp. Surely Pasha, well, he won't even get a chance, will he? The double doors, Twanu ready and waiting. Bomb moving towards the A site, but we've got more off angles to deal with, although I'm sure Logan will be looking towards Squeaky instead. He gets taken care of by Snatchy. And now, can they do a 2 versus 5? As we've seen from LDLC on the previous map at the very least. Molotov down the vent. 3 kits on the 4 players. Neo being proactive. Armanek expectant. I don't know where one of the 2 players is. Continues to try and entertain. But where are the other 3?
Well, they're gone. All gone now. 10 rounds for LDLC as they look pretty undisturbed, unperturbed against the likes of Virtus Pro. The full buy for both teams. Twanu having a great game. We're seeing his sniping come out on top repeatedly, especially towards the outside. It's been very effective. And I really liked seeing the AWP on the stairs as well on the lower bomb side. That was also quite effective towards control room. And quick smokes here from Virtus Pro. A little flash up in the air there by Morels as they are slowed by the Molotov. Back there, spraying for dear life. Need to catch Pasha, so they've really caught on to some of these squeaky plays. That's a free one, going the way of LDLC.
Snatchy, Morels and Neo. Again in a less than ideal situation. Armanek in control. I like the changes that were made around this area towards those double doors, just the extra corners and so on. Make it a bit more challenging, more room for play. But they're almost lining up for him. And indeed, he will get 2 from 2, leaving Neo alone in a 1 versus 5, and he won't get any kills from that. It's looking like another 11-4 half in favor of LDLC. Likely even better than that, because the money for Virtus Pro is arse in this round.
Yeah, they've really turned it around. When they were playing against NIP, it was such a different story. And here we can see that Armanek, for example, in the last round, he's playing really well. Individually, these guys are great, and Twanu's having a good game. They just have more space to work with. NIP are a much more imposing team because they're so strong individually. And here goes that push from Virtus Pro straight through the door. They want this, but in comes Alex just spraying him down, and just Neo left now with the UMP bomb down on the ground as he tries to survive, but he'll get taken out by Alex in the end. 12-3 will be the scoreline at the end of the first half, as you suggested, and now Virtus Pro on the ropes. And the ropes are, they're frayed, they're old, they're rotten.
Seen those bridges in China, where like some kids go to school walking around a mountain or from one mountain to another or something on those rope bridges. I've seen some videos on YouTube where the ropes get replaced from time to time and so on. A noble life. Virtus Pro very much in need of winning another pistol round. Again, that was the road to recovery in the second half of the previous match, and it will need to be here as the situation is even more dire. 3 rounds instead of the 4. And numbers game being abused by LDLC. The initial players jumping, taking the crosshair away for easy trade frags, worst case scenario, but there will be no trade. 5 versus 4 for them. Space created on the B bomb side. There's a flank though. Virtus Pro starting to come back with some frags from Pasha and Morels. Alex has position on the ramp, and now we're in a 2 versus 2.
Alex and Devadivek. Oh, that's beautiful. Just Morels left. The bomb is still down. Of course, they can now have the space to collect it. You can see that Morels has picked it up. Morels? Sorry, no. Devadivek. Morels is a CT. Morels will take position above the bomb site, but there's time to rotate back out with that bomb if they want. Morels, though, dealt with by Devaduvek, and that would be a very nice pistol won by LDLC. Got a bit ropey in the end, and ultimately will be finished off 13 to 3, and with all the money in the world, LDLC, you could expect them to be able to pick this one up. Virtus Pro, they need to save for that next round buy, that third round buy. Double Mag 10, I really like to see that. And they can pretty much do whatever they want here, rush anything, just as long as they're moving together and they can trade out together, they will not really have a problem here. Smokes outside. Sending one player down, 20.
And very quickly down he goes. Taking out Snatchy. One player was heard in the garage. I think Alex may have spotted some feet. Only 2 players remain, and this looks like a quick one for LDLC. 14 to 3.
I like that round from LDLC because they throw those smokes outside. They sent Amanek, I think it was, running down with the Mag 10. So the cool thing about that is that not only, he's probably going to win a 1v1 in a round like that. It's very likely with a Mag 10. So even if he dies, you're in a spot where you've threatened outside and the secret so heavily that if there's a guy in garage, he might actually walk out into the open. So that's exactly what we saw happen. You drop those smokes, someone walks out into the open, Amanek gets a kill, you're in a 5v3. That's a really nice way to do it.
Very good Molotov from Neo, but he's running out of bullets very, very quickly indeed. Got to fall back to reload. Morales can keep an eye on things for the time being. Such a long road back for Virtus Pro, but the opening frag and both bomb sites held is a good way to start in this round, round number 18.
Mihu used the distraction though, as he pressured Squeaky to push into Trophy Room. So he's dangerous on the flank, but it doesn't matter if they just get all these kills. Mihu's still very far forward, but only now just pushing, and even though Devaduvik expects it, he'll still go down. So this works out. Mihu he placed himself in position to capitalize there and to trade out. So this is a positive situation for the Polish side. 3 versus 2 for them now. Can they finish it off though? That's another thing entirely. Is there an AK anywhere for Logan? Doesn't look like it. Oh, well, that's nice. They're going to line up.
Line them up.
14 to 4, or 4 to 14, I should say, as VP increased their score by 1. But it's still 10 rounds away. It's a hard life.
It is LDLC coming back with the guns. Some of them big, some of them less big. The AWP onto Twanu. See where he chooses to take it. Timely grenade outside. Will do some light damage to Alex. He'll wait for anything further from the CTs. Slowly creeping. Maybe heard by the player in main. Maybe not. Morale's even more elevated. More awkward angle for T's to deal with should they push into the A bomb site. Got players creeping around main. They're lining up for Alex. He knows one player is trapped in a secret position, but that player will just about escape. I think that was Snatchy moving into the lower ground area. And now we've got numbers towards ramp position. Mihu needs to continue to fall back. He's outstayed his welcome. Maybe not quite sure what he should do. Normally you would see a CT side successfully fall back from that position into the B bomb site. He has been unable to do so, but LDLC are rotating into the arms of Neo. The trade isn't there from Twanu, and now the bomb's been lost. And Armanek is on his own. Down he goes, takes out Morels. Neo's picks up an AWP in the meantime. Morels ahead of the smoke that Neo just dropped. Sorry, it's Snatchy. And now he's behind it. So Armanek can, well, I think he has to wait out this smoke grenade. There won't be much time left. Snatchy watching Squeaky, Neo watching the Hearts. There goes Snatchy very quickly indeed. The bomb inside main, 15 seconds. Now, if he collects it sooner, he could try and rotate towards B, but options will all be taken away. Neo holding the angle. Only one man surviving, but it has put LDLC into eco territory.
They have indeed, but they're on the T side, so there is a way for them to do something on this round. You can always find a way. They don't decide to really spend too much, which obviously makes sense. They have a full buy in the next round. $2,400 will be awarded them as the third loss bonus. But the question is how they get damage here. They're looking to challenge ramp, and it's headshot position for Mihu, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to get shot in the face, and they'll drop into his M4, but they're going to be able to get the kill at least onto Mihu, so they can pick that one up. And Amalek will go down, as will Devaduvek. And that's it, 6-14. It's the third round in a row for VP, but the buy comes in once again for LDLC, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get a more successful round going here. The French, that is. Good chunk of utility to follow up with those AKs. And it's going to be also a question of whether they want to go fast or slow against VP. Looking pretty fast at the moment towards that upper bomb site. Speaking of which, Morels charges through hard. He's going to get absolutely wrecked as well. And 3 players dead immediately, just like that.
Oh dear. Well, seems the raid won't be so long after all. What do you do if you're Snatchy? What choice is there, really? Well, Neo's got 4,400 in the bank. Morels will have a okay buy. Pasha and Mihu, well, I guess Snatchy can drop if he manages to survive. So we'll see what can be done. Wonder what the implications of this match are for LDLC.
Yeah, it's we'll see the scoreboard afterwards, so we'll get to see it, visualize it. Visual confirmation will be achieved. One more round for LDLC to shut this down, and looking like they're good for it. They did run the last round with a rush though, and obviously you can't just rush every round. It's easy, very easy to defend if there's no element of surprise. Smoke's going outside. Very good catch from Twanu. He's been really good at those shots. He's catching the elbow there of his opponent. Mihu there with a push through the trophy room, through a radio into lobby. Eventually gets traded out though. 4 versus 3 for LDLC.
Everything goes quiet. Neo with the UMP. More health than Devaduvek. Can't find a headshot. 3v3. Here's the glass broken. We see Astralis, they have a player at Squeaky open a door. At the same time, they have a player lower open a door to conceal the opening of the door on B bomb site, which is funky. No such play needed, though, for LDLC, who have position. They have a man advantage. And now it gets even better. Morels versus France. So far, so good for Morels. 2 more to find. He doesn't have a defuse kit. I'm not sure if there is one in the vicinity nearby. One in a relevant position. Opens the door. Knows where one person is, but he'll get taken out by the second. 16-6, a solid victory on Nuke for LDLC. And again, much needed points in the bag once more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Really nice to see that they had so much success here, and it does make you think that after watching their game against NIP that it's just that stylistic matchup. NIP just made them look a lot worse, and I think NIP are a really good counter to some teams specifically. They just seem to be very strong in certain matchups, and well, VP, they've been having a lot of issues here or there, and we can see glimpses of success.
Oh my god.
We can see glimpses of success.
What are you doing?
So often, but it's not to be here against LDLC, and we can see this was quite a quick one.
Yeah. Again, solid points on the board for LDLC, and we can see the statistics. 2,600 damage for Alex, a great game for him, and he's been a standout for LDLC in the last few weeks. 24 for 12, great stuff from him. I'm not sure if we're going to see the leaderboard or not, see how things are doing for LDLC now. Interesting, they've lost 8 games, and the 3 teams above them have lost 7 games, but they've still got 2 games to play. Someone's probably going to lose a match, so it's really in the open as to who's going to close out the land spots. We'll have to see in the games to come.
that you don't say, just want it honest. Tell me all the things that you don't say, just you get honest. No, 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 I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it. You said I holler, not see you later. That's when I felt those vibes, I knew it. Just let me speechless, because we always agreed that we just power through it. I'm getting goosebumps, not in that good way, but like we're getting deep into it. A mind inside those deep dark eyes, where it lies, where I know the truth is. Come clean like I already told you, already told you. Don't act like I don't even know you, don't even know you. Tell me all the things that you don't say, just want it honest. Tell me all the things that you don't say, that you get honest. No, 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 I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it. Let's take a moment, double back on everything that we made. Conquer villages to kingdoms, all the dragons we've slayed. Could you have done it all without me loving on you? Do you know the walls so quickly crumble, you can't perform your show? Yeah. Can you believe we were in love before? Together but alone we fall. It's miserable, but I gotta give you one last go. Tell me all the things that you don't say, just want it honest. Tell me all the things that you don't say, that you get honest. No, 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 I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it. Oh, stories untold, I wonder what could have been. But now you'll never find hearts in mine, kick you right up off my coin. Wasted time, damn you fine, like you want to leave you back. Come clean like I already told you, already told you. Don't act like I don't even know you, don't even know you. Tell me all the things that you don't say, just want it honest. Tell me all the things that you don't say, that you get honest. That you get honest. No, 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 I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it. Tell me all those things that you don't say, just want it honest. Tell me all the things that you don't say, best you get on this. No, 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 I ain't gon' get down about it. I'm a lifetime soldier, already told ya, don't you ever doubt it.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Here I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. strangers in the night with open arms. I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You'd rather danger.
Inferno. NIP and Fnatic, the Swedish derby on Inferno. Can you imagine a more classic matchup in Counter-Strike? Global offensive? No, you cannot. Let me just answer that for you. We got NIP starting off on the CT side, and we can quickly see with our X-ray, because we turn the hacks on when we're spectating. You can see the movement up banana there for Fnatic as they take control of that. So it's a good spot to work from. They got 2 smokes and a flash.
Ooh, the Dragon Tattoo. One of the oldest Glock skins in the game. I still have mine, but I can't bring myself to not use the Glock fade. The Dragon Tattoo. The JW with the Dragon Tattoo. The chirp of birds around Inferno tells a lovely story, but the story of violence will follow. Exists in Broland with smoke grenades creeping in to a flanking position. Problem is, NIP will still have a humongous range advantage. And they've got 3 people at the back of the B bomb site. So if they see these players in CT, it's going to be target practice, although Rez will get shot in the head straight away. Now they need to converge and use their numbers advantage because Rez is just popping them like grapes one by one. The rest not showing just yet. Now they explode these NIP players on the site. The trades are there, and so is the round for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, it's a great start for the Ninjas in the Pajim Jams. Do you ever call them Jim Jams?
I didn't. No.
Do you have pajamas? Have you ever worn pajamas, James?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I remember once I had a sleepover at my place.
How old were you?
When I was a teenager.
Okay.
I was young. And I had, and I was poor as well. And I had, like, there were 3 girls, 2 dudes. And I was like, yeah, let me get all sexy. And I wore my Jurassic Park boxer shorts because they were the only boxer shorts I had and everything else was Y-front. And my mum picked me up by my boxer shorts and beat the crap out of me. I was trying to get all sexy and I got annihilated. My Jurassic Park boxer shorts. Oh yeah.
Well, anyway, someone needs to segue.
That's the definition of poverty right there.
Yeah.
Wearing Jurassic Park boxer shorts and getting beats by your mum when there are 3 girls staying at your house.
Anyway, T0 for NIP.
I was hanging in the air by my boxer shorts.
She must have been strong.
Strong African lady.
Okay, we've got the AKs out for Fnatic. Full nades pretty much as well. Dennis Edman.
Why did Jurassic Park make boxer shorts?
Dude, it's a really popular movie. Of course they're going to make as much merchandise as possible. Kids love dinosaurs, James.
I don't know why I had those. I don't know how they became a part of my wardrobe. But you know, I had to represent. Anyway, JW gets bell rung top mid through the smoke. Rez holding on to the banana position. Lekro taken down, trying to... He made a gamble play to try and put the numbers back in their favor. Didn't work out. Fair enough. Many inspections going on around the map. Inspections of rifles, inspections of butterfly knives.
Thug Life sticker.
I like a thug. I've actually stockpiled Thug Life stickers. You know, I'm all about that.
That
So
doesn't surprise me somehow.
I have about 20 in my inventory.
Trade there from Exist. Not quick enough. Or trade attempt, I should say. And there's a smoke. So you thought things were bad. Now Dennis is flanking as well. Got the Dejin. Oh no, someone else with the Dejin. Stat track. Famous. Flash through the smoke, not much else to do. Rez in the elevated position, good for 1. And there's White Peak coming in, and Broland's trying to find himself the next one. But of course, Rez just has to hide at this point, so that Broland's just locked on his position, and there's an easy flank kill from Dennis. And 4 players will survive. AK's multiplying on the CT side, and that's always really... Like, it feels really good when you're on that CT side and you've got a bunch of AKs. Obviously, when you have it on in the hands of Lekro, Forest, Dennis, you know, that's definitely not a good sign for you when you're playing against that. And we'll get the... we still see Tech 9s pretty commonly on the T sides. I'm still not a believer myself, but in the professional matches we do see it still often enough. ECS has a Tech 9.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
I still think the CZ is just better.
Yeah.
In every spot, really. But either way, we're going to see Fnatic looking for frags, and they've got a couple bits of utility to scrap together to try to create space on the map. Get out the way. Get out the way.
Pistols to try and do as much damage as possible. Kevlar here and there for Fnatic. And there is Banana taken by Ninjas in Pyjamas at the minute mark. But the T's are making their way through. NIP have the ground to fall back. There's a counter flash from the counter terrorists. And they could pick up some pistols as well. Deagle collected by Get Right. And 4-0 for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Get Right's been having a good week so far. I think it's reasonable to say.
I always wondered if Ninjas in Pyjamas was inspired by Bananas in Pyjamas. Do you remember that TV show? Bananas in Pyjamas?
It was a TV... I don't really recall. I remember the song, but no. I didn't know it was a TV show. You have nothing to add to that. Well then, Fnatic avoid any initial grenades. And slowly, ever so slowly, they start to walk up Banana. Things speed up with a flashbang. That's a well-placed HE grenade doing good damage. You can get a lot of mileage out of those grenades, even if they do 15 damage, because then those M4s become AKs. If they hit you in the head, you're dead. Some harassment from Fnatic, from Twist, top of Banana. Still most of the forces concentrated around top mid and apartments, as they have information to deny for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And the waiting game only works for so long, and that's why the AWP can be awkward. Because, I mean, JW is one of the better AWPers offensively on Inferno, but it's still difficult. Until you get a post plant with the AWP, it's very difficult to use. And 30 seconds to go, and they have to try to wrap this A-bomb side. Rotation starts to move in from the likes of Get Right on Speedway, and also Rez from B. That crew will get one. Now Dennis, if he needs to get a couple frags here. Get Right, can he create some distraction? Yes, he can. They are worried about that flank slightly, but still, quick flick comes in, removes the head of Dennis, and the bomb will be planted in the nick of time. And we'll see now if Rez and Get Right from B can do much, but no, it looks like they'll get denied, and quick incendiary to at least get one kill there, perhaps. Force Brolin out of his position. But there's some covering fire, so Get Right can't do that. And Fnatic win with a classic arch trap. It's quite a late strat, but it did work out really well.
Well, there we go. First round on the board for Fnatic. Spamming the Q button is Crims. With a bit of F as well. It's Butterfly Knife Bonanza. Right then, Lekra having a look down the middle position. Is he going to go all the way? Apparently not. Well then, let's see how things continue. Molotov just as the T start to move in, and they've got to move straight back out again. With a pop flash as well, that cost them some of their utility, and that's left exists in the red. Perfect timing from Ninjas in Pyjamas in that regard. Perfect timing.
So late banana take perhaps from Fnatic. One option for them. As the deep smoke is now dissipated, they do have to worry about logs. You can see that forces exist to use the Molotov there. I say force, it's not force necessarily, but if you don't want to take a risk, then you use that $400 and a nice peek coming in from Get Right. It's worked out. Now he knows the trade frag was coming. He continued to spray. Really well done by Get Right. We've seen a great performance from him today so far earlier against LDLC, and he will continue in like fashion here against Fnatic. And Crow will find the back of Crims, and all of a sudden, Fnatic look like they're about to be reset, James.
Exist and Brolan left. Exist with 8 HP. 108 HP across 2 players. Lovely pop flash into the site, very important, but Lekro avoids all of it, and Forest is there for the second frag. 4-player survive for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and indeed, that is the big grey button on the Super Nintendo. And you've gone around to your friend's house, you've beaten him at his own game, gets angry, turns it off and says, we're going out. That is the situation. The resets. Delete the game save. There is no game save. I still remember the smoke grenade that would be thrown from CT spawn down to the bottom of Banana.
Yeah.
On the old Inferno.
I remember that one too. I actually knew that one. It's like a big run up on that.
It was a fun one to throw. I think because of the big run up and the distance, it was quite satisfying. But it's gone now.
Yeah, it was way too. It was very overpowered. Exist. There you go. There's that Tech 9. Lekro will take down JW of the Hell Slayers. Reputable Counter-Strike club.
JW heading towards 007. Everybody likes that statistic.
Get right. Garrett's been beasting today. He's 11-2 right now. So it's unusual. I mean, he's definitely been the least consistent performer for NIP of late. I think for quite a long time, honestly. But today he really looks a little bit different. He's got a bit of pep to his step, James.
Pep. Like Pepto-Bismol.
I don't know.
Back on the buy, both sides. 5 AKs for Fnatic. Trying to move up Banana, but they are subject to the superior utility of Ninjas in Pyjamas. Now we're in a 4 versus 4. Lekro continues with the AWP. Now he starts to rotate the threat to the other side of the map, where Fnatic will be headed for the time being. 2 smokes down on Banana. So try and concentrate the resources elsewhere. Forest, he may have just exposed his shoulder. Crims continues to go for, spots the player by the library area, but he's traded by Forest. Twist now, he's gone beyond the smoke as a teammate tried to previously, but he will not be successful, just like his teammate previously. Bombs planted, 2 versus 2.
That resmoke on Moto or Little Pit or whatever you call it is really problematic. Can't really push this. Forward smoke though will cut off positioning on Pit, and JW just sits in that smoke. It's pretty scary. Rez has no idea that he's right there. Now he sees him. Ooh, he takes him down as well. And now it's just down to Brolan, and there's a smoke which will half obscure his position towards Library. Still finds the frag though, the continuation spray. But Lekro, he's got the AWP, can't quite find the frag. The last bullet does it for Brolan, and he picks up the AWP. But Fnatic win the round with only one player surviving, so they are in a very fragile position after that.
That was awkward for JW. I don't know if he had the mouse wheel bug because he pulled out a grenade in the middle of a duel. But I don't know if he could see anyway, to be honest, the way the smokes work. 2 rounds for Fnatic. 2 UMPs on Crims and Exist. So despite winning the round, it looks like Ninjas in Pyjamas have the better buy. The Deagle doing damage, but there's the first frag. Rez trying to follow up with a bonus grenade, and he gets 2 frags out of it. Get right, creeping for support, but Rez will get the 3rd kill as well. Not the start you wanted. You really can't afford to be reset again, Fnatic. And Rez collects AWP out of that, just what he needs when he starts with a pistol, and he's half health. Crim's on fire. Now there is a flashbang from a teammate, and he's given his team a chance to win the round.
Yeah, good smoke on CT. Has to avoid the spray. This can be difficult. Oh, he jumps up on the top of first oranges, picks up Lekro, and all of a sudden Crims has made it very, very winnable. In fact, an advantage with that AWP post plant is always a good one, but you can see he's going to go into an unexpected spot. You would definitely think that this AWP would be at the back of the bomb site. The nades will fly in there, but Crims is not in that very commonly used position. So maybe this is the play. He's got a crossfire, well, not anymore with Brolan as that smoke goes down and pops. Brolan is forced forwards because of that. As more nades come in. How many nades do they even have? That's the very last one. Now they have to push in with this, and Crims misses the shot. Can he make it work? Oh dear, this is, oh no, oh, it's awkward. Is there time? It's very close. It looks like Forest will have it.
That's got to be really annoying for Fnatic, especially because Ninjas in Pyjamas didn't throw the smoke properly in the first place. There is a bench around that area near the entrance to construction, which is a common place where you throw the retake smoke from to Banana. Team Liquid throw it very commonly. You can see Taco throwing it on demos and so on. That's where I learned it. And it's consistent, so that's something that NIP need to pick up. But they will be successful in the round anyway. And Fnatic have been reset once again. Worst case scenario, as we may see a dominant half from Ninjas in Pyjamas at this rate. Only Kevlar for Crims in the 4 versus 5 for Fnatic. Flames all over Banana. But Broland's picked himself up a French gun.
Forrest dropping down into the pit. He's one of the most iconic pit players in the business, but this round will not be his. As he'll get taken down, and they can't hit the shots as the cross is made. And NIP have to well, they really need to think about saving here now. They've got the AWP to protect, and at this point, I mean, they're going to be reset. They can't afford to fall by next round, so you need 2 rifles at least. Obviously, one of those is an SMG, but with that AWP on Lekro's hands, you know, maybe you can give it to somebody who has the best spawn on this team. You know, Lekro can AWP, Rez can AWP, Dennis can AWP, Forrest can AWP, so you might be able to get a good timing for a pick somewhere, and that could be the start of something. But this is a good start for Fnatic back into this one. They still have the ability to, of course, have a very respectable scoreline in this first half as they pick up their 3rd round. Still many rounds to go, 5 more left in this one. And where does the AWP go? Does it stay on Lekro? Obviously someone else would have to buy Kevlar, so it's perhaps between him and Rez. And Lekro will keep it. Oh, actually, okay, here we go. The force buy comes in. All right. This will be interesting. Lekro does have a good spawn into mid.
Flames around Banana. Get right, will hold on to the top, but the bottom has 2 more Fnatic players who start to move up. Could be a 3rd incoming. Dennis moving into the B bomb site. Drop from Get Right. Not sure if Fnatic can figure out. It looks like they can figure out where that came from. But Get Right's fallen off already. There is the boost, but he is long gone. 4v4. 2 CZs for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They have another smoke grenade which has just been deployed. Not sure if it's gone in the right place. So maybe Fnatic will be held off for a time, but they are much better equipped than NIP.
Quick smoke there. And more harassment. Investing every single player into B is Fnatic, but can't say the same for NIP. They've only got Get Right and Dennis there, a UMP and a CZ. It's not really the best in the world. The monsters will miss their positions though, so there maybe is a chance for them to get some damage in, but they need a rotation to come in from Lekro with the AWP. Oh, the lineup there, UMP could have been big. There it is, Dennis with 2 on that CZ, now just down to JW. A 2 versus 1 for NIP on the retake. So they've absolutely done enough here. Have Get Right and Lekro, or rather Dennis and Get Right, I should say, with 2 kills apiece. JW just goes to the raw face there. The AWP in the hands of Lekro poses quite the threat in such a position. Such a choice for JW could be deadly. As Forrest creeps through the construction, JW with the close-off angle. Doesn't want to peek into the open, wants them to peek into him at this point. And that will be the case, but Forrest is too quick. Upgrade for him, the AK in hand, and the defuse comes in. Very tough round for NIP to win, but they somehow managed to make it work. 2 kills from both Get Right and Dennis in 1st and 2nd oranges. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. They clawed that one from the hands of defeat. Bunched up together. 180s. Too many things to cover, it seems, for Fnatic on that push. But they got the plant. They have the AKs. They've got a fair amount of utility. So it looks like they may be good to go. How will they deal with the AWP of Lekro, though? 8-4-3 at present is Lekro. He's been comfortable with AWP so far. But we have to see how that will continue. Again, Forrest has picked it up on occasion. on most occasions, I think it's fair to say, for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I think somebody wrote an article recently about the death of the dedicated sniper. The hybrid players are becoming more and more common. Haven't read it quite yet. And out come the T players through the smoke. Now, they may realize that they probably got blocked a little bit and Forest will get taken out. The pit is with Fnatic. This site is with Fnatic. Get right and Electro around that arch position. And I think Dennis is making a play into apartment. So the post plant could be difficult here for Fnatic.
Angle onto Absol from JW, and this is just a shutout now. Surely there's 4 players in position. There is limited grenades here for the CTs. With that frag, it really should seal the deal. Rez will still try to push the issue though. The incendiary will clear out one corner of the bomb sites, and you can see information has been found on the positioning of Crims, but they will be backing into Crims, sorry, as it was actually exists on the bomb site. And we'll see NIP having to save the AWP. So another good response here from Fnatic. This time they actually make it work, but really I suppose the pressure was on Forest to make his play work. He went for a big gamble, and had he been successful with his play, it would likely have led NIP to a round victory, but it's one of those spots that's very difficult, and it will be the 4th round for Fnatic. Now previously when we had a situation like this in a 4-buy from NIP, it came down to Get Right and Dennis getting 4 kills on the B bomb site with a CZ and the UMP. We can't expect that to be the case, and this time they won't force buy. Rez will get a taser though. That's nice.
Nice.
Oh, he's going deep. Oh, he even had the adjustment there. Oh, the miss. It's all gone wrong, James.
It has gone terribly wrong, and this is the window for Fnatic to climb through and take all the belongings of NIP and get themselves back into this half. We'll see if they can rescue the AWP. Both players are surrounding it, and JW knows that that is the only thing of value for Ninjas in Pyjamas at this point. So he will try to keep an eye on the proceedings, and Brolan will come to help him as well. There's one player taken out, and now Dennis knows he's alive for now. See what he's able to do. Very limited in where he can run, actually. So he should take it to his opponent, but he won't last very long. 8-5. Oh, the BM twist. It's like, yeah, I'm not joining your team ever.
So come back from Fnatic. Still possible 2 rounds for them to get in the first half.
Oh, he's looking for the rare inspection twist. Very rare inspection. Pouch and knives are awesome. You heard it here first.
JW fast timing for that peek onto Banana. Sees nothing. Keep going. And Get Right's position is strong. It's a really powerful position. Existence loves that spot. Oh dear. Well, Get Right was too exposed. Now that's a mistake, and that's going to cost them the bomb site and perhaps the round as well. You'd expect NIP to save now. They do not have the grenades to retake this, and their economy is so battered that they may as well save what they have for the last round. So Fnatic are likely getting to 7 rounds now. I mean, they're doing really well. That's one of those really hard ones to lose, though, because if Get Right's playing that position, you know, typically maybe he gets a kill, or if not, he's going to get a smoke down, and the T's can't attack the bomb site. His teammates can rotate somebody to help him out. And the round can be played, but if he goes down like that, it's just over. That's actually one of those tough spots when you're playing pugs, actually, when like one side of the map on your defense is like significantly weaker than the other, and the other team sort of starts to figure that out, and one guy just bullies that side of the map, and you sit on the one side, just not playing the game, basically.
Yeah, send the bot off. That's the solution. Send for bot off. I was away for 2 days. I played deathmatch yesterday. I can't aim at all. It's hilarious how much it changes. Last round of the first half. That's a nice falchion knife from Monsieur Twist, throwing Molotov towards the top of Banana, deterring Ninjas in Pyjamas from doing what they want to. They've got the smoke up there as well, so that will help them secure things. And it will concede how aggressive a position Ninjas in Pyjamas can take, which will encourage them to go back to the sides. So that is a very early take of Banana for Fnatic, and now they can do their usual shtick towards A lot quicker than one otherwise might. You can slowly see the risk increasing for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Lekro forced back into the arch position and back yet further. So the denial of information has been successful so far for Fnatic.
Push coming in towards the arch side as they want to go for the wrap, but it's being defended well here. There's 4 players ready to respond, and it's frag after frag. Blue all over the place in the kill tracker as NIP find great success in defending this one. Crim's trying to find his way back out. It's almost as though he wants to go back home where everything is peaceful and lovely. But no, 9-6 for NIP, taking the last round as that push onto the A bomb site will fail for Fnatic. And you can see that Rez and Get Right had a really nice half there, doing a lot of damage. Get Right slowed down towards the end of the first half, but at the beginning he was very, very strong. And Fnatic now on that CT side. It's going to be interesting to see what the work will be like here for NIP on this T side, how the calling will go for Lekro as he makes his way forwards. Getting more and more experience as an in-game leader, fresh to the role in this team. And so far, you know, definitely evolving before our eyes over the last months. He's been doing it now. With the pistol, we'll see that he's the one with the smoke and the flash. Exists on the Fnatic side with Kit and HE grenade. And they're playing 2 players on Arch here. I like that because it's a retake setup for B. It can give up the A bombs, and also for A, sorry. Give up the A bomb sites, reinforce B with a fast rotation if it's a B rush. And there's some harassment towards the B bomb sites. Keep those players on B whilst the push comes in towards A.
Jumping past the angle, and the bomb is down. That really makes things awkward and encourages the rotation, which is coming in, but will it come in fast enough? JW cannot get around the corner to safely reload his weapon, but Crims is here, quickly exposing himself to 2 players, almost killing both of them. The bomb's down on the floor again, leaving Twist as the last man standing for Fnatic. There's a quick shot, leaving Get Right top mid. Now Twist doesn't know where he is. Get Right waiting for an overextension or a reload, some kind of sound cue. He's managed to go past while Twist isn't looking. So now the question is, where is Twist? Questions for both players. Does Get Right go towards B? No, he's going to rotate. Plant towards A. Twist will hear the beeps. Get Right going back towards Library. A 1-tap for Twist. And there is round number 7 for Fnatic.
You can see that. So it's actually client side where the bodies land. And for some reason, Twist really is giving it to Get Right. Oh my god.
What is that about?
That's
Must
funny.
be some banter.
Get Right is somebody that does get annoyed by that. Or at least in the past, he expressed that he would get annoyed by that. And you can see that now Twist is even going for the old teabag there as well. So, really trying to disturb Get Right. Have to see if it works. Get Right has been having a strong game so far, so... I've never seen someone go to that length, actually, to try to, like, disrespect another player during a match. It's Twist, you know. It means business. But it is a mental game, as much as it is anything else, so if you can find a way to throw people off, do it. As long as it's legal. And within regulations. It's NIP now with the AKs. Obviously the bomb plant that Get Right was able to get helped enormously in getting these AKs out. And having some nades to work with as well, so... That's going for the pre-fire. They're on towards the CT spawn position. And a rotation comes back towards top mid. Get Right dinked. It's pretty rough. That's the fall back. And what is the plan here now for NIP with these AKs? 2 players have dinked effectively. It's 3 healthy players with the AKs. Back to B, it seems.
40 seconds on the clock. 2 Desert Eagles for Ninjas in Pajamas. Behind the smoke for now. They don't have any more smokes. This needs to be it. This is the retake smoke I was talking about, which lands perfectly. You line it up with a pipe on the wall above the site, above and behind the site. It bounces just like that. That is the clean smoke. The consistent one. Pushing through is Lekro, but this is just running into the Gatling gun. It is the Last Samurai in Ninjas in Pajamas, the Tom Cruise. Of course, the Last Samurai is the white guy. And Rez will just have to hold on to his AK-47. So outmaneuvered with less utility. And now Fnatic are 1 round behind Ninjas in Pajamas, which looks likely for them to achieve because of the existing situation. It's basically a hero AK situation now for Ninjas in Pajamas. They'll get 2,400 for the loss of this round. Lekro's opted to pick up a Desert Eagle. Rez looking for an early engagement. Twist is having a look. Got to be careful though. See Rez charging up the middle position. Forrest having a really hard time jumping onto the balcony. In the meantime, Rez has got the first frag. Nobody else has Kevlar, so we'll probably keep the AK-47, but you want to try and take duels where that can be rescued by a teammate. In the meantime, Get Right's picked up the auto shotgun.
Love it. Not the most common buy on the T side, or common weapon to have on the T side, but we'll see if it can be effective. Crims will find kill towards B, and they're just going to be more confident that the push is coming towards A now. He didn't see anything else behind that, really. The bomb is down towards pit, though, of course, so even if NIP are able to find a way to take top mids, they've got to go back for the bomb, and Dink comes into Brolan, but the setup is good, and they'll be fine. So, 9-9. Hard to say which way this is going to go.
Well, the half only really starts now. So this is the beginning of the indicators in that respect.
Flash to second mids. It's good to just do that quite often because even if your teammate's not peeking with it, it does.
It's a nuisance. It throws them off.
It does allow you, yeah, it does allow a timing that if you do have a teammate that's going to peek there, the T's will be less inclined to be taking position there, perhaps. Get a safer peek for information. So exists there. Crims looking to do some damage. Can't find too much here. And will be the case that Crims will eventually be spotted for fall back. Get tagged up a little bit on his way out. A little presence. A little love tap there from NIP as he makes his way onto second oranges. The early damage exchange has definitely been won by Fnatic. Rez and Forest in the red. Good position there, safe of any Molotovs. Playing the floor is lava.
All right, then, that's a nice entry from Rez with some support by Forest. Molotovs around the site, just above them. Oh, that was so much damage with that spray. But 2 versus 4, you won't know that damage was done. And surely you've got to turn tail and run. Fnatic going to lose. Well, they weren't in the lead, but NIP will retake the lead with these 4 players alive. Now, there is money to weather the first storm for Fnatic, but they can't take too many L's like this. Otherwise, they'll be back in eco, and then NIP have a chance to start to pull away. So they've got to make a difference in the next round, Fnatic, and tie the score once again.
They're just shooting bodies all over the place. The disrespect.
Swedish banter lords.
The chickens are really annoying though, because like if you're like walking in the apartments, and then you got a chicken near you, it's just going to be making so much noise. It's not client-side only, is it?
No, I think he's told that chicken to follow him.
Oh.
Because it's standing right in front of him. It walked in as soon as the spawn began. So yeah, he's definitely made a friend with the chicken.
Fair enough.
I hate those chickens.
What's that?
I hate the chickens.
You hate them?
I hate them.
Why do you? But you.
Because they're annoying.
Oh. Nice to eat though.
Yeah.
Big fan of chicken. Eating it, that is. Eating chicken. Anyway.
Thank you for that explanation, Dan.
Yeah.
That detail was definitely required.
You're so incredibly welcome to this information.
Stop it, Connor.
We're doing a try
that chicken's pissing me off. Just look at someone else.
With a chicken. Let them talk, James.
There should be a slay chicken command.
Slay all the chickens. Turn them off. Turn off the chickens. Well, we get the smoke on Arch and the boost over the top. That's beautiful. Oh, would you look at that? Get absolutely owned. Like Crow. Oh, that's a great boost. Got to respect that. Smoke on CT. Forrest will walk into B, see if he can get something done. But the AWP is still holding position, and so that'll be the end of him. And now NIP have nowhere to go. They got nowhere to go. What do? Do they go Arch? Do they go quad side? I imagine that's for the little pit. The baby pits. Good counter smoke there from the CTs. NIP just have no good options here. Have to force their way into the A bomb site through quads. Jumping up to the bomb site. No way to clear JW. And there it is. That's a great round from Fnatic.
And that's exactly the round they needed. They've put NIP in an awkward position where I wouldn't be surprised to see a force buy. But I would wonder, it would be basically lacking grenades. So I would wonder if they'd have a plan for that. But they will take the better route, play their game with a full buy and just go for the pistols for now. So Fnatic won, thank you Twist. Fnatic won a much needed round. That was very crucial for them in the short term. Long term will depend on the next 2 rounds, but it's getting pretty close now. 20 rounds in, this is round 21. Well-timed smoke from JW, minute 23 on the clock. And Fnatic are not top mid. I wonder if they will be shy to venture up there, although NIP continue their presence. And another smoke down towards Arch. Now, there's no pop flashes for Ninjas in Pyjamas at this point, or grenades of any kind. It's pure numbers game, which Twist will enjoy to start with. Running back towards B bomb site. He's got support from Exist. They're wondering about Banana, but in the meantime, they'll try to put distance between themselves and the swarming NIP players.
The swarm. Ooh. The swarm will do some damage. Lecro with a good headshot, and they'll be pushing forwards there. Oh, hello! Twist sticking a knife into Dennis's side, but Dennis will get the kill. Things looking a bit awkward now. Exist not really getting a clean engagement. Grimster try to follow up, and all of a sudden, the A bomb side is under risk, but we're still with Brolan anchoring the pit position. It's not looking all that likely that they can get into the bomb site for a plant. I have to see if they can make it work, but the bomb is now lost. And Lecro, surely he saw a pixel there. Apparently not. He's going to get shot in the back. Somebody is going to shoot in the back? No. Okay, well, looks like he might even get a plant hit. Brolan is going to have to peek out eventually. There we go. He'll prevent the plant from going down. That could have been a 1 round if he's actually spotted Brolan there in the pit, but he won't. 11-10 now as Fnatic take control of the match. And this is looking really bad for NIP because they've not found any success so far towards this T side. 1 round has been it so far. They've got to change something. They've got to make a change.
Make that change. Lecro only has a CZ to play with for this round, at least at the beginning. I'm sure he'll be scanning for something if one of his teammates falls. Ooh, that flashbang was very timely for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Grim's getting cheeky, and Rez on the logs will take out Exist. He's looking for information. Information he will find. Straight into his eyeballs. And now, this may be a safe situation for Fnatic. They are heading towards the B bomb site as Ninjas in Pyjamas have not taken it just yet. The smoke is down from the CT side. And they will commit everybody towards B. I like this. 3 players left. Just put them all on one site. If they go the other way, then you can hold on for another buy in the future rather than getting picked apart. Dennis and Get Right holding a potential flank through mid and Boiler. So NIP have advantages. They just need to identify which site they should go towards.
All very quiet as they kill some time, maybe expecting for Fnatic to go for an information play. But Fnatic have 2 major options. Either you do that, you split players on either side, or you stack everybody. And that's what they've gone, and that allows you to just play passive, not give any information away. Twist with the first frag, smoked off, can't find the second through the smoke as the T side start to push onto that B bomb site. JW lays down the fire, the trade comes out eventually. Pop flash through the smoke, Brolan goes for the big play, but he's going to be shut down by Forest, leaving Twist alone as he tries to make this work with the orb through the smoke, but it's not really going his way as he lays in shot after shot, only for Get Right to take him down. 11-11 as NIP finally finds some more success on this second half. And they have actually broken the money of Fnatic. Fnatic can drop a couple guns and force buy this. Brolan can drop at least 2. 2 cheap guns. He gets an AWP, he drops an AWP. A twist, and they go for a half buy.
Keep the money together. Playing for the long term. Don't ruin the economy.
It's a good flash. You can tell that Fnatic understand that the money is not in a good place for Fnatic, so they go for a very fast flash. They're playing a really quick anti-eco around here where they go for the art trap. This is a really effective way to do it. This is a standard you'll see a lot of teams do when they expect an eco. And they've actually done very well here because Twist is AWPing towards Banana, so they've completely avoided him. And that's it. Well done, Dennis. Well done, NIP. Good call from Lekro. That's the rounds, and they've avoided the AWP. It's kind of a win-win, though, because I don't think Fnatic ever expected to win this round, and they at least get the option now to keep the AWP safe.
That would be a great bonus going into the next round for Fnatic. A much-needed one as Ninjas in Pyjamas take the lead again. Getting so close, but it continues to be back and forth. Although Fnatic are not going to get all the money in the world for losing this round, just $1,900. They will still be lacking, and that's a good reason why this AWP could make so much difference to them, and it does look like it will very likely be saved. A protection racket around Fnatic's Twist, who is holding the AWP in both directions. Early warning system. He'll just hide between his teammates, protect the VIP, take a bullet for the president, and all that. Back on oil rig. And now we're off to oil rig and back in Inferno once again. Also shotgun coming up for JW. Prioritizing the utility with weapons which are still good for the job, although if a rotation is required, he may have problems, but maybe he'll pick up a weapon on the way.
Fast one towards top mid, perhaps, for NIP. As there's actually a flash that's timed very well here because you can see the NIP side are making their way forwards. The flash, the smoke rather, as well, also in good timing as Brolan takes position. And here comes a flashbang. Oh, he looks to go for the spray, but he's going to be sadly disappointed. It's the shotgun in the abs for JW to perhaps get something done here. Very nice, finds the AK on the ground now. Twist with an AWP, good for it as well by the pit position. Where's the trade? Lekker's in for it, he gets more than one. Now it's 2 players from the B bomb site rapidly making their way towards the A site. The bomb is yet to go down. And before it can even be finished being planted by the T side, Crims goes down as well. So that really shuts Exist out of this round. Nice one from NIP. They're starting to find the rounds now, James, and the momentum on this T side. And the money's gone again for Fnatic.
Yes, and this is the most crucial time to find these rounds. Because we're getting to the clutch rounds of the game. We're going to decide who is going to win it, and it keeps going their way. Their third round now in a row. Ninjas in Pajamas. Much better financial situation. Again, it was such a ropey start for Fnatic money-wise in that round prior. Not getting much better for them. Probably eco territory, so fair chance they'll be playing from an 11-14 scoreline. And again, even if they win, there's a reasonable chance that, like if they win an next buy round, there's a reasonable chance that Ninjas in Pajamas will come back the round after that with a stronger buy, even though Fnatic might win that round. So there are a lot of issues for Fnatic to deal with in the round to come. If they can get lucky in parts and win this round with these naked plays and pistols and the 1M4, that would be a fantastic turnaround, but it's not very likely.
Way up onto the half wall, and he says, oh, he misses the first shot. Trey comes out. Well, that's the rifle gone, and now it's just 4 pistols left. What you gonna do, Fnatic? Looks like NOP are gonna be sailing smoothly to the finish line if things continue this way. Fnatic really will only have 1 proper buy just to try to prevent this game from going NIP's way. NIP will be taking small map control here, but again, this is the point at which you don't need to do anything complicated. Just all you have to do is just move as a group, as a team, and at this point, Rekko is fine where he is because he's just really suggesting that there still can be players towards A, so that's keeping the players, the CTs, away from the B-bomb side. And even though they can pick up an AK, it's going to be a round for NIP. Bomb down, long spray from Dennis. And that'll be that.
Well, Twist has found himself an AK-47. 2,900 for the loss of this round. Very important money at this point. So Fnatic will be able to field a good buy. But is it too little too late? Looking at the 4th round in a row now for Ninjas in Pajamas. As Twist looks at the fireplace, the fire is long gone. Maybe the fire for Fnatic in this game, this particular match of Inferno, has come and gone, has passed. We'll find out in the next round at the very least. Dennis, does he go towards the kitchen? Oh, he walks into it. If he had run wide, then who knows. 14-11 in favor of NIP. Let's see what the buy looks like for Fnatic. The pugs are out for Twist. And there are M4s for most of the remainder. Brolan on the AK-47. Well equipped are Fnatic. That's a great start from Twist.
He's certainly a safe pair of hands. So again, NIP waiting it out a little bit here. Obviously losing 1 player is problematic at the beginning of the rounds. But they have plenty of utility to try to reconcile that. Retaking Banana, looking to just keep it simple. Again, down a man early, you want to just go in for something together, and they're going to go for the B-bomb side. Losing Rez straight away, rotation will start to commence, and these counter grenades are slowing NIP down too much. This is looking really desperate. With a minute left, they do not have to commit towards the B-bomb side necessarily. There are still a bunch of players here for Fnatic. They could just try to wait out those grenades, but looks like they're just going to go with the boost. Geralt will go down, trying to make a play. And this is a slow but sure death here for NIP. You hate to see it. Absolutely flat this round from them. So it's another good example of, I think, NIP's decision, if they lose someone early, to try to pressure and move together somewhere to try to take a bomb site quickly. It's not necessarily a bad decision, but one of the problems is that there's a lot of CT counter grenades, and we can see that the CT counter grenades, the smoke and the incendiaries and so on, that's what really just killed NIP. It just stopped them in their tracks.
Going down to the wire, this one. Still some money after this round for Ninjas in Pajamas, but that is a great test pass for Fnatic. Gives them some breathing room, not much, but Let's see, now it's their turn to string some rounds together. Double HEs from Ninjas in Pyjamas will be avoided by the players of Fnatic towards the B bomb site. There are 2 players there. Ninjas in Pyjamas have cleared Banana. Now what? We've got 1:23 on the clock. So they can go for the denial of information towards A if that's what they want to do. But Fnatic are already further back. They're not holding Arch. They're playing Graveyard, Short, and the balcony, or under the balcony it seems. Lekra gets his bell rung through the corner of the wall. Twist keeping an eye on the boiler position. When will the peak come in from Dennis? Starting to look top mid now. So again, he's in a position where he can quickly go and see what's going on. You can see the smoke coming towards Arch. Maybe he goes towards boiler, tries to avoid some flashbangs. There is a flash in that boiler position. And a second one. And now they start to stream out. One tag through the corner of the wall. Some support from JW, who falls back. And they've got 4 players now on the A bomb site, but there are 2 guys looking for an entry on B.
They are making their way back with the bomb towards that B bomb site, and it's going to be tough to get in. But only Crims is there. There's a nice setup for a smoke. Oh, he gets annihilated by the AWP there. Lekra holds the angle. And if he into the bomb site, this is looking like a really good situation for the Ninjas as they are up against CT retake here. ECS though, he's found himself in forward position. Doesn't let Get Right reposition in towards the back of the bomb site. ECS is posing quite a problem. Is there any grenades here to deal with this? I don't think that there is anything left in the utility bag here for NIP, but still, it's going to be Rez doing some damage. Eventually traded out in this trade-off to trade, but 3 players there for Fnatic. Well done for them. Bomb did go down though, so that will help NIP greatly. It'll be quite the boon to their economy.
There's so much trolling going on in this game. It's very unusual for a Swedish derby to see this many bodies being sprayed at. So I'm sure they're having some fun in private. Maybe something carrying over from FPL. And now just the 1 round between the 2 teams. And this, we looked at the important rounds for Fnatic, but now they're becoming important for Ninjas in Pyjamas because their money is starting to go into the bin. So if Fnatic make it to 14-14 and NIP don't plant the bomb, then they may find themselves in a very serious predicament despite the $2,000 on Rez. So these rounds continue to rise in importance. Forest.
What?
What in the blazes was that?
Oh my god.
That's just a wipeout. That's the round right there.
Yes,
that's match point.
Yes, it is. Oh god, that's crazy.
I'm just trying to get sentences out, Forest. You can't be doing that.
That was like, I think, well, he killed the first player in like 2 or 3 bullets and then just instantly transferred for a second immediate headshot.
No fear. Just Forest.
That's beautiful. I can't wait to see that again. And again and again. Oh. NIP have the good sense to try to hunt down these remaining players of Fnatic. Money's pretty good though for Fnatic overall. Had some pretty good rounds to secure a strong economy. Brian gets some very solid damage, but he will go down. Twist still alive with the AWP. He's the most important player, and he will live. He's 21 for 16, as you can see there on your screens, but here is the 2K from Forest. That is, you can't make, it can't be cleaner than this. The crazy thing is that he instantly headshots the first guy, I think with the first bullet. Yeah, it looks like the first bullet, and then immediately just snaps onto the other guy. It takes him a moment to realize that he's actually murdered the first guy as well. Beautiful stuff. Forest again. 30 years of age, ladies and gents.
Excellent play from him. But Fnatic, with the rounds they won, the people that survived, they have a good buy for this round. They've got the AWP, the rifles, even an AK on JW. So everybody fighting tooth and nail for this one on both sides. No venture into Banana just yet from Ninjas in Pyjamas. 3-2 set up for Fnatic as the first smoke sails towards the arch position. And there's a counter smoke from Fnatic. So only so much they can expect to do with that arch smoke, NIP. maybe have your Boiler Lurker make a playthrough, a burst with Lekro. But there are Molotovs as well, so more utility expended by both sides. To what end, though?
Maybe able to take top mids. One smoke left. Oh dear, one smoke left. That's going to be for library, I'd imagine. Just block off that library position. Yeah. That's it. No utility left. Oh, Trey comes in. That's nicely done by Dennis. Very quick. Just looking for the boost there behind the smoke. And Dennis looking for the wrap here. So the B split. Rim's on a very good angle though around the pillar, and he's going to annihilate Dennis. Dink's coming in towards Twist though. Oh, another Dink coming in onto Twist. How much damage can he do? Absolutely nothing. Rez taking him out from the back. Really good push in construction from him. Get right defending from the side as well. Again, they have no utility to defend this bomb site. No smokes to plant on that CT area, and ECS is going to have to make this work. Can't do it. Rez picks him off. Is this going to be it? Yes, it will be. Nicely finished off by Rez. 16-13. A very competitive game of Inferno there from both teams, as you expect in a Swedish derby. But I have to say today, I'm still very impressed by NIP.
Yeah, again, I really feel like this is part of the potential which I think is in this team. They've had a lot of narrow losses in the last, I would even say the last year, to be honest, like a very long time. But I think this is the right roster for them with all the changes that we've seen in the Swedish scene. And I do believe they'll go from strength to strength. And this just might be an indicator of that. Again, much needed W for Ninjas in Pyjamas, one of the teams who are still in contention to make LAN. So these are very key victories, and I'm sure they're taking it very seriously and trying as hard as they can to make the least mistakes. We've seen some important performances from the likes of, well, I mean, Get Right again. He has been playing very well this week and been very important for the team. A number of multi-frags in previous matches, and he's up there with 20 kills, but Rez with 26 kills at top of the leaderboard. Get Right doing the most damage though with 7 assists as well. Well, that's Inferno in the bag, and NIP continue to move up the table.
Down and drive me with you, baby. I promise it won't faze me. I promise it won't break me. 'Cause I've been dreaming of an overdose. That's where I love you most. Decompress and just let go. And give me that paper cut.
Hola. Ninjas in Pajamas starting on the defensive side of Overpass. I love me some Overpass.
Yes.
Now let's see, get right. Once again will be the smoke grenade and defuse kit man. P254 exists. He's bought one for himself. No raid bossu for the T side. He will have the flash and the smoke grenade as well. And they creep. They creep through connector. Close range, advantageous numbers game. Nobody there. Nobody home. They will have to move on. Dennis around the toilets, around the bogs. Standing outside the entrance to the women's toilets. That is dodgy, Dan. That is very dodgy indeed.
Yes, it is. And Dennis will fall back. He'll try to. He has to hug the bin. The bin is his best friend now as the bomb has gone down. Nice support from his teammates. Rez in the back and Dennis in the front. Dennis down in the front, now Rez in the back again. Looking to see what damage he can do with the USP from a distance as he peeks onto long as well. But the damage is coming in, although maybe not enough here for Fnatic's standpoint, because they are just fighting here and not really being on the better end of it. And they have that disadvantage with this Glocks anyway. So they'll go back towards toilets, towards connector, towards sewers, and maybe into that B-bomb site for a plant. We'll see if they're fortunate enough for that. We do have Get Right sitting on that bomb site. He has a kit and smoke as well. Could smoke off short. If the time goes low enough, that would be a great play. But Fnatic, they've got to be careful here. It feels like they're just trying to get a pick. If they don't get one, there's not much for them to be able to do here. Nice smoke coming in, though, to try to plant.
I would love to clear the site, though. Make it a winning play. Unable to do that. Solid start for Ninjas in Pajamas. Man like Rez. Frederick Sterner. I wonder where the Rez comes from. Maybe the RE is from the Frederick? Frederick, not Frederick, excuse me. Oh, the hand wraps. I did enjoy these when I had them. They go well with a Bowie fade on the T side. There's Crim's lovely ruby. What do you call it? Scissors, the scissors knife, butterfly knife. I saw some fake ass ballad songs in Chinatown in San Francisco yesterday. Blunt. I had a nice marble fade though and other things, but blunt one is not for me. It's illegal to bring them to the UK as well. If you have one already though, it's not illegal to own. Some weirdnesses like that. JW has a French gun. He's got some nice purple combination going on, but this FAMAS probably isn't the one for this combo.
Gucci Club.
Continues to make some money for himself, but now he'll try to make things more expensive. The CTs will look for a weapon, but there is no weapon. He's thrown it away. FAMAS would be acceptable for the next round. SMG less than ideal. Very limited range. Damage fall-off is not really what you're looking for. So he sacrificed a bonus $300 for 2250 taken out of the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas. And now Fnatic are here with the AK-47s. The first buy round for them. Reds with a very aggressive play through the smoke by the fountain position. A joy to be able to hold this. Can he get a second frag though? He's got support from his teammate as well. Holding down the playground position, that means he can focus on his choke point. He's still around the fountain, maybe wanting to reload now. He has to because he's got no bullets and JW will finally take him down. But as we can see, the CTs are very much advanced in IP. Dennis around the corner here, taken out with ease by JW. But will he expect a player towards the playground? He won't. Caught on a reload by Guess Right. Now what can the rest of Fnatic do? 3 players around a B bomb site. They know worst case scenario. They're in a 3 versus 2 looking to execute, but caught off guard. And Lecro getting taken down towards the site gives the site to Fnatic.
2 versus 2. Smoke on the Molotov to extinguish it. The bomb has been planted. The pressure has been applied. Plenty of time here for Forest and Get Right, the dynamic duo. I think they're both as... I think Get Right is as old as Forest, or close enough, so... The older generation looking to prove their experience against their ex-teammate and the new blood. Roland, speaking of which, Roland will take the surprise and take down Get Right. Forest now with lots of time against him. With the time against him, I should say. Not much time at all, in fact. Quite the opposite.
Literally the opposite.
As Forest will have to back away. And really need to Get Right there to be able to help him open up the bomb site. But it is what it is, and Forest will survive, losing a single point of health to that bomb as it detonates, and we'll go into the 4th round. as we'll see Fnatic finally picking one up. The AK will be saved by Forest, and the Force Buy could come in here for NIP, and I like to see that. Scout on Dennis, and an interesting selection of weaponry across the board here for NIP, which will be fun to watch, because with this sort of selection of guns, you would expect NIP to try to take initiative somehow and create a play early in the round. So take sewers, take connector, do something funky.
Smoking connector to buy time, to delay, to thwart. It's a waste of $400. There's another 400, there's 200. Throwing money in plastic bands at your opponents. Rez elevating his position. A very brief shadow advantage for him should somebody try to breach his position. You can spray through those divider walls with an AK, don't need an AWP. You never really see it, which is surprising to me because I think this area, it's not a shock that the Ts are in this position. Maybe there's an element of danger to it I'm unaware of, but just like the bench position used to be able to be sprayed on B of Mirage, you can definitely spray through that. But no one does.
Indeed. Well, there's a lot of things that they do well, and from Fnatic's standpoint, they're going to have to make this push work. That's a very aggressive play from Brolan, taking positioning against Edgar right and Rez, and well, NIP perhaps encouraged to save at this point. Lost the bomb side, you don't have any money in the following rounds. The question is, can you get a better situation in the next round with what you have now? And the answer is definitely yes, so they'll be falling back now and looking to save these guns, but Fnatic will likely realize that's the case pretty quickly, so they'll have time to hunt these guys down. There can be some really advantageous angles to play in sewers if you want to do that. You can crouch in some of the corners to left and right of where Forest was looking just then, but they will try to combine their efforts towards T-spawn. Dennis obviously using the scout for the long ranges towards the heaven position, and he will go down from short, unfortunately. They have to keep these last two rifles alive. Oh, and here he comes, and he'll go down. Two guns will be saved. Now the question is, where do you put these guns? What do you do with them? You're buying next round regardless. $2,400 for the team next round. So where do you put these guns to put yourself into a position where maybe you can win the round? I want a fountain push, James, or a sewers hold with those two rifles.
Let's see what they choose to do. The usual smoke, this will delay things, you never know what's creeping behind, and Rez has already made a play through it. Exists, spots a player early, continues to peek with the flash, and gets wrecked immediately by Forest. That makes 3 weapons now for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but can they get out of these positions? It's hard to rotate out of connector back towards the toilets, which may keep them stuck there for a while. Fnatic will know this, and they're charging up the long position. Dennis sees 2 at the very least. Not much he can do with the USP. But raised the alarm, pressed the big red button for his teammates, but out of position. How much do they really want to invest into this round when they can just keep everything for the next round, build on what they have, buy some Kevlar, get some grenades? Could risk the SMG players to try and get something, but as you can see, aim punch will be a problem for Rez. So, well, they have a lot of people around the back stairs, so it seems they will try and see what they can do. But I have concern for the likes of Lekra and Forest with those rifles. But Lekra will pay his teammate and trade, and now the last 2 rifles will... They're in a 2 versus 2. Forest has a kit, actually, so this is actually doable, but they won't get any of the final 2 frags. GW with a 2-man spray down, more or less. And there is another round for Fnatic, and the trolling with the spraying after the round continues from both sides. Well, from Fnatic, not both sides at all.
Yeah, they were loving it before, and now they're loving it again. So, 4 M4s and Forest's signature M4A1S. I have been using it as well, and I do like it. Rez with the fountain push. Aggressive setup from NIP, but might be an even more aggressive setup for Fnatic towards B. As the spray through the smoke is going to find a kill. Lekra will go down. That's a big kill, because now that will encourage Crims even more so to walk in towards this short position onto the B-bomb side. Forest will toss a smoke forwards. Forest will reposition, waiting for the cross. It's a very, very tough position now for NIP, especially with no nades. Forward smoke thrown, but that's only going to commit the T's even more, and you can see that they're going to get those entry kills left and right. Wow, JW, what on earth was that? Jumping through the smoke there, straight into get right, but they understand exactly where he is, so in a 1v versus 3, there's not all that much he can do here, not all that much in the way of options for him. You'll have to just chill out and keep it real.
Oh, that's another run for Fnatic. Get right, we'll try to make some bonus money. Hiding behind the pin, he's got good cover. There goes the train. Rumour has it, Sliggy's a big fan of trains. Often found in Clapham Junction with a notepad and some binoculars.
Biggest train station in the UK. Or at least has the most lines.
But is it the train or is it the rails? Maybe he just likes the big rails.
What a fan of the rails.
I have to say, Sliggy is a clutch god. Been
Maybe.
playing a lot of CS with him recently, and he got mad clutches, man. He's a clutch machine. Not quite clutch minister, but he's a clutch machine. Minister's a very hard level to achieve.
Yep.
But machine is, you know, there's a lot of clutch machine is. It's a good accolade. I'm not a clutch machine at all. I have a lot to learn. 4 high explosive grenades for ninjas in pajamas on this CT side, and they're not using them early. So how will they use them? Towards Monster, perhaps. That's where the lasers are pointing. But they need maybe first contact from the barrel position. That does not appear to be coming anytime soon, as Fnatic is taking it slow, like an R&B video. Slow down. I just want to get to know, yeah. I hate R&B. At least the cheesy stuff. Not for me. More into the gangster rap myself. You a fan of G Unit, Dan? Flip mode squads.
MOP.
Raw digger. Oh yeah, MOP is a good one.
There goes Crims. The creep, the crawl. Trying to arrive unannounced, but now he has made an announcement. And he's taken Lekro down to 22 HP. Not the kill though, but NIP certainly have a lot of attention towards that B-bomb side. No one towards A just yet except Dennis with the scout. And he will be found with his crosshair glued onto long, but that's not too useful. Oh, hello. Some legs. Some heads. And that'll be the round over with. Get Right will be taken down on the trade, and Fnatic are attacking well. They've started off strong here on this T side, and we can only imagine that that will likely continue. They've got 5 AKs out, perhaps thinking of an aggressive, a faster pace round this time. And the AWP is going back into the hands of Lekro this time for the CT side. NIP yet to really win a round after the first 2 of the pistol, following the, well, the pistol round and the following one. And Lekro goes towards, perhaps he will go towards Sewers actually even. Let's see, in the minimap, he is towards Monster, so that's a more typical spot. Sewers peak can be quite fun though. There's all sorts you can do with an AWP on this map. Early CT smoke on Sewers to deny vision and control there from the T's. Brolin will make his way up to short, followed by the rest of Fnatic. They are looking like they have no intention other than to attack this B-bomb site pretty quick. Here it is, fast B, set B's coming in.
4 people up that short B position around the smokes. The spray will be good enough to take Lekro out, and the rest of NIP on the B bomb site will soon follow. Last 2 players out of position, helpless. There's not much you can really do but turn tail and just try and find the best hiding place. Sometimes hiding in plain sight, falling back of a frag is enough. And just like that, that's the round in the space of a few seconds. That's the advantage of the T side, abusing the numbers. They had the smoke grenades down in the right place to allow them to get into the right positions in or through the choke point. Then after that, the rest was quite simple. Simple affair for Fnatic, outmaneuvering ninjas in pajamas for their 6th round in a row. Fnatic. Of course, NIP won't take long to be back on the buy at max loss bonus. Now they can buy a fair amount like the CZs and so on around these weapons. Maybe they go for a stacking connector or maybe even stack the A sites. You don't often see stacks in the toilets, per se. I'm sure with good reason. Brolan with his battered butterfly knife. A very young player. Had an emotional roller coaster in some of the ECS matches as well. He's been vocal on Twitter about those, but of course he had a good run at recent lands, which I think is great for him early on in his career in Fnatic and his career in general. Definitely the kind of boost you need. You know what you're capable of, you know the damage you can do. And I think it makes it easier when things don't go so well in the short term in certain matches and so on, because you've had a taste of what you're capable of, and you know your potential is beyond that. So I think that's pretty healthy for him. 4 players remain for Ninjas in Pyjamas, so it seems they bought more than I might have expected in this particular round. And Fnatic got the first pick, just making a play through the smoke near party. And now they sit on a man advantage with a minute 10 on the clock.
Quick find from Brolan, as we'll see once again Fnatic with an explosive start to a T rounds. Can make the difference though. Good position from Rez. As I mentioned, many good positions for the CTs on Suez. Echo with a good catch there. But where's the trade? Trying to punish him as he falls back through the smoke, and it's going to be another 2 quick kills for Fnatic. These T sides look violent. Tap.
That's really annoying, isn't it?
But it is you who has been shot by the guts. 7-2, and it's looking like the landslide here. Swedish landslide.
Have you seen a landslide, like on a corner, like on a cliff where a house is?
No, not in person.
It's pretty crazy.
Obviously on.
Not in person. No, I mean like on a screen somewhere down. I don't mean have you witnessed firsthand a landslide? That was not my question.
Oh.
But yeah, it's crazy. There's people who have like in the UK houses by a cliff. The cliff erodes. You don't have a house anymore.
Yeah.
But it's mad how like some places are built basically in the sea in America. But because the government have backed the insurance claims for them, they just get flooded and destroyed again and again and again and again, and just rebuilt again and again and again, even though
oh my god,
they're just going to continue to flood. So it costs them like millions, hundreds of millions a year. It's crazy.
That doesn't seem to make sense financially.
No.
This is quite the push from Dennis, and with already a 4 versus 4 and the T's moving up towards A from long slowly, this could be a big flank. Oh, hold it. Oh, what's happened there? Dennis. Tap. See you later, twist. Teabagging.
That matches the scheme of his CZ. Very good. Meanwhile, Fnatic have made their way onto the site with a long push. The bell's being rung once again. They'll plant for the stairs. Molotov will force Rez. He'll split him from his teammate. There's no trade. And again, the bullets will just rain in for Fnatic. Get right. Doesn't have too much to lose in this situation. And 2 players are heavily tagged. So there's one. Headshot no less. Plenty of weapons around him as well. He'll collect an AK-47. Pretty much got bullets inside. No need to reload. No kit though. So it seems he will steal the weapon away. Sheep in police clothing. A thief in police clothing, in fact. And that's round number 8 for Fnatic. Very aggressive and dangerous T-side so far.
Yep, it's not really looking like NIP are putting up much of a fight. But doubles come out. And perhaps this could be where everything changes and we get, 5 rounds in a row from NIP. Guns will be swapped around, and they'll make their way downtown. Yep. Throwing up the nades. Broadline will go down. It could start there from Dennis. And that's like one of the first rounds we're going to see NIP with a quick advantage, but quickly taken away by Twist. Aggressive towards Rez's position by the bench. Now he's going to try to push even closer. Will he go past the smoke? Yes, he will, and into the AWP he'll go. That's a position you have to be really careful of if you know there's an AWP out there. And now they're down to 3 players, and the bomb is down towards the playground area. Smokes again by the CTs to slow the progress of Fnatic. Fnatic with over a minute, they can still reset the situation by just playing slow and pushing map control elsewhere. It looks like they really want to attack into A here. JW's going to move out there, and Dennis with a third kill on the orb. So life is looking really easy here for NIP at this point. Nicely done by Get Right. Now it just exists, his former teammate. Dennis is in position. Now Exists has been spotted. That's a great frank though. What else can he do? Well, there's the other orb. So these double orbs have seemingly dealt with Fnatic's approach. So where's the adjustment? That's what we want to see now.
Exist has been a clutch god for Fnatic in so many games of late. It's really awesome to see. He's always been a good fragger, but I think he has been overlooked by a focus on the in-game leading and the vetoes, which apparently he was not doing in the last 2 years, despite getting lots of flack for it, which is interesting. But I guess it's good to be able to just look past all of those kind of things and focus on your own game. 5-round lead now for Fnatic. Plenty of opportunity. Well, there is opportunity, not plenty, but there is opportunity for Ninjas in Pyjamas to come back and have a reasonable score at half-time. Dennis holding on to the toilets area, or trying to. As you can see, many challenges coming his way. Can't transfer for the second kill, but Rez is there to pick it up. He'll get traded as well. 3v3 now, as Fnatic continues to charge towards the A sides.
Their position in the midst of the smoke. He finds a gap, and that's a bomb down. Good nade as well, just making things even harder and harder here. Get Right doing so much damage. 9 bullets left, and that's all he needs. He is looking so good today. It's very clean kills. It's crazy because all the games today, Get Right's been the top of the damage. He's been crisp, and there's like a difference because normally when we've been seeing him over the last few months, he just seems a little bit slower than everyone else. But here today, he's been looking just absolutely amazing again.
8-4. Here we go. Still more money for Fnatic. We've got the double HEs towards the playground position. Big have proven those to be very effective. This time they won't do so much damage. There'll be a boost in the playground. In the meantime, Crim's making a play towards the monster, so some aggression towards B from Fnatic. Passive start towards A. Again, let's not forget we have had those plays through the smoke from Rez in rounds prior. 4 players for Fnatic at present, just slowly clearing out the initial choke points. You see Dennis in a more aggressive position towards long. Around that bench area, not always checked when you have T's making their way up long. So I think Dennis had support there from Rez, who stole the kill from behind him. Still on long, keeping an eye on things, and now he's got a 2-man setup with Get Right, but there is a hole inside the middle of the toilets.
Now they have to question everything. Is there a flank? Is there not a flank? And it's not really a great position to be in because there's no time to really tick all the boxes to check every position. You're going to make a risk happen at this point. They'll be looking to catch the jump there. Does get some damage onto Get Right, but at this point NIP are heavily in advantage. Ooh, that's very nice. JW will push forwards behind that, and at this point NIP should realize that they are committed towards A. More nades to follow there for JW as he pushes in. Rez will defend though towards the bin as we get the 2 versus 2 ensuing, and Forrest looks to see if he can find a lineup there close, but not this time. We'll reposition towards Bank as Fnatic fall back behind the bomb.
Everyone's got a kit for Ninjas in Pyjamas, so they'll take it slow. We've seen some slow retakes from them, some beautiful ones on Dust 2, but this is overpass. They've got no smokes. The bomb isn't planted in the usual position, so... Well, that said, there's still 2 peaks. Brolan being proactive with a frag, and he'll get a headshot onto Lekro as well. So the comeback is stunted for now. 9-4 in favor of Fnatic. The money is not great for Ninjas in Pyjamas in this round, so... Well, I was going to say maybe they eco for loss, but no. They're going to force it up. The AWP for Lekro. I wonder what his spawn is like. 3 pistols for the Ninja's side, and no, he's not going for the fountain pick. He is going towards B with the AWP. Maybe he has an aggressive look through Monster. You won't see Crims making his way to short B quickly. Jumping over just in case. And now what does he do? He's got to continue to be active because he is the main weapon on the Ninjas in Pyjamas side. They need an advantage. They need to pick something else up. Aggressive in short B. Forrest won't land the kill. Lekro misses the first shot. He knows he's had his bell rung. They'll finish him off with the USP. Take map control. Make it safe for a teammate to pick up the weapon if there's one close to him, but there isn't. He's pretty much on B alone at this point.
It's very true, very true. But the connector control is there with the CTs at the moment. Lekro's found his way in there. Garrett will be sliding, surfing around the sewers. I recommend the beach, but check it right, he'll be surfing in the sewers. JW looking to test the defense there towards the A-bomb site. The incendiary will be tossed in response. And there we go, we get some aggressive ones as well for the T side as they start to commit to the push as Rez is completely blind. Good grenades used by Fnatic so far. Dennis, very nice start there with the Deagle. Can't get anything else out of it though, as Get Right now tries to bunny hop his way into position. HE tossed out there, will not do any damage really, and JW will take him out. So another round goes the way of Fnatic as they hit 10 now in the first half, with a prospect to get 11, considering that NIP's money is trashed. It's been thrown in the bin.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Ninjas in Pyjamas this last round. Not much to buy. JW carrying the bomb. Molotov towards the tunnel. Sometimes you see a HE to follow up. Broland not waiting around, they'll drop the smoke. That may be an indicator, because NIP will hear that, that may be an indicator of a fast play from Fnatic. At least they will secure map control at the cost of $300. 2 players here now. Maybe they'll try to catch a player jump peeking. Get Right though, charging forward with the CZ. And some spray from Exist, not really working for NIP, but then was it ever going to? Rez alone, 1 versus 5, rotating from A. A Desert Eagle and a flashbang to his name. You see some spray already through the smoke, tries to avoid it, but there are so many targets. Nobody playing too aggressive. If he gets a frag, it may not be so easy for him to pick up the weapon. Although, well, let's see, Broland is getting a little closer. Molotovs are wasting more time. To the balcony, perhaps. Oh, Crim's taken out. 3 players left. Do you wonder how far he can go? Not so far. 11 to 4.5 for Fnatic. JW and Broland tying for the spoils. 18 kills apiece.
Yeah, that's pretty darn nice. It's going to be pretty difficult to come back from that for NIP. But, you know, they are having a good day so far, despite these problems here. It's a very different kettle of fish when you switch sides on Overpass, so perhaps the more aggressive side will be favorable to them. I say that, more aggressive, but in reality, the CT side can be very aggressive on this map as well and find success, but it is Fnatic who are on that side at the moment, and we'll see now that NIP will like to make their way towards the B-bomb site as they have any one man with any utility. That's Lekro, the leader. He typically does this in the pistols that we've seen so far today, at least, as Dennis will make himself known. JW with a very forward position to exploit the drop down, and door is open. They want to take the fights here. Might not necessarily be favorable. If you got the CTs trapped in this position, means that you probably can get to that B-bomb site a bit more easily. You'll get some shenanigans there, as eventually NIP will give up the ghost and go towards that B-bomb site. But the bomb is the player that is, rather the bomb is on the player that's furthest away from the bomb site. Like, you got to get on to that bomb site, and finally he will make his way over there for that plant. And the T's will be trying to trade out against these CTs. Not going too well so far though. 5 versus 3 here.
There is some position though for the counter-terrorists of Fnatic. Catching Get Right on the reload. Didn't know how close they were going to be. Now, I don't know if there was a kit on Twist, but if not, they need to get on this bomb quickly. That's one way to do it, by taking everybody out. There is the pistol round for Fnatic. 4 players survive. 2 players could get a cheap helmet at the very least. Maybe JW as well, because it looks like he got a headshot. Indeed, look at that perfect armor. Plenty of cheap headshots. Is he trying to draw the Fnatic logo or something? I don't know. The cheap helmet often means you can get a rifle. JW on the M4, Crim's on the French gun, the FAMAS, and Brodan on the M4A4. So just all rifles basically, expecting most people to be sans Kevlar. They would be right in that. Only Get Right has chosen to buy that. Going up in the corner in case of an aggressive push. Right then, 4 Desert Eagles starting in connector looking for meat shots. Creeping around, trade frag situation. Huddling together. Crim's being very, very, very careful.
I like that a lot. There's no need to challenge at that point. If you take a fight, there is a chance you lose the fight. If you lose the fight in that position, that means that someone from the B-bomb side likely has to rotate. If that happens and it was going to be a B attack, now the B offense is weaker. There's a period of time on the rotation where A is weaker. There is just problems. You can avoid all of that by just not peeking. It's not just you dying. There is a huge series of implications that follow it. And here goes the push, and oh, well, it looks like you can't deny an IP this time. The Eagles raining in, and destruction will be had. The Lords of Destruction.
Meaty.
Shoutouts to Diablo 2. Lord of Destruction.
Exist and twist. What do you do? Take one in the face, apparently. 4 Deagles, proving very successful for NIP. And away we go. That is quite the turnaround.
And away we go.
So painful if you now win the pistol and then lose, because your opponent gets more money before they beat you, and then just life gets even better for them. Arguably the better way around, despite you having to concede a round, because it's easier for you to win more rounds now because their money's in the bin.
To be fair, it was like that before as well.
Yeah, but you get more money for losing the first round than before. So you get more money, and then you reset them. You get an extra $500. You get bonus money, Dan.
Well, NIP poised to take momentum. Momentum. And JW will just watch. He's just watching as things happen. He is an observer. Interested in the movements of the T's, but yet to pull a trigger. Yet to decide who should live and who should die.
What are those balloons pointing at? They're pointing at something. There's something secret going on, and they're pointing at them.
What do you mean
Some
pointing?
kind of, it's an arrow, look.
Oh.
You know what pointing is, Dan?
No. What are they pointing
give up
at?
with you. Somebody tweet down and explain pointing and its purpose. I can't really, this is too much for me to take on. It's been a long day, and I cannot explain pointing to Dan at this juncture.
I don't think there's anything going on. I think you're just a conspiracy theorist.
That's definitely pointing at something. The North Star, the entrance to a secret door to the next operation.
Oh, very blind indeed. But NIP will bust down the front door regardless. 3 versus 2. Plenty of time to get the bomb planted. CT's trapped behind smokes. Not a good look for Fnatic here. They are in trouble. JW, you can see he's just like, well, can't see much, can't do much. Oh, well, that should have been a hit, and there you go. Follows it up. They keep giving him peeks. He might be able to get something here, but he'll be running around and drops as he jumps, and that's 12 to, or rather 6 to 12 as Fnatic lose another round, and it's a full eco for them now. So NIP looking good for at least 7 before the next buy comes into play. And Dennis on the AWP, so that's good to see. It can switch around a lot for NIP.
$2,000. Catch-up time. Rez likes his yellow. Okay, right, it's a good start for him. Falling back, trying to avoid any response. There's no one in connector, so it's good that he runs away immediately. He's vulnerable to connector, vulnerable to a boost. So he just excuses himself from the entire situation, puts range between himself and his opponent. Now, if he had stayed there and looked back, he would have been at a massive advantage. They're stuck in a tunnel. It's easy for him to spray. He's putting a smoke down on the site now. The flashback, he can still avoid these players, shoot them through the fence. 25 bullets, good for 2 frags. I like how he throws the weapon away You never quite know if they're going to pick it up and have like auto weapon, whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called. To be
I
honest.
think it's quicker than switching to your gun.
Might just be that as well. Yeah.
I think that's the reason. I do that as well. I think it's faster. I don't know if someone can confirm that for me, but I think it's faster.
You don't even have a crouch button. Test.
What are you talking about?
Playing with Dan, playing Counter with Dan is always a challenge. First, he never has his anti-cheat on. Second, sometimes he doesn't have a crouch button bound. Third, sometimes he starts the game and his headset's either not working at all or his microphone's not working. Fourth, sometimes his computer's not working entirely.
Yeah, life is really hard. Life is really hard for me. I'm just like, there's always things going wrong. It's so funny. I have this new thing that happens. Just like, I don't know why, but I always get like a crash dump in my paste, in my clipboard. So whenever I try to
he can't copy and paste. He can't even copy and paste.
Whenever I try to paste something, it's just like that's just what happens. And I read about this issue in Windows, and you either have to like uninstall the keyboard or reinstall drivers or something. But I've never had to touch drivers before, so I know what's going on.
My name's Dan. How do you copy and paste? NIP in a 5 versus 2 as the short B position has been firmly taken control of by Get Right. An underhand smoke, HE grenade into the smoke in case any players are lurking, maybe looking for a pop flash or something, but I think those players have come and gone. Roland and Exist remain versus an NIP who are charging back. Only 4 rounds on the CT side, 1 in the first half. So far, only 1 in the second.
So it's just testing, seeing what's going on. Not much to be had though towards Monster. We'll spot some presence, but there's so many T's alive it can mean anything at this point, and the bomb is indeed going towards A. So this round will be shut out, or shut down rather, sorry, as NIP will take it. Just Brolan left to try to save. Even at a spot recently where my computer was working fine, I turned it off, come in the next day, turn it on, and I think it took me a while to figure out what was happening, but every time I tried to launch Counter-Strike, it crashed. Every time I tried to launch any game from Steam, it just crashed on startup. Everything was crashing, everything was messed up and slow. I was like, okay, what's going on? And I figured out after a while that it was my Windows user profile was corrupted from the Windows update. So I had to create a new Windows profile.
That's just great, isn't it?
And I think the paste thing is maybe because of like swapping keyboards and stuff like that. Might be I don't know, to be honest. So I have to fix that problem.
I have no idea. I've never had that, but
that's the thing. Like I don't know where these problems are coming from. Just
do you have a UK profile for your keyboard?
no, I didn't. Everything was
You
default.
should just install that and see what happens.
I've done that now. Hasn't changed anything.
That's bizarre. I've never had that in all my years of messing up computers.
It's a really annoying one. You forget how much you use copy paste until you have that problem. Anyway, oh, the well, hypnotic Deagle.
The honey badger.
And it's not too much really going on here for Fnatic. So it looks like a reverse sweep from NIP. They have a great momentum on this second half. And you know, Get Right is continuing to beast. He's 23 for 12. I really can't tell you if I've seen Get Right play this well in like the last year. Honestly. Today, just consistently every game, it's like he's a different man. What's happened?
He's changed his diet. He no longer eats beans. He's in a meat-only diet.
I mean, if Get Right can just always play like this, then NIP would like definitely level up, because not only is he playing really well, it's I think it's been one of the
how you gonna play me like that, JW?
Can't do that. Can't do this. It's BM. Fnatic giving little BM monsters today, haven't they?
I love it.
BMing all over the place.
All still mates. Friendly rivalry until somebody gets hit over the head with a chair. Still, just the 1 round won by Fnatic in this half, and that was a pistol round. So you may not even count that, really. 2 sniper rifles now for Fnatic, so a change in approach. Twist and JW. One of the great strengths of this Fnatic roster is the option to do this. JW towards long, Twist towards B. Holding down that short B position. Likely to catch a player looking towards the barrels from the angle he is holding. And he's going aggressive. He's going aggro, taking the automatic positions.
listening in for information. Smoke. Well, I'll start to hear the footsteps. And he's going to be able to call to his team, you know, stepping towards the toilets. And you can see JW will make the rotation to help him out because he can't see that side. Banana, as some call it. Oh, miss from either side. That was a big opportunity for both. Rolando will take initiative towards long as JW puts his attention back towards toilets. Another miss coming in from him as he has to fall back onto the bomb site. And now he just had to chill on A. And, oh, exist. Able to do the damage there to get right. 4 versus 3 in favor of Fnatic now as they wait for the push to come in. And they are dropping NIP like flies, one by one. Fnatic looking good here for 13. Hello.
Hola. Katal. Thank you for coming and goodbye.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Well, there it is. The second round for Fnatic. Winning by timeout. Not a terrible concern for Ninjas in Pyjamas because they are to the point where they might start losing money by winning rounds. So it's time to splash the cash. Go to the shops, get the Manolo shoes, whatever bag's popular these days, and all that stuff. 4-round lead for Fnatic, not as big as you might think. I think it's misleading because they're so close to 16, but may feel like a cavern if they lose this round. That's not a good start. Brodan taken out, JW missing his shot, unable to respond properly. There's a flash, doesn't do the job, and there is a response frag. But again, getting back into the toilets area from that position, and connector even more so, not so easy. Rez with a 2K, fast-moving round so far, HE, which does some damage, but it tells NIP where one of the last 2 players is. That's a lot of information.
Depends how much time I suppose is killed. Well, that's a connection, finds Crims, and doesn't matter for NIP too much what they do as long as they go together and looking to split onto the B bomb site. Crims wants to get ahead of the split or catch Rez. Not expecting the push on short. It's a good play from Crims, but he can't get into cover in time. But as he made it easy enough for a twist, I don't think you could really consider this easy at all in any definition of easy. But not apply here as Twist it goes 1 versus 2 against 2 NIP players. The bomb is not planted yet though. The bomb is on the site, however, and there we go. Ooh, Get Right. My goodness, 28 kills for Get Right. 28 for 13. This guy, what has he been eating? What is going on? This is crazy. I've never seen Get Right in every game play so well for so long.
It's pretty good going.
He's got 28 kills, James. He's got 13 deaths in a game which they've been losing.
I'll go the HE grenades. It's a poor round for Fnatic. Poor in potential, poor in equipment. It's just poor. Never paid too much attention to those flowers before, but look at them. It's a nice shade of purple. The balloons have been annihilated. They don't point to anything today. Creeping around, seeking. Nice transfer from Rez. Nice taps. Pad them stats. Where is the last player? Can all go together now. Try and keep Dennis alive, but beyond that, I think Forrest may need to catch up with his team because he's carrying the bomb towards long. Twist looking around past the graffiti from an iconic moment. I always forget that one's there. Almost never see it when I'm in the game. But there it is.
It's the first one, wasn't it?
I think so.
I think it was that one, then the Dust 2 one, the Fnatic with all the orbs. And then I think it was... What was the one after that? Was it the Columbus Major?
Don't ask me to remember things, Dan.
With Cole, and then after that, the simple one, the Desert, and then the Dozier one. And since I don't think we've had one since Dozier, right?
Dozier was the most recent one, but I wonder.
That was obviously that was when Gambit won Krakow, so that's a long time ago now.
11-13, and the money still sucks for Fnatic. Just 2 rounds so far in this half. Some money will be spent. A scout has been collected by Crims. 5 smoke grenades. Okay, are we going to see some kind of Inferno levels Stratego? I can't imagine how that would work on Overpass. I don't imagine they would need to deploy a smoke early though. So maybe there's some kind of next level late game smoke grenade attempts. I would imagine it's on the fly. Let's see what it can do. A minute 30, no smokes deployed just yet. We must keep an eye on these smokes, Dan.
So you can see they want to wait as long as possible before throwing them. So they can waste as much time as possible. That's the goal. And usually to do that, you have to play it in a risky way. You've got to take contact or get a good guess or get some information. Like now could be very good for JW to drop one or for Brolan to drop it so that JW can keep his gun out. And that's exactly what happens. Good timing. That's at the minute mark when the first smoke was used. That's really good pace so far here for the CT side. And there you go. That's the smoke wasted. But that's fine because, again, they've been doing pretty well with these smokes. Brolan, very important kill there. Oh my god, all the damage through the walls. NIP know that wallbang's hit. Flashbang goes out. The quick push comes in. It looks like NIP are doing a good job here, moving into the bomb site. And it was a good effort from Fnatic, but it's not working out.
We finally saw a wallbang. But not only a wallbang, but a follow-up of a high explosive grenade fadeaway. Really awesome. Twist will try to run away, but do believe he will be cut off by Lekro.
Mine. It's my hope.
2 players lost for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I like the idea from Fnatic. Started off well, but the wallbang was too much. Outmaneuvered the opponent, Ninjas in Pyjamas. But they're still a round behind. Now we have the buy come out for Fnatic. A well-equipped Fnatic, no AWP. Plenty of utility though.
Do you have to have an ult for that wallbang?
No, you can use an M4, an AK.
Oh, okay, rifles work too.
Yep.
More you know. Spotting for info there, Twist. No fast play to Suez for NIP. They might just go for a really slow pace this round from the looks of things. Oh dear. Gary will mess up that flashbang. That's fine. It was only a flash. Your boost. Don't see as much anymore. So smoke as well to slow things down.
Why? Oh, they're boosting on the balloons.
You don't often see that either.
Yeah. I remember there was this video on YouTube where this guy was inviting these kids to kick this football, but the football was actually made from concrete, and they would like try and kick it and then fall over.
Oh no.
And it just reminds me of those like rock hard balloons people are standing on. It's a really stupid video.
It's basically just inviting children to
like really small kids
break their foot, break their toes.
Yeah.
Breaking your toe is just so annoying because you can't do anything about it. You just have to suffer for a long time.
I dropped my PC on my toe once and ripped it in half.
Yeah.
My big toe.
Shouldn't drop your PC, James.
Yeah, and you shouldn't drop towards the B-bomb site sometimes because Rez will take you out. Look at the quick execute from Ninjas in Pyjamas. All of a sudden, they're all over the A-bomb site. Selling a nice fake. 4 players there. The bomb planted. In a smoke. Get right spotted. But Rez will save his bacon, leaving Crimson Exist to wonder where the CT rounds are. There has been a drought in the match altogether, but now in the second half, maybe it's worse for them because NIP can see the finish line. And they appear to be at the advantage at the moment. Another round bites the dust, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, it looks like, will tie the score. 13 apiece. What do Fnatic need to do to change their fortune? Those are the most barren shelves since Marcus on Mirage.
Yeah. Yeah, they are very, very barren, aren't they, on Mirage? Got bleach, toilet paper, and that's about it. Anyway. 13-13, a close one here between these two teams, as Fnatic take a tactical timeout to figure out what the hell to do. Their money's not in the best of places. I mean, Exist could drop a rifle and they could try to force it, but I don't think that's really wise at this point. So, you know, they wait one round and they can have a really good buy, and any money that they don't spend, if they're smart, can turn into another buy if it fails with the loss bonus. So if they manage their money perfectly, they can have 2 buys here, and well, in the following rounds. And they really need those. GetRight's 31 for 13, which is very impressive. Again, I just have not seen performances like this out of GetRight in quite some time. So it's really, really rewarding. Whenever you see someone who's so prolific as GetRight, if he's having a good time again.
It's exactly what they need as well. If you consider the scoreline, so they needed to get those frags just to help them get to this point where they can now overtake Fnatic. This is basically an eco round for Fnatic. Exist with the AK-47 and the rest on pistols. And again, for NIP, it's about identifying the biggest threat, neutralizing it, and then going on. Well, how about that?
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's nice to attack the connector position from the high ground and the low ground at the same time. The Molotov play didn't quite work out, and after so much good work and tying for the score in essentially an anti-eco round, which should have been a formality, Fnatic have 4 AK-47s and an AWP on JW. What a change.
It's one of those rounds where, again, you have hindsight, so hindsight's always 20/20, but you do wonder, though, in those rounds where it is anti-eco, unless it's been misread by the CT side, that on the T side, why would you move like a lot of players through connector? It's the easiest place to get kills with pistols, so it's generally not wise to challenge that position. You can easily shut it down in other ways. So NIP are punished for not running a proper anti-eco round, and it creates a lot of problems. As you said, they do have like more or less unlimited money now still, but it's about rounds at this point. JW with a difficult shot there, scoping in only once, and still hits it. Very nicely done. 4 versus 4 as we get a trade towards toilets. And you can see Dennis, he realizes that with that kill towards toilets, that JW would be out of position after that last frag. Gets an attempt at damaging, but can't quite find the frag. It's holding the angle. The flashes come back in as he now can't really take the angle again. Advantage Fnatic, I would say, at this point. Time running low. Utility almost, well, non-existent for NIP.
That lurk smoke at the front. Well, that can be a lurk smoke. More to the left. You can throw that from short B as well. Does allow the Ts to threaten, at least, to get close to the site. And as we can see, Fnatic are in retake territory. That's a perfectly timed grenade, though, so it shows they could be expectant, but GetRight continues to be on a heater. So important for his team. Needs to tie the score once again. Cribs trying to hold down the water position. Traded immediately by Lecro, leaving Twist now as GW falls on the low ground. Now there's a very important frag for him. That should have been guaranteed for Dennis. Rez in the red. No more grenades for Twist. Bomb planted. Does he dare try to get off the site, especially with that AWP? Probably not. Watching the low ground while Lecro watches the balcony. Twist last spotted here. Walking out with an off angle for Lecro. That will be enough, and the score is tied again. But normally Fnatic would have no money here because they've been reset, but they stole so many weapons in what was their eco round. They all survived, basically. So they have an extra buy because of that. Otherwise, this would be the round to where NIP basically win the match, but that's not the case because of that previous round.
Oh, here we go, 14-14, and this is where it could be decided. 3 players towards A to begin with for Fnatic. NIP with a default there, spreading across the width of the map, looking for as much map control as they can find early on. Ooh, that could have been one for JW, but not quite committing to the angle. NIP not really attacking Connector so aggressively this time. And Fnatic just disappearing on the maps, just going straight to those bomb sites, playing a pretty catch-all defensive setup, 2 and 3. 2 on A, 3 on B. JW will be teased. Oh, another miss coming in. Need to go forwards to get that kill if he possibly can. It's a pretty strong angle, but if they are in toilets, it can be dangerous. Oh dear, that's exactly why JW's in trouble.
I like that he didn't go for an instant repick though, because I feel like maybe in the past he would have. He's trying to play safer, especially at such a crucial time, but he was still outmaneuvered and he paid for it. And maybe reading that Fnatic will send people towards the A site with JW caught so close. They start to push towards B. Twist almost getting a second kill there. He's still got to exist by the... never mind, he's taken out by Forest up close. He's got a bomb Forest. And it looks like NIP are going to match point, and this is a very strong position. But Brolan, a young lad for Fnatic. Can he avoid the AWP of Forest? He can. And Get Right's on 12 HP. And he can't clutch it. Brolan with a 3K, making it look easier. Formality. Picking up the AWP as well. That is not what I was expecting. And look how much money they have. If they lost that run, they lose the match. How do you keep a cool head in that situation?
Yeah, and especially, I think Get Right will be gutted because he'd been pinked previously running into the bomb site. And so he didn't have any HP in that situation to really take that fight. So now Fnatic are in a great spot to potentially save themselves. That was really the only way to do it. And you know, even the difference of getting a win by defuse as opposed to elimination is important here. The extra $250, you get more for bomb detonation if you're the Ts, or bomb defuse if you are the CTs. And here goes JW, quick peek. My goodness, Lekro absolutely ready for that. Had a good spawn, a better spawn than JW it seems.
Very, very good spawn. I've never seen somebody just waiting for a peek like that in Connector before. Maybe got a run boost off his teammate's head or something, one of those opportunist things, but here we are, a chance for Ninjas in Pyjamas to take this to overtime. Brolan spotting at least one player towards Lock, jumps past, sees that one player again, but there are 3 players, so it seems Forest will hold an angle while 2 of them walk up. Information shown and hidden at the same time. There's the burst, 2 players exist, rotating towards the stairs. But look at the position Brolan's put himself in. Catching Lekro off guard, and there's Exist taking advantage of that distraction. The bomb's been dropped now, down to a 3-on-3. NIP have to win this round to take this to overtime. We have a boost from Fnatic just out of sight for Forest, but now it's been revealed with the frag onto Get Right.
Forest with a re-smoke there, try to guarantee himself a flan, make it an unusual spot just so he can make sure that he gets it down. That's holding from Bank. MP9 Famas and M4 are not necessarily an ideal combo, but they'll try to make it work here as Forest moves forwards with that AWP. Now it's down to him. He misses the shot and he's going to be crunched in on by Crims. 16-14. Fnatic. I don't believe it. NIP, I thought they absolutely had this one, but Fnatic will win the match. And you got to feel bad for Get Right. He's been playing so well, and yet, unfortunately for him, and for NIP, they will lose this game against Fnatic.
Yeah, but looking at Fnatic, it's a great win for them. Again, they've had some trying losses in ECS themselves. Some of them have been vocal about it, being disappointed, feeling like they let people down on Twitter. But this is a tough test for them, especially with Get Right playing so well, especially with the comeback, and to turn the tables in such difficult fashion just with the pistols when you're probably in a situation to lose the entire match is unbelievable stuff. The temerity for Brolan to get that 1 versus 3 towards the end as well is unbelievable. So I think that to win in that fashion for Fnatic is a great mental boost for them as well. So while it's disappointing for Ninjas in Pyjamas, I think it's fantastic for Fnatic. Get Right with 3,200 damage, but not enough. That's in normal time. That's very rare. But, I mean, credit to Brolan as well. 26 frags, not too far behind Get Right. And it will be Fnatic to take the W on Overpass. And here are the implications of that. NIP finish in 3rd place. Now, I don't know, I think it's FaZe versus Mouse Sports to come, so I think that they've probably made it to land with those results, NIP, so we'll double check that later on, but if that's the case, then congratulations to them. Fnatic, they're not at risk of relegation, I don't believe. I guess they probably beat G2 on the head-to-head, so they should be okay. We'll see how it goes when when everyone's matches are finished, but there's only a few more to go, so watch this space and we'll get to the rest of these matches.
Alrighty, we're back in LDLC versus Optic this time around, and we've got Optic on that CT side of Overpass. Haven't seen them today, but we've seen some LDLC, and LDLC have had some good times and some bad. We'll see in time what this will be, as Optic are quite scary, and they'll already be trying to push this monster tunnel, and they're going to find a nasty surprise. So many players. That's pretty tough to deal with. KGB might have some headshots here that he can pick up before the bomb goes down, but unless he can get some, I'm not sure about the chances for them here, and that's a beautiful one. So that is something. Thinning out the numbers, 4 versus 3 for the LDLC side, though. They are heavily favored.
Man's like LDLC. If I remember correctly, they've got 8 losses at the moment, so they're in trouble as far as making it to the land of brisket. Cowboys and such things, they are in trouble. That's not a bad start though. Devaduvek with a power pose of his own. I think everyone's loving watching LDLC at present.
Say his last name, James. Say it.
Dobra Salovic. Dobra Salovic. Dobra Salovic. I don't believe that you pronounce the V and the J, so I'm saying Dobra Salovic.
Well, he'll be in connector, waiting for any aggression. Train overheads. Nade to the boost position.
Yes.
It's a nice one.
It's becoming more and more common. I think at least 3 teams do it now. People pick things up quickly.
Well, Alex taking 0 damage on the first engagement, but double for him. That spotted by Amanek, and he had a really good game earlier today. Amanek and Devaduvek definitely strong players for the team, but Alex as well. I mean, they're all very good. And they've opened up the map considerably. 1 player left in this anti-eco. That's Yugi, and he'll be keen to get some damage in here. That needs to be spotted and fragged. 2-0. LDLC are going to be in a prime position now to crush the buy of Optic, as they will have limited utility in the extreme to work with in this round.
Three MAC-10s. I enjoy a MAC-10, although whenever I use one in a show match, it becomes an iconic clip of me being a moron. Here they come into the B bomb site, bursting, trying to abuse the numbers game, and it's going well so far, but now they're down to these MAC-10s. Amanek walking to his doom. Alex and Twanu remain. Alex booking it towards the A bomb site for the rotation, but Cajun B has the sound cues, he has the advantage, he has the superior angles. He has so much. Maybe shadows as well. Yes, he's being teased, and there it is. That is a flank taken away. That leaves Twanu alone.
Has picked up an AK though. He had a MAC-10 previously, and if he can win this frag against the player in barrels, that could be it. But he's got now another challenge to deal with. The flash comes in. It's really good. Some cover gained, but it's obviously a very wall-bangable position. More nades to be thrown across, and Twanu will get taken out. So good hold by Optic, but let's not forget that we had 3 MAC-10s bought by LDLC, which was quite genius, really, because obviously it was very effective that round. They've set themselves up into a position where they have a full buy here, and Optic are going to be buying to within, well, they don't really have anything left. So LDLC in a great spot to crush the economy of Optic. And they've got an AWP out on Twanu as well. Seems like they want another B play also.
Stuck behind a Molotov. Oh, that HE could be everything. That is juicy. 2 players down to half health, and Config with a very fast ace. Nice.
Oh,
that was
God.
quick. That was clinical. Everything in its right place. Talk about choke points. Inhaling all that smoke.
Oh, man. He just annihilated so much equipment value there. Just in one spray down, an entire team falling. You don't get to see that all the time, and that's beautiful and much needed. Optic in an amazing position now. The previous round, it was such a dodgy spot for them, but they didn't even have to play out the round thanks to Config finding himself every connection he needed, and now Optic will be able to capitalize quickly, taking the 3rd round, I'd imagine, as things start off well here with an additional 2 kills at the start, and it only gets better and better as it really no one except Snappy taking any damage, and not too much now that Amanek is able to do as he is taken out by Config, finding himself another frag. A meaty knife right there. There's so many knives now. I can't keep track. 3-2, and the buy comes back in for LDLC. But the momentum, if they were ever going to have it, or if they stood to have it, it was confiscated by Optic. And Optic have it now instead. They are the bullies in the playground. And they are running a tight ship. A strong system. Connector will be taken over by LDLC as the challenge is coming in also from Optic. We'll see the incendiaries there. That does allow Yuki to stay out in position, not afraid of getting run down from the flank as he retreats. And a more defensive setup has been held now by Optic.
Ooh, through the keyhole. Lloyd Grossman. Rough situation for Optic now with the man disadvantage. UMP's not great either. LDLC slowly spreading outside around the bogs. And now a rotation towards B. With control of connector, this will not be heard. Some nice spray down from Config. Always nice when you see him with the highlight reels. Very dangerous player, but that's a big frag from Armanek. Now, will they be ready for Config? Yes! Oh, that was so beautiful. That leaves Snappy with the UMP. They know where he is now. They have complete information, and they can take very aggressive post-plant positions because they know that Snappy is miles away.
Snappy on the attack, and he's going to find himself Amanek, and that bomb will, of course, be detonating shortly, but at least Snappy gets to keep himself alive. Doubtful that Logan will be able to find him in time. I say that, but there is actually some time here. If Snappy just holds position and Logan starts to quicken his pace, maybe, but Logan is going the wrong direction entirely. So Snappy will live, and LDLC will have themselves a chance to steal away momentum once again, but the money for Optic is pretty good at the moment. Double ops will come in. Snappy's still on 9k actually, and not having to spend a single dime, really. Okay, as I said, that he picks up an incendiary, but still. Duvek with the lineup here. We can see that so far, LDLC will be progressing quite quickly to a long. Snappy might hear some sound cues here. He's absolutely going to hear sound cues. Going to go to call to his teammates. There's no one there to give attention towards long though yet. See, they have a bait setup here between Snappy and Yugi. Challenge is in, and that's not a good look. That's very unfortunate. Optic, what do they do now? They've lost 2 players immediately towards A. Counter utility thrown by Cajun, but he is alone. Pushing forward. Bought some time for his teammates. Maybe there's a chance here.
Ooh, perfect. I love that. Even behind the smoke. Throw molly if someone's there. Spray as they try to exit. Should they be there? They are there. They're sprayed. They're dead. Attention to detail. Just like on Cash when the smoke is down in T-Warehouse and people spray in case CTs are trying to cross. Sometimes it will yield a kill. Optic with 2 players remaining. LDLC pulling the teeth ever so slowly. No door slamming from them. Holding those pliers firmly. They will extract with maximum pain. Now Config is alone. Time to save if you can. If you'll be afforded such a luxury. Config looks like that portrait looks like a character from a futuristic, like a Time Cop or something. It's like a bad guy with a giant machine gun or something, you know, in army slacks.
I don't see, not really seeing it, but you know, your
He's got the chin for it.
The way your mind works is very specialized. 4-3, and LDLC are looking back in control again after what seemed to be a pretty... Well, we saw what Config did to them. That was 5 kills, actually. He's only otherwise got 2 kills. So, that was the most impactful round that he has had so far. From a kill perspective, at least. Obviously, we can't really see the sort of live stats when it comes to like flash assists and stuff. I do think that when that's going to go to the broadcast live is coming. Don't know how soon, but eventually we'll be there. Give us more meaningful statistics. Yugi with a meaningful connection there. That's going to allow them to fall back safely. And with the advantage, LDLC have to make a play. They've got to get some ground. Can't lose a player and get nothing. You've got to push on forwards, take some position away from the CTs. And they have no control towards B, so it's looking like it'll be A now for them.
1 minute on the clock. LDLC taking it slow. It's the LDLC huddled together around the toilets. Shadow, frag. And another one from Yugi, spotting the third player, going for it as fast as possible. Maybe just before the scope comes up, but no. Cajun B at the back of the site. There he is with the bomb at his feet. Really wants the AK-47 collected. Natwan, who's got a lot of work to do. 33 seconds. He needs someone to peek him. Then he gets the 1v1. But if he's forced to go into the site, surely it's all been guaranteed that Optic will trade him. And because of that, he will choose to take the AWP away. Worst case scenario, he does not want him picking up a sniper rifle, but the sound cues are enough for them to move forward. There was a AWP at the front of the site anyway.
So Counter-Strike is the only game which I've turned the auto equip on, or auto pickup on, and auto equip on actually, because I actually found that I was using it by accident, and it would allow me to switch to guns so much more quickly. And I was like, you know what? There's actually no spot in this game where if I'm going to pick up a gun, I'm not going to need to use it straight away. So, because it instant switches to it as fast as possible, it actually feels really good.
So you're making an argument for auto weapon, whatever it's called.
So when you pick up a weapon, it switches to it straight away.
I don't agree with that at all.
It's not like it's auto picking up a weapon for you, so you have to choose when you pick a weapon up.
Because let's say you have a pistol in a fight. Let's say you're fighting, you're moving around, and you run over a weapon which has one bullet in it.
No, you have to pick the gun up, and you can't just run over it. You have to actually press a button and pick it up.
Wait, what? Okay, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay,
we'll come back to this.
We'll come back to it.
So you're saying there's a setting where you don't pick up a weapon unless you press E on it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is that actually a thing?
I think so, yeah. Been working for me so far, at least.
I don't think that's a thing. I'm not convinced that's actually
we'll
I've never heard of that.
Maybe we'll have to test it.
I think I was just mad.
It's made something up entirely. We'll come back to this in a second. We've got the push on Monster from Amanek. Ooh! Oh my god, how did he find that?
He's hacking, he's hacking!
He's doing a good job. Nico by the water will find headshot angles, but it's Amanek with the headshots for days as he pushes forward. Another headshot connection. That's beautiful. Now Yugi comes in for the challenge. Only Yugi seems to be able to stop him as it's a AWP versus AWP battle now. Alex moves into the B-bomb site. Yugi worrying about that flank as well, and Alex is looking for the push. He's only got 15 seconds to plant the bomb, and he has no idea that the cross is perhaps free. And so all this waiting is very confusing for Yugi. At this point, as far as Yugi is concerned, Alex could have rotated anywhere, so he's just holding position. So it's going to work out for Alex regardless. Yugi will come back into position though, and we'll see whether or not he can make this one work. He'll make a sound. Oh, he's faking the drop. That's so smart. Oh my god, what a baller. He will move forwards now. He needs to connect a very quick shot here. Scopes come in, checking the short position. This position from Alex is genius as well. Yugi's never going to check this. Never in a million years. He can even get the knife if he wants, but he settles for the no-scope. Well played to Alex. Nice moves from Yugi. I love the fake there into the water with the pistol. I've never seen someone try that actually in a professional match before.
Okay, so explain what you were saying to me before, because I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, it might be that you run over a weapon and also pick up, I don't know, but I've never actually had that situation because I always pick a weapon up by pressing E on it, or T for me, and it just insta-switches to it when you pick it up. It instantly equips it, as opposed to having to for you to switch away from your gun that you're currently wielding to that weapon. So it's faster, but...
Okay, if that's an actual setting, I'm not aware of it.
I'll experiment later. It might just be auto pickup and auto equip at the same thing, but if it's not, then it's pretty good.
I feel like it's auto equip, which you're the only person who uses that out of 12 million people.
Maybe. Anyways, push comes in, it's the anti-eco, and everyone's wiped out. So yeah, I do think though if there was like a setting which prevents you from auto picking up, so that if you run over something, you don't accidentally equip something, then it's just a case that it insta switches to something you decide to pick up. I find it pretty useful because there's also like intense spots where you're fighting and you want to switch a gun quickly to something that's on the floor, and it just instantly does it, which is nice if you're swapping your gun out. But generally, you don't need to swap your gun out. Anyway, experimentation will be had, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
I'm comfortable with my situation. I feel like there's more opportunities for a setup like that to cause problems than otherwise.
Yeah, it might be the case. I mean,
I'd rather have it.
I'll probably just buy my primary and secondary differently in the future, but fast push in. Alex again up to his usual shenanigans. Finds a quick headshot. Nico dodging around the water, and he's going to be doing a great job there. 2 for him. Snappy is going to take 1 down as well. Oh dear. This has failed for LDLC. They're loving these pushes on Monster James. Hasn't really worked out for them very often.
Yeah, just to go back to the point, I feel like there's less control, because if you need to pick something up but not necessarily use it straight away, let's say you have a CZ and you have the potential for close quarters battle, that draw time of the CZ, having to redraw that, for example, could be the difference between winning or losing or missing a window. Some spray for Yugi, but he manages to mostly, well, get past it with most of Yugi intact, let's say. Ooh, wild assumptions being made by Alex. A very strange thing to see. Just walking past, like there's no tunnel there. Ooh, that's one to learn for sure. I've got to write that down.
I do agree with you though. I'm all for maximum buys, maximum control. But I was surprised when I was using it. I was like, whoa, it switches so much faster than I do. So maybe it's just a case that I just need better binds, better setup. Here goes Logan and 20 running, thunderfooting around, and Cajun will punish them for that. Now 20, oh, he's going to be heard with the scope surely. He's got the bomb as well. There's 40 seconds to go. And it's not really too much to do here, it would seem, for him. I mean, he needs his teammates to get him a safe passage to a bomb site. He can't really do it by himself. If he does try and fails, the bomb is lost and his 2 teammates are out of the round. Oh, that was close. But it doesn't seem like there's a way in at this point. It's just Devaduvek with any amount of health. Door will be opened, and that will be absolutely heard by Nico. Confidence waiting on the bomb site. You think he's just going to save this. This round has failed, and Optic will tie the score.
Yes, they will. Second round in a row for Optic. Well, we have 2 players on the hunt, but I don't think they'll get anywhere close to these 2 LDLC players. Awkward situation for them. And it seems they're going to force around the weapons they saved. At least this way, the money is together. Otherwise, it would have been really weird on the rounds to come. The Tech 9 for Alex. I'm still not convinced at all by the Tech 9. Each to their own, but for me, it is not a consideration. Let me see where that smoke is going. Oh, it's a different way to throw it. A lot of people do it from the stairs up, but you have to do it on some obscure shadow. I can never remember what shadow it is, so that is an easier approach. With all the grenades, one has to learn. Unless I do that 100 times, I'm not going to remember it, unfortunately. This is a great angle, standing on those flower beds, because you can see people coming out of connector, out of divider, and, well, you better hit your shot, otherwise you're screwed. But if there are two people coming around the toilets, then there's a fair chance you'll get traded. But it's one of the good positions to learn if you don't really know where to stand on overpass. I'll look over the smoke from Alex, and he won't find anything just yet.
Scary stuff. Here, the exchange here between the A bomb site and the bathroom's position. 40 seconds, and LDLC against Optic are playing quite a slow game, honestly, compared to what we are used to seeing. And they'll be making their way for a quick rotation towards the B bomb site. Nico's there in wait on the round position. He's been doing a fantastic job, and it looks like that's only going to continue here in this round, as there's not much doing on the bomb side here, as the LDLC team will march in and get promptly dealt with. Logan was on the lurk, but he's now the only man left. It's always a sad situation to be in. Best he can really do is pick up a gun, get some damage, maybe save it. He's going to surf his way to success. Well, surf his way to save, I suppose. A successful save. And that will be that. Optic will win the round. And now it will be 7-6 for them. 2 wins by timeouts.
In a row. That sucks.
It feels like LDLC can't find success with their pacing. Either they go really fast and get absolutely blown out, or they play too slow and just can't get into a bomb site. It seems to be two extremes with that in that way.
You're looking for a timing, maybe an anti-eco timing in case of T team looking to burst, but not quite hitting the mark on that occasion. Avoiding the trade shooter, if you will. And now LDLC start to move through the toilets. Maybe Snappy gets a sound cue. Grenade of his own. That damage may pay off later on. Does he see the boost on the radar? I don't know, but the Molotov has good intentions. They'll line up for him. Easy burst on the second player. Bomb spotted. Reasonable chance there'll be more people lurking around. Alex spotted in that long position. There he goes. Leaving Armanek and Devaduvek. Newmans to do what they can. Mr. Power Pose himself. Mr. CEO, Mr. About Us page. First entry. Will get nothing done this time. We move into the last round of the first half, and you do wonder if it was even worth saving. I guess you don't necessarily have time to calculate things, but Logan saves an AK for another round, but then worst case scenario, he doesn't really have what he wants in this round. The last round of the half. Galil, full armor, no grenades. Maybe there was value in just going and dying instead.
Okay, pushing forwards. LDLC towards the fountain. Looks like they want to try to hit more of a medium pace in this round as they go quickly towards the bathrooms. And if they can deal with KHB, then that's going to be nice. Out the smoke they go. Where's the trade? KHB not looking to expect another player from the same position, and that's unfortunate for him, but that's how it goes sometimes. And I like that this proactive play from Nico is coming in. They see that KHB goes down fast. Now they're reacting. Nico cutting off rotation, and that allows his teammates to play more passively in B, as they only need to worry about Monster. But look at Nico go, just pushing up the stairs, finding one on Devaduvek. Now he can fall back. He's playing with fire though. Which way does he go?
Two players remain for LDLC. It's a big headshot from Logan. A trying half of overpass for them. Armanek in the B bomb site looking for something, spotting the play towards the balcony, but he can't get a job done. That leaves Logan with the bomb to die last to config. Lots of impact frags from him. fairly even in the fragging for both teams, I think it's reasonable to say. Almost everybody on 7 for LDLC. So no stand-up performances, but again, we had a great ace from Config in the monster position. Lovely spray down, people stuck in the tunnel, in the tube. Who's the bad guy from Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles? Shredder. Well then, 4 USPs, 1 P2000 for Devaduvek. Pop flashes for Armanek. There's the first one. He may or may not spot something there. It's hard to tell sometimes with the X-ray. Players outside the monster position. I like to put 3 players here and have 2 players rush A. And then eventually the B rush comes in. There's a second flashbang, and they just can't really... Well, okay, never mind. Twanu will do it. 3 headshots for him, or 3 kills for him. And now Yugi in a 1 versus 4 situation. 2 headshots through the wall. And we finished off by Twanu. 4 kills for him in the pistol round. And that's game on, isn't it?
Everyone's just getting wrecked in the monster tunnel today. Pop, pop. Very, very good stuff from LDLC. Optic will buy AKs next round though, so they'll be back in action very quickly. Despite not getting a bomb plant. And that's why we like the new economy. It brings more CS to our screens. More CS can't be a bad thing, surely. Even when it's 12 games in 1 day, James. So, 5 Glocks. Not too much to really ask for. You want to waste all the enemy's utility. That's one, in a way, you can guarantee economic damage, and maybe you can get a cheeky frag by trading a lot of players, at least onto 1. That can be a good best case. Getting a bomb down is not impossible. Unless the other team makes a mistake, frankly. This is not a great setup to challenge into, though, if you want to get kills. And they're all dead. Except 1, but now he's dead too. 8-9, AK's coming out. Let's get this party started.
Out they come. Where's the last one? There it is. Right then, versus the mixed bag from LDLC. See what they can do. I think it's advantage optic for a round such as this, even with Twanu on AWP all day. Twanu, recently, we've seen him be really good at just having people walk straight into the middle of his reticle. Mainly other snipers. Perhaps that is to come. We'll see how he will do for now. He is over towards the long position. Not challenged just yet, but it looks like people will be coming in his direction. As you can see him there. But the longer this round goes on for, he will eventually have to fall back because he's looking at the end of long, not the exit from toilet. So there he is back on the A site, as you can see on the radar. In the meantime, Optic clearing out the connector position. Still not challenging long just yet. Just keeping an eye on it, making sure there's no push from LDLC.
Nice shot there from Twanu. Amanek will follow up with the trade. The setup works out. Trying to swap out for the AWP. Picks it up. Can he do anything else with it? Amanek staying in a forward position to try to make sure that he can kill anyone trying to chase him down and out. Devaduvek making his way up the connector stairs. They did not anticipate him to be so far forward, and that's going to be a free one as it gets even worse now for Optic. Yugi, how does he do this? He is alone. He has not got the bomb. They're looking at his angle. Alex is on it with an M4. Spotted, and that's it. 9-9. RDLC will look to secure themselves on the CT side, or rather stabilize themselves in their economy, as they are up against an eco round, and they've got plenty of cash in the bank. If they get no losses in this round, it will start to look quite scary. Op on Twanu is always going to be a challenge to deal with, and this is a CT-sided map. I'm curious to see how well LDLC can abuse that.
The Deagles are out. The Desert Eagles. If you've never fired one of those, nothing will prepare you for it. It really is a hand cannon. It really, really is. Oh boy, Config. Okay. Not shy of the odd Deagle shot. 5 versus 3 as Devaduvek tries to rectify this situation. This should be a round where they take the lead, LDLC. And now perhaps there is more balance in the force. Cajun B awaits. He's been an important fragger for Optic of late and continues to be so. Taking out Deviduvek, going for the full spray. In the meantime, Nico is making inroads towards the A site. No one is in position to hear his rotation. Cajun B will fall back and presumably eventually join him.
It's Nico. Got the bomb as well. No smoke for cover though. He really needs to frag. Oh, the T's here. He's got time to wrap his way around. Nico, he had Cajun B make some sound. He needs to move further forwards here so we can get the guaranteed kill. There it is. Waits for it. AWP collected, and they're going to take this round. I think now at this point he can get a really strong plant, and with the AWP collected, I actually don't think that this is possible for Amanek. He has a kit, but there's no smoke. I think that would be the must. It's Nico with the smoke. In fact, I believe he picked that smoke up from the guy that he killed who had the AWP. So Amanek's going to make his way forwards, but again, the AWP on that plant, defending that plant, is incredibly good. And we're about to see just why. Amanek is clearing everything, but again, as soon as he realizes what plant it is, it's going to be very tough indeed. See that he realizes that it's a bit hopeless, pushes forwards, now can maybe try to get a kill out of this, at least get rid of the AWP. And there it is. Occasionally eliminates Amanek. He's actually going to die as well to the bomb. But the AWP will be saved by Nico, and what a round. Very well played by Optic. Their first one in the second half, in fact. But there is enough money for LDLC to get a buy-in here anyway, so it's okay for them.
Bing bong. 2 shots from a Desert Eagle and you're done. First round in the second half for Optic. Twanu with a nice, well, I was going to say a nice shot. It looks like he would have got a kill there. Maybe he shot between his legs, I don't know, but didn't go where it was supposed to. Molotovs to clear any LDLC players out. But often when you get that shot with an AWP, you want to get out of there as soon as possible before people start to make inroads towards the higher ground. Deviduvek looking for information, though one must be careful. I want to see one player jumping from sandbags, getting hit by that high explosive grenade outside Monster. Haven't seen it just yet. Now, seems the Optic have the B bomb site surrounded. Everyone is here, but 3 LDLC players lie in wait.
Duvek here, how much can he get? Oh, he's whiffed the spray. Unfortunately, he was blinded. So I have some bullets left, though, to try to get something extra out of this. 6 bullets remaining now. Picks up an additional kill. That's nice, but it's Optic again here, doing good damage as they move into the bomb site. Amanek from the back will find his way onto a kill by short, but it's down to Twanu as well. And he's going to pick up 1 too, so not looking bad here as Twanu swaps out for the FAMAS to move closer, to be more dynamic. They're up in a 1 versus 2 against Yugi. And here it comes. Going for the double peek, the trade setup, and it's good.
Score is tied again. Back to winning ways for LDLC. Just that 1 round for Optic. Can't string a second one together. Now what? What is the situation? Not fantastic for Optic. They could buy in the next round. Probably should buy in the next round. It seems that they will. Just the odds piece bought. Ooh, it's the Butcher buy. Yugi dropping a second Desert Eagle for Snappy. So the money is together for the team. Team player, Yugi. You need to be a team player, Dan. When you play on a team, you heard it here first.
It's true. This is a team game.
It's very true, Dan. You played as part of a team?
Many teams.
What does TDM even, what does it stand for? Team Deathmatch.
Yeah.
I knew that. Sometimes you know the answer to a question, but you just ask the other person. Sometimes that's your job. you know, as a host, for example. So what is esports then?
As sports. Alright, well, not looking good here for Optic. Moving in with the Deagles. Oh, there we go. Awkward. It's actually fun to experiment with how quick you can spam the Deagle and at what distances it actually makes sense. And how fast you can shoot it. Sometimes it surprises me when I test that out, that the Deagle actually, because of the meat shots that you get, you can kind of guarantee a kill by firing it really fast at specific ranges. Not necessarily like right, you know, very close to you, but even sometimes close to a mid-range can actually be effective. But it's going to be 11-10 here. LDLC are in advantage. Optic not really finding too much success so far. I'll have to see whether or not there can be a way for them to bounce back into this one, because it's been, I thought it was a struggle for LDLC on that T side, but Optic, they're having an even harder time, it looks like. The connector control mission has been prioritized by LDLC as they put 2 players there. Ooh, good Molotov there. That's gonna... Ooh, Amanek, is he actually... Oh wow, he's safe from this. That's incredible. They're not gonna check it because of that. That's heartbreaking, isn't it, James? Your heart must be broken.
That's when you live with regret, remorse. Some things cannot be changed. Some things become history. You cannot change history unless you're high up in the government, of course. Optic with 3 players remaining. The bomb is a problem, and having almost no one alive is another problem. Armanek bouncing out of the door. That leaves Yugi alone with the AWP in a 1 versus 4 without the bomb in connector. Smoked off, isolated, climbing up a ladder. Not in a great situation. His impact on this round will be very limited indeed. The only frag in this round coming from Yugi, and LDLC start to pull away ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's not the best situation in the world. Money broken. Momentum with LDLC. And just the manner in which that they got some of those kills is very encouraging for LDLC. So we'll see what they can do. These Optic players on this terribly equipped round. They got the flashbangs and that's about it. Ooh, oh, it's a bit too early, unfortunately, but it's a nice idea.
HE grenade. Hello.
Okay, spots one. Spray comes through. Gets a bit of damage onto Yugi. Is it worth it? I wonder, because he has to reload now. The push comes in. Alex will be able to support very wonderfully well. And that's going to be another round just out. Just done. 13-10. Important buy coming in for Optic now. It's important.
Very, very important. This is a key round for Optic. The lack of money isn't great. And LDLC are too close to that round number 16. Double sniper rifles for LDLC in this round. Perhaps a change in approach to some of the rounds prior for LDLC in the buy versus buy. Taking a quick shot, not seeing much, falling back. Moving towards an aggressive long setup. 20 takes a shot and his teammate pops up if needed. Maybe now. Nope, not just now, not just yet. Continue to move up. Maybe now 20 pops out. Amanek and Twanu shutting down this round. The welcoming package for Cajun B, leaving him on 14 HP. Twanu misses his shot, and all of a sudden, this becomes winnable for Optic.
Yeah, that was a funny position behind that tree. It's like one of those, you know, spots in a movie where it's like, hold your fire, hold. It's getting all tense. You're like, oh my god, surely now. But eventually finds the perfect timing to peek, and they will take down the wounded player, and this just leaves Snappy alone. In a 1 versus 3, and the CTs can just play really passively on the A-bomb site. You can see this flank coming in. Never mind. Well, that's dealt with. Devaduvek is gone, and there's plenty of time. If Snappy did want to go all the way to through T-spawn towards B, he could do that, but he's deciding to go up long. And it does create the question for the CTs. Do you stick together and guard one site and try to retake the easier retake bomb site, which is B? Or do you split up? Those are the 2 major options that you'd expect at this point. And they are playing together, more or less. But sort of watching both bomb sites. And a great off angle by Alex. 14-10. James, Optic won a single T run so far. Just only one.
That is less than ideal, Dan. I think it is fair to say. Is it fair? I think that's fair.
Yes.
I think that is fair. It's not ideal. Now, they're at max loss bonus, but they've got to put their best foot forward, which means playing against match point, most likely. They'll buy what they can, but they can't ruin their money and have 2 terrible chances versus 1 good chance at taking this to overtime.
Which is your best foot?
My right foot. I play football with both, but my right foot has more power in it. UMP and a bunch of pistols, namely P250s. A cameo appearance from a CZ, a fleeting visit, won't be in the credits. Logan, that's a nice shot from him, spinning around. Not really getting too flashed by these flashbangs, maybe they need work. And Optic have aborted the initial plan to go to the short B position, heading towards Monster now, and Davidek will spot these players. His turn for a spray down. Not quite config level, but the job is being done. It's all about winning the rounds, about getting to match point, about trying to conserve the money, because it's not great for LDLC. Damage can still be done in the next round by Optic, which can make it easier to make the comeback. So surviving with 4 is very good for LDLC. And now it is maybe the last, well, it is the last stand for Optic. They need to win everything.
Okay, the double offs in for LDLC. They've had so much success at this point, they've got to be feeling so incredibly confident. Let's finish this off, I'm sure they're thinking, and by the side of the smoke, Amanek, oh, he nails that one onto Snappy, throws the AWP back to Twanu, using his spawn effectively, and that is beautiful to see, as Config is going to have to go nuclear in this round. I usually think of him whenever the Optic are in a bad spot, and hopefully he can summon his powers. Or somebody can summon their powers to try to get them out of this one as KGB flash forward. Well, actually, it looks like 20 was safe from the flash, so again, maybe a question on the flashbangs, but it would have been a nice play had it connected. And that will be a harrowing moment now for Optic as things get worse and worse. Good trade from Yugi, but Amanek, he's going to be spotted here. Damage being done, can't finish it off, Amanek. It's left Nico weak though. It's Devo Duvek's flank that could really do some serious damage here.
3v3. No messing around. Never knows when they're going to check. Takes him out immediately. Moves. That leaves Nico in a sticky situation. He's dead. That leaves Config, who just took out David Duvek as the last man standing. He knows that one of these 2 CTs are. You can have a good guess as to where the other one might be. But you never know if he's going to be on the flank, depending on what position he was in. Is that towards short? Is that a complete guess? Close to the barrels. Moving towards A. Nobody covering Alex's 6, but he's put himself inside long, so he's less likely to be flanked by the likes of Config. No one by the truck. Got to be careful for this angle. That's a nice angle down the stairs of the bank to watch the cross, but Alex's angle on long will be good enough. Picks good timing, and there is another win in the bag for LDLC. 16-10 over Optic. Just not enough round 1 in the second half for Optic.
Yeah, it was quite back and forth in that first half. It was hard to really place an advantage on either team. But LDLC looked to be in good form, and they managed to do a really good job. And at times it was difficult for them. You can see them trying to experiment with very fast pace, very slow paces, and trying to then find that even middle ground as neither of the extremes were really working for them. But they managed to get enough T rounds, which seemed surprisingly, as we switched over to Optic on that second half, to be very difficult for them. And Optic is a team where you would expect them to have good T sides on maps like Overpass. So it's hard to say exactly what went wrong specifically for Optic, but that T side, that could have been a lot better. So they'll have to think about that as things move forwards. But here are the scores, and you can see Amanek, you know, we could see as well that he had a lot of great rounds in clutch frags. So very good to see that across the board really for the French. It's pretty even.
Yes, everybody turning up for LDLC, and they turned it up for the W. We'll see what impact that has on the leaderboard. See if they've moved up any positions on what they've done. Oh, okay, we're going to see it for the next game. So this is it for now. Good damage by Amanek, and let's on to the next one.
can we sing when we're never sober? Don't know when to stop, so it's never over. I know that we are bad for us, but doesn't being bad feel good? Burning for days like a supernova. How can we change? Never always want to. Are we okay? Well, it's like I told ya. Our love is like a paper cut. I know we're gonna mess it up. I feel the weight pressing on my shoulder. So give me that paper cut. Give me that paper cut. Give me that. How can we change now that I was wanted? Are we okay? Well, it's like I told ya. Our love is like a paper cut. I know we're gonna mess it up. I feel the weight pressing on my shoulder. So give me that paper cut. Give me that paper cut. Give me that, give me that. Take off my dress with dirty fingers.
Marvelous. Optic will be starting on the CT side of Nuke. 5 USPs, all Kevlar, no kits. LDLC with a ramp charge. You don't see this in a pistol round very often. Snappy sees danger. He falls away. Fight or flight. Flight will be the choice. Then it's fight, but the fight doesn't go very well. First round knockout for LDLC. Moving through to B position. Breaking open the windows of control. And then stopping in ramp. There has been a 2-man rotation from Optic. They've got some people on the high ground. And they're continuing that rotation. Big frag from Nico. Looks ready for more around the hut position. Needs to rotate. Buy time for his teammate to be a threat. And the eliminations are coming in thick and fast for Optic. 3 versus the 1 of Armanek now on the high ground. Going to try and get the 1v1s. They're spreading wide though, Optic. Can crouch behind that blue box and then double peek when there's an opportune moment. There is time for Armanek here. Doesn't need to commit to this. Suggesting he's jumped off with his jump, however, all these surfaces make different sounds now, so that won't be the most convincing thing. Now he goes down ladder, up the ladder. But again, he's just looking for something. 37 seconds left, trying to sell the rotation even more, but I think he has to just kind of wait a good 10 seconds for them to consider it. You see Config turns around now. Nico has a look. There he is again. Back to a 1v3 situation. And he will crater. That is how the pistol round will end. Dead by the world.
Cratering, for those of you that don't know, is a term that originated from Quake many, many years ago. And it just means that, yeah, you fall to your doom. You fall to your death.
Like a meteor.
Yes. Quake has some great terms. Generally speaking, there's some funny stuff going on in the original Quake, but this is Counter-Strike, although it is built on the IdTech 1 engine, which is the Quake 1 engine. I just sort of engaged trivia mode there. I think one of the interesting things about this game is actually that the Source engine, which this is built on, was built on the IdTech. It's like a modified version of the IdTech 1 engine, which is the Quake 1 engine, and that was the first true 3D engine that was made ever. So the fact that this game is running on it really, I think, goes to show sort of how genius John Carmack is, who was the man, the brains behind the original IdTech engines. I think he still works for Oculus Rift these days. But it also means that I feel like the engine, it's not as optimized as it could be. And that's, I think, why we run into some of the problems that we do, and why perhaps it's probably quite difficult in some respects for the developers to make some changes, because so much of it is, there's a lot of old code in there that's been put in over the years. I really can't wait until eventually, James, we get a new engine for Counter-Strike, if that ever is going to be a thing.
Yeah, I really don't know if it is. I mean, I think we've had some teasers of the Source 2 engine, but we really don't know, because Valve don't want to tell us something that they're going to deliver, which they might not necessarily deliver in the future.
Yeah. And
I feel like they're, in part discouraged by abuse from idiots on the internet. So it's pure guesswork. It is pure guesswork. Technical pause for the time being, which is now gone. It's come and gone. It has passed. MP5's inferior weapon to the MP7. Apart from the lack of traces, for whatever that's worth. I think that is worth something. You see plenty of tracer punishment, and as an SMG, you're likely to be closer to a smoke should you spray through it, so. I would only use one on the CT side. If I was to use one, then I wouldn't use one. That's just my preference. Nice shot from Yugi. So satisfying to land a headshot with a scout when you can only see a head.
Yeah.
Quick flick.
Definitely one of the more satisfying weapons, for
Never
sure.
change that weapon.
I was thinking as well, actually, one of the tweaks that they could make to maybe make kills more satisfying is to increase the knockback on damage. So, for example, if you get one of the things that was interesting about Quake was that the knockback was linear based on the damage. So if you do 10 damage, it does 10 damage of knockback.
This is not Quake, damage. Man. You want pushback, play Quake that.
But basically, I'm just saying the system. So, for example, if you got an AWP headshot, it does so much damage that it would send the model flying backwards. So I think that would be a cool way to handle it.
Stop trying to ruin the game.
hey, it's just more knockback would be more fun. Anyway, Logan's moving in quickly there. The A splits is looking pretty good, although it's not much of a split because the smokes have shut down the push in other areas, but it's still going to work out, generally speaking. We've got the AKs now working onto that, or clearance of the bomb site. It's working quite well. Snappy, that should surely finish off the weakened Logan. It will, and he's going to be quite the nuisance there. And they can't really get a bomb down just yet. 20 though, with that frag, maybe that's enough. Now that Snappy will be still lurking with that UMP, pushing forwards, and he will find himself the kill onto Snappy. 20. So a nice round there from LDLC, very quickly turning things around with a fast upper split, and those are always fun.
Rifles are coming out for LDLC. This will be a difficult round for Optic with the buy that they have. The 2 M4s, the auto shotgun, the UMP for Snappy, and the Desert Eagle for Yugi. How do you survive a fast round as well? Not even a Molotov on the roof, just Armanek and his AK-47 headshot. That is the round over. Deleted, erased. I remember Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the film.
I never saw that one, actually.
I don't actually remember anything but Arnold Schwarzenegger's face, so I wouldn't bother to watch the film again. But, so I say, do you remember it? I don't remember it. Apart from that, it existed. And there was a big gun involved.
That's your signature move, though. It's like you'll make a reference that you don't really necessarily remember yourself.
Yep.
And so it like, runs the risk if someone actually questions something about it, you get stuck, which is, I think, amusing. But that's your style. It's your thing.
That's how I roll.
Copyrighted it. Well,
do you remember this thing? Because I don't remember it. But
yes.
Do you remember it? That's what I want to know. Maybe you could tell me about it if you remember, because I don't. Boom. Bish Bash Bosh, Bingo Bango Bongo. We don't have Bingo Bango Bongo stickers. We have Bish Bash Bosh stickers. I love the Bish Bash Bosh stickers. I tried to stockpile those as well, in case they disappeared. I have like 4 of each now. I have a... I'm not sure if I think I have a Bosch sticker on my Astron AWP. It's Bash or Bosch? I think it's Bosch. 5 USPs for Optic. This is going to be an uneventful round. Most likely, excuse me. I think my asthma slightly improved. The passages of commentary have become lengthier with less interruptions overall. 2 days in a piss-filled San Francisco seem to have helped. Inhaling all that ammonia.
Oh, I think that it can't help too much having to commentate for 12 hours in a row.
Easy.
But seemingly it's well, you've had some coughing moments, but generally it seems like it's not too bad.
Doing well.
So it's looking like a good start. Was foiled for LDLC, rather for Optic. LDLC taking firm control of this one. And look at that. It's quite fun watching the sort of explosiveness of LDLC. You know, Amanek in particular has had a lot of explosive rounds today, where you used to see him just flicking all over the place, going for these big, strong spray downs. And we'll have the typical move here from the buy of Optic, where you will see that shotgun coming out from Nico. Now, I forget who it was earlier that was actually playing shotgun mostly from Rab. But typically you see it on Hut or you see it around Squeaky Door. And the case will be that we'll have that here as well. Forward setup from the CTs in the outside of Nuke will be successful so far. Alex, oh, it's quite the drop there. And you can see KGB was waiting. What a setup here. This is not working out for LDLC. They're getting cut down everywhere.
Duvek needs to do damage. That's all you can really hope for, I think, in a 1 versus 4, on Nuke especially. One of the harder maps to clutch on. Just the sheer nature of the map, all the corners, the nooks and the crannies, the position, the elevation on both bomb sites. Many a problem. Three to 3. The auto shotgun continues for Nico. All the glass has been smashed now. Kind of just have to get on with what you want to do on the CT side. That's a beautiful start from Twanu, catching Cage and B with a grenade in his hand. Love the squeaky plays with an AWP. I was going to say that the glass being broken can benefit the CT side as well, such as Optic, but they are walking to their doom at present. You can throw high explosives to the silo position, but not this round. They've got to focus on doing something to bring this back, Optic. And you saw the aggressive play with those intentions towards Hut didn't work out, and now the problem is compounded.
It really sucks on the CT side when you can't find a groove early on Nuke, it feels like. Because it feels like when you do get that good start and you carry through those first 4 or 5 rounds without a hitch, that it becomes very easy to string rounds together. And Amanek will take down one, and you spin around to take down Snappy as well. He's all over the place. Snappy goes for that backstab, but it's not worked out. And this buy round will be smashed again. LDLC looking to be in good form here against Optic. And I feel like it's still difficult to know what the expectation looks like on the amount of rounds you'd want to get on the CT side. You know, are you looking for... You know, I mean, for example, the Cash, right? We know that Cash is quite T-sided these days. And that's very easy to explain. But I think Nuke is just, it does come down to style in some part, and it also comes down to the fact that it feels like this map still isn't, we haven't created many standards for it yet. It's still, we have some mainstays when it comes to T strategies and the ways you play the map as the CTs and rotations and so on, but it still feels like the map is very even at times. It's looking even right here.
Meekov. Making plenty of noise outside. Running all the way towards Secret. Running back, maybe trying to pull players towards the B-bomb site. No one headed there just yet, although Snappy was going towards the ramp. Config taken out. It is Nico around for Optic, so we're not terribly concerned with the results as long as they go the expected way. Very ill-equipped are Optic. No need to give Yugi more opportunities to find something with that Desert Eagle. Down the ladder they go. Down the ramp LDLC go. Plenty of numbers. Yugi maybe get some sound cues from there. Probably. Probably maybe. The executions continue. Yugi versus 3. Team kill from Amanek. But no matter, the round is with them. 5-3 LDLC. Now we have the AWP being pulled out for Yugi. Not much in the name of helmets, and Alex appears to want to continue with his MAC-10. A MAC-10 on Nuke is interesting. Perhaps he'll be inclined to go towards Secret. Either that or it's the squeaky play down the ladder. But no, he's going for the utility play. So let's see what he does. I'm interested. I'm interested. You have my attention, Alex.
He's going to be set up with that MAC-10, smashing the glass and readying himself to toss the nades. Making all sorts of noise there. And it may not even be the case that they are looking to do anything from up there, but just trying to break the glass and make it feel like, from the CT's perspective, that an upper play is coming to make them preemptively spend some of their utility. Tension rises now as nothing is yet to happen on the upper bomb site. Minute left now, and we'll finally start to get some more nades here from the T's as they'll start to push in. Good defense coming in from the initial defenders, Config and Cajun, but the trades will be soon to follow as Logan is alone. He's on the bomb site though, but he doesn't have the bomb. It's stuck in lobby. 50 seconds to go back and collect it. Config is very weak at this point, so maybe if he's the first man to make contact with Logan, Logan will have a chance to make this doable. Oh, this crossfire is quite deadly, isn't it? And Yugi, very ready for that one. Round 4 Optic, but a costly one. Loads of money for LDLC on the other hand. This actually presents quite a problem. This could be a big swing round if LDLC are to win it.
2 helmets on the 5 players. The MAC-10 continues to rear its ugly head on Alex. And this time he seems to be headed towards the ramp. Pop flash play. Out he comes, leading the charge via a faster running rate, of course. Run speed, rather. And you can see that the ramp area has been conceded. So they've established control there, and they will walk away. Optic can't really re-peak the ramp area, unless it's from hell, surely. Players going towards the outside. I don't know if they smashed the glass earlier. Here, more smashing of glass. So LDLC looking to establish a lot of control. Ramp and then the outside down to secret. Where on the hell will Optic go? They've got 2 players towards B already. Yugi spotting some players outside. We don't have the smoke grenades, and that might be an issue for LDLC. It is already with Yugi taking out Twanu. Alex fails his mission as well. So despite a great map control, they are falling to pieces outside LDLC.
It's looking like a struggle. And they will be taken out. No struggle anymore because there's no round anymore for them to play. This is quite a weird one. Armanek is dead and neck. (5-5) even score. Hard to know exactly which way this one will go from this point, as both teams are going to be spending quite a lot of cash, and like neither team's really found a huge amount of consistency here. We'll see what the plan is there for LDLC. I like this. You know, we get the lurk smoke forward by the squeaky position. 4 Molotovs on the map at once. You can see fire all over the place. 5 now as they start to extinguish. Yugi outside with the orb, looking to see if he can find something, but it's a slow push from LDLC out there. They're taking it really cautiously.
Lots of activity. Just looking for something. Where he might be. Only 3 flashes on LDLC. That's the first one. Hits the spot. As you can see, there is support for Yugi sniping outside. Cajun B has his left side covered, so he can focus on the silo for as long as he wants to. But now Cajun B has been isolated from his brethren. Yugi has problems, and Alex looks to be too close for Yugi to fall back, but that is a beautiful shot. Looking outside once again, he's spotted Armanek now, he's crouching. And once more, he has to be careful to his left. Yugi may need to fall back soon. You can see Armanek looking for information. There's smoke coming up. In the meantime, Config will take out Devaduvek near Squeaky. And again, LDLC is starting to struggle outside on Nuke.
Armanek and Logan left. The hopelessness. Can you feel it? Can you feel the despair? It's like being in a chasm. It's barren in every direction. Seems to stretch on for miles. There's no oasis to be found. And all that's left is to walk until eventually the elements take care of you. And that's what's happened there. Optic will take the round, and they'll lose nobody. 6-5 for them as the money's broken for LDLC. So they really stand now to maybe get some momentum going, and without having it stopped. It's looking good. You know, 3 in a row for Optic now, looking to beat 4. And curious about the choices here for both teams, because we've got Deagles in play. Nice catch by Yugi outside, as Snappy looks to find himself some love with the HE as well. These Deagles not finding any connections yet. Deagles.
Desert Eagles. What are Eagles doing in the desert anyway? There's not much going on over there.
Well, they kill snakes and stuff, eat them.
I never want to see a sea snake in the sea.
Oh yeah.
It's not a good prospect.
Right?
They're not necessarily huge, but they're just like very deadly.
Very fast. Are they deadly?
Most of them.
Are they venomous? Or
most of them are venomous and deadly. Yeah, they will just kill you. So look out for those.
Fun fact: in Swedish, the language, there's no words for venomous. They just use poisonous. They don't have. This is from what I recall. So they can't, in that sense, distinguish between the difference of venomous and poisonous. And for those of you that don't know, poisonous means if you eat something, it will poison you. Venomous means that something has venom that it can inject into you as
It'll
part of its
put
defense mechanism,
poison inside you.
and it will murder you. So some things can be venomous,
Like
but
a frog.
not be poisonous. So you can eat them, not be poisoned.
Oh, okay. Like a snake.
Yeah, so you can
Looking
see,
like a frog.
so some snakes they'll be able to take the venom sacs out or whatever, and then you can play around with whatever otherwise would be a deadly snake.
That video of the honey badger, where it bites the snake's head off and passes out from the venom,
Yeah.
then wakes up a few hours later and just continues to eat it, is hilarious and terrifying at the same time.
Yeah. Indeed, indeed.
It's crazy. Okay, we have a pause or a pause if you're from Europe.
So your spirit animal.
Absolutely, honey badgers all day. We are going to go to a break during this technical pause. Stay tuned, we shall return shortly. Okay. Freeze, mother bitches. If you remember what film that's from, then good for you. I've got nothing to give you, sorry. 7-5 in favour of Optic. You see the Molly going towards the squeaky door. Alex just keeping an eye on things. You're wondering why his knife is out. So he moves faster. He wants to limit his exposure, jump quicker than he otherwise might, so he's less exposed. That door is a few bullets away from a hole. You can see angles are being held for a quick open of the door perhaps and a look towards the roof. We haven't seen, I don't think in this game one time we've seen a Molotov towards the roof position. We have seen people line it up, but then they haven't thrown it. Nico's gonna smoke off Hut. Held on to his smoke grenade for a good time. It does look like LDLC want to execute into this position. No second kill, no transfer for Config. A pop flash from Nico. He can peek behind it towards the left-hand side, but he's trying to buy time, trying to run distraction. Yugi picking off Twanu. Nico eventually going down. Molotov to try and stop the plant. Molotov to try and stop a peek on the high ground. You can see the bomb on the floor. Bomb's being collected. Bomb needs to get planted. Bomb will get planted for the Molotov, if you will. Surprising side, perhaps. Flashbangs from the heaven position. Pop flashes from Armanek as he tries to delay these Optic players. Snappy taken down up top. Yugi holding angles while Cajun B starts to creep in. Instant headshot onto Devaduvek. 20 HP for Cajun B now. Sees a flashbang being primed. Easy frag for him. And again, now they look for the last player. Armanek round the back. Yugi swapping out for an AK-47. He's good for the frag. He's good for the round. Round number 8 for Optic. And that's 5 in a round for them. A bomb plant and max loss bonus would mean 4,200. The bomb plant will make it $5,000 for LDLC. Or am I reading that wrong? Alex said 4,300, so obviously my brain doesn't function. Oh yeah, with the bomb plant it's 4,200. Okay, yeah. I'm back in the room. I need more sleep. With the plant it's 4,200, otherwise it'll be 34. So I gave them an extra bomb plant. Well then, 2 rounds left in this half. LDLC again with intentions towards the squeaky door. 4 players there. In they go. First one spotted and swatted. Second one as well. And the third. And the fourth. Config's done a lot. So have his teammates. Nico with 2 frags. And that is a simple enough round for Optic, enjoying the spoils of the CT side on Nuke. Now we move into the last round of the first half. Mac 10's out for LDLC. This time it's not a choice. I think it was Alex we saw on 2 occasions with a Mac 10 when the rest of his team had AKs. Could have had one himself. Now Twanu and Devaduvek have limited options. They've got to go for them. The smoke's on the outside. That's why the Molotov is down to ruin them. The wall of smoke. Perfectly timed for Optic. And it leaves LDLC exposed to Yugi, but they will try to cover that with flashbangs instead. But 2 people need to get through. Sniper Ali stuck behind T-Red. That's a bomb spotted by Config. Doesn't get a frag, but Yugi knows his angles well outside. Armanek will get taken out in the meantime. They know that the bomb is towards the B bomb site. Snappy has angles. In the meantime, Yugi and Nico have been taken out. Mac 10's putting in some work. It's a nice frag for Config. Another one. And now they have the man advantage. Optic. Is the bomb still on the low ground? There's Twanu flanking with the Mac 10. Config won't see anything on the radar. 2v2, 1 minute on the clock. Bomb getting planted for the heaven position, it seems, with the Molotov. Does Cajun B go for a quick peek? Goes for a slow one. Snappy making sound in the meantime. He will wait for his teammate. Flashbang for his teammate. Other players on the low ground, and he's good for the second kill. And that's a 10-5 half, a 10-5 scoreline for Optic. That's a pretty solid CT half, I think. They will be pleased with that. 15 frags for Yugi and Config. KGB not too far behind. So smooth from Config, especially that second frag. So satisfying. Nice burst onto both. Awkward last engagement for Cajun B, but he happens to do it. Had his teammate there to trade. Now, if Optic can win this pistol, this would be colossal. Yugi has a HE grenade. That would say to me a blow off of the squeaky door, a fast play into the A bomb site. Let's see where he's going. Grave's being deployed. Squeaky blown off. A flashbang from his teammate on the high ground, and in they charge. Shake the roof. Clear the roof. Swipe the roof. Bleach the roof. Whatever you like. Twanu in the red. Twanu dead. 5 versus 2 very quickly indeed in favor of Optic. This is looking very nasty indeed. Only configs taking damage. And again, the cheap rifles. The cheap helmets mean cheap rifles, because you can buy them immediately, so you don't have to expend money on the SMGs and such. No Kevlar for Yugi. So Nico and Cajun B will likely have AK-47 since they get a cheap helmet. Untouched armor for them. There's the helmet. And there are 2 AKs. Will we see a third from Nico? Yes, we will. Big guns out immediately. They know that having won the pistol, the urgency is high for LDLC. Optic now having won both pistol rounds. Fast wall of smoke outside. Snappy will lead the charge. Again, no fear of an AWP in this round, so all W from Snappy. Waiting for the smokes to go down. The W will continue. A CZ from Devaduvek. Other than that, it's a clean round for LDLC. Keeping their money for the buy round. 3 players left. 2. Just with USPs. Nothing to write home about, nothing to shout about. Barely a voice to shout with a buy as low as this. The bullets will not ring out. Ooh, I felt that. That was not comfortable to watch. Funny how the model is still smiling. Maybe we should have, like, for April Fools, Doom faces on the players, so when they get into low health, they have, like, anguish and such. Glass has been smashed. 7-round lead for Optic. The scout is out for Twanu. Rest of the team on M4A4s. Devaduvek by the squeaky door. No WD-40 in sight. And again, it looks like Yugi is lining up the Molotov, that space station throw for the roof. But his one hasn't quite hit the mark, as you can see. Hasn't gone in the right spot. There is a smoke up there as well. The frag zone will go the way of Optic. Devaduvek lining them up. Can he make a third frag? He can. That will change everything. Yugi in a 1 versus 2. Position unknown. Could come from a number of different spots. Can he find these players? He can, but he can't kill them. Round number 6 for LDLC.
2 AKs on the CT side. Feels good. Feels real good. What's your favorite Counter-Strike weapon, James? To use?
AWP, probably.
Okay. Well, no AWPs here on this round in particular. We do have 2 shotguns though, the Mag 7 and the auto shotgun.
What's your favorite weapon, Dad? AK? Desert Eagle.
It's difficult. I might say AK. Let's go with AK for now. Subject to change though, as we'll see in this round. The shotgun may be put to really good use here. Amanek, how much can he get? 1? Oh, I felt like 2 was just so close to happening there. But even for Twanu, only gets 1 despite the lineup. But here's another lineup, and Alex will finish it off. So consistently having good. Ooh, that's a nice one. Cajun B picking Alex out of the sky like a clay pigeon as he makes his way back to get the bomb. Now he's got to go get the plant, and that might be difficult. Devaduvek's already in position to try to stop that from happening. He can go back down towards the door if he'd like when he hears that the beep beep of the buttons being pressed. And ooh, the timing there almost fatal for Cajun B, but not quite. He's protected. Gets the bomb down. This gets very interesting now. Devaduvek has a smoke, so he could put a smoke on the bomb. But can he get into position in time? Cajun B with a good vantage point. As a jump up spot, it unfortunately can't take the fight there because of the jumping inaccuracy. And indeed, the bomb has been smoked. Now Cajun B and Devaduvek try to navigate the smoke to find the round winning kill. Oh, he's going to drop down. He knows he's made some sound here. Defensive with that AK spray. He's played it so smart, Cajun B. And he's going to secure the round. Optic 13, LDLC 6.
That is not the reset you want. Very calm play from Cajun B. Chose to fight on his terms for the most part. Had to guess through the smoke, but apart from that, it's like, yeah, I see you here. That's fine, you stay over there. I see you over here. Yeah, I'm not ready just yet. Okay, you want to smoke? Maybe I'll start to shoot now. And what are they left with? They've got to go for the force buy LDLC. The force buy is absolute trash. Like supermarket honey, it's just not good enough. Tonu outside with the scouts. Guesswork from him. Now, this scout can be devastating in a situation such as this. If he continues to tag them and they can't take him out, and he can change his positions time and time again, then that could cause big problems for the team. 2 players low now for Optic, and that's where they can be finished off by the likes of Alex.
Manek tries to make his presence known in lobby. He'll be successful with the kill. 3v3, loads of time for the T's. CT is beginning to wonder because so many things are open. This is a big opening there. Yugi could go up the ladder towards heaven, have a good vantage point in towards the upper bomb site, let his teammate distract, push in for some kills. There's all sorts of possibilities working in favor of Optic here. Have to see if they can find the round-winning ones. And Yugi will be outside with config. And they will use the time on the clock to their advantage to make things as safe as they possibly can. Smoke to main there. KGB announces his presence. Amanek takes the opportunity to push forwards. That can be an AK for him now as the 5-7 does some significant damage. Cajun, or config rather, will go down. And LDLC will pick up a much needed round, but they don't have much money. So if Optic were to buy here and find a way to reset them, that would be devastating. But Optic do have a big lead, so they may not want to, risk throwing that away with a force buy. Okay, they're going for it. They're going for it.
They're doing it. They're going in big.
Going in.
All right then, let's see what Optic have to offer. Tough situation for them. Force buy on the T side and nuke. Numbers game very key. The one thing they can still abuse. That's flash. The smoke is very close and it allows him to burst through it. Armanek though looking to make some money, now looking to make some profit. Gets $200 short of making his money back. And now that weapon is in the hands of these T's. But not the ideal tool for the job considering Alex's position, his range. Alex alone now, Alex dead. Config creating some space, getting the M4A4 upgrade. May help him escape. That position around the smoke. He's got a 1 versus 1 running out of bullets, I think. That could have been the round if he was able to deliver that first kill. Who the hell knows? Teammate can't see to trade. But there it is for LDLC.
The problem though is that the damage on the economy is significant time and again. And their loss bonus is only growing at this point, and with the bomb planted, they're kind of encouraged almost to do something similar. I mean, you can get an AK onto config, and there is definitely possibilities that can be exploited, but they're going to go for a half. But I actually really like this. One guy with an AK, and everybody else, saving their money and going for the typical buy, just keeping yourself around $2,000 to enable a strong buy in the following round. But maybe config can do a really good job here with this AK and cause massive problems, soften LDLC up. Maybe LDLC get a bit aggressive because they know it's going to be a save round, and then don't expect the AK. There is definitely merit to this. I like it.
Smoke down for control. What can config do with the AK-47? You may have to wait. Perhaps all too predictable to go elsewhere while the smoke is down, so just wait it out. And try to put the fear of God into them. That's the bomb. That is significant, but there's still a lot to be done. The crab walk from config, and maybe a second weapon can be collected. Skating on the rail. There's another weapon, and they fall back. 3 versus 4. That bomb looks like it could be retrieved if they were lucky enough. Indeed, it can be. Logan focusing on the position as opposed to the bomb itself. However, Alex has come to the rescue. That works both ways, though. The bomb is in the smoke. Ooh, the flashbang. The bomb's collected by config. And He's made it back into Squeaky. 25 seconds and they go towards the ramp.
It's quite funny that Snappy's actually picked up the auto shotgun. He hasn't got any Kevlar, but which actually makes that not a terrible weapon, especially if the bomb goes down. Around control room and those channels, there's so many close ranges that the shotgun can be effective from. So, Config, very important that he's able to get these kills. Has an opportunity for a safe plant here. I think there's cover from Yugi, should he get pushed. Oh, he gets the bomb down just in the nick of time. Headshot comes in from Yugi, 1 versus 1 with the Deagle against the M4. Able to escape this position. Now, which way does Logan go? Yugi has to be so smart. And he is doing a great job at that so far. Able to outmaneuver Logan. Logan has to defuse the bomb. But he's got no idea exactly where Yugi's going to come from. Yugi commits! 2 shots connected. It is the 94 in 2, the classic, and there's enough time to defuse.
Did he see Logan's head through the floor when Logan jumped? I feel like he did. Because I think I did.
Yeah, he did, I think.
That's a shame. Because that is valuable information. Hopefully it's something they can fix in the future. I must make a note of this. Round number 22. Well, both teams are on the bye once again. LDLC on the cusp of double figures, but can they continue their comeback? The recovery. Again, all still important points for them. Also, shotgun continues. Being very prevalent on Nuke today.
Smoke about to dissipate on Squeaky, and it's going to be interesting to see if Optic can find a way to start this round better. They're leaving themselves with not that much time to develop map control here, opting to go for a slow pace. And they haven't really pressured out an enormous amount of utility from LDLC, who don't have an enormous amount to begin with. You can see that as time's running low, LDLC start to wonder. We'll get some additional grenades going in to potentially slow down things in advance of them happening. Very tense stuff here. Logan, oh no, he knows he has to fight there. He knows he's absolutely going down if he tries to escape. So tries to get some damage in before he dies, but is unable to do so. Amanek here with this auto shotgun. Can he go huge? Can he be the hero that they need at this point? 20 seconds to plant this bomb, and he could absolutely slow them down. It's very smart to try to make a play to delay, but it's unfortunate that he goes down so quickly.
A moment's hesitation cost him the crouch pick from Nico, allows him to escape the crosshairs of Alex. Now leaves 2 players remaining. Twanu with a very important frag. 6 seconds, and Devaduvek can't stop the bomb from going down. Getting very violent now, creeping now, so brazen by Config. Would you expect anything less? Twanu still forced to save with 11 HP, the AWP. Can't really expect to get another 1 versus 1 like that, and away he goes. Optic moving to 14 rounds, the 3rd plant in a row. This one will be successful for them. And now, oh boy, the money for LDLC could hardly be worse. This is so bad for them. It's not like Cash where you can do, or Inferno or something like that, where you can have a hero AWP go nuclear. No pun intended. It's going to be a lot harder, as hard as it already is on Nuke.
It's very true. Maybe Tiny's the man to do it. At the same time, Optic, they'll realize what's going on in that sense, and they'll probably think, okay, how can we avoid running into the AWP? That's the typical line of thinking. And where do you expect the AWP to be? There's all kinds of positions. We've seen Orpas go to secret even to try to preempt the T-push through that position and just catch them. And it can be very strong there, or, you know, perhaps you want to just sit on ramp, anticipating a ramp burst, because maybe the Ts would want to avoid the expected standard AWP outside. There's definitely a lot of different positions you can take with it, but it's, you know, it's very difficult to know. You could even take it to Squeaky. At this point, you need something a bit special, that's for sure.
Man, this buy. Very fast wall of smoke outside from Optic. Do they understand what was saved? If so, close quarters would be favourable. They're all over the place. They're scattering. The fire ants One player on main. Got to pick his right timing. Look at Optic, just circumventing the big problems. Daviduvek taken out in the vent. Optic seeking match point. Very quickly moving towards the B-bomb site, taking control of control. Cajun B saved by Yugi. Can't get his Molotov off, but Nico will save him the second time around. 2 players left, and already it's a safe situation. Twanu gets the kill despite the scope obscuring his vision. Config had a chance there. So maybe Twanu will be able to hold on to this, but I'm sure sentries will be sent. Logan hiding on the ramp with a 5-7. And that position may actually help Twanu save this weapon. But Optic are moving towards match point on Nuke versus LDLC.
Yeah, it's not a good look for them, is it? Optic. They've done so well. That first half was, that 10-5 was, you know, put them in a great position here, and now it's the 15-9. One more to go, and as you said, the money's just not really in a great place here. Back to the drawing board as far as the hero orb as far as the hero orb goes. Was very difficult at this point, and we'll see Optic with that 4x once again. Of course, money is no problem for them after such success. 2 bomb detonations in a row, and I'm not sure if Cajun had the timing for the door. No, it's actually going to be Yugi, and that's where Twanu is. And that's the push I was talking about. The angle that can be very deadly. And what else has he got? Nicely done by Twanu. Switching positions very quickly, looking to get it done, and
Boom.
he has done a fantastic job.
That is a very good start, but with his teammates still being very, very ill-equipped. Optic, if they can, well, Nico specifically, hello, has a dual advantage, although LDLC being on the CT side may have angle advantages, and it only takes 1 superior angle and a 5-7 to pop somebody in the head. So there's still more damage to be done by Optic in this round. If LDLC are able to pick up another AWP, they could put it towards the ramp or something. It might help them. Maybe it is what causes them to lose later on. We don't know, but for now, we look towards Optic to do what they can. The scope, will it be heard by Daviduvek? He's just crouching in the corner, misses the shot. And now Nico has a lot to do. Got to act. Oh boy, just landing on top of his head, going through the floor, bouncing back out again.
Melon head.
But Optic can still buy, so the pressure will continue.
And what round do they have in store? Twanu. That was one of the better rounds he's had in this game of Nuke. He's more like that, and all the money's been spent by Optic, so let's see if they can just close it down, because they would really not want to allow LDLC to get back into this one. And Twanu is definitely looking on point outside. I love that he went for the main push last rounds, just got that deep angle into Squeaky as the direct counter to the Squeaky door play from the Ts. Obviously, the vulnerability is that the Ts are working outside quickly. You're out of position as the AWPer, but you have to take those gambles, and I'm glad that they did in that last rounds. Blowing up the door again, trying to spam through the hut there and towards the main position. Daviduvek pushes forwards, but he is expected. Optic with a very good start here. A 2 versus 5 very quickly now for LDLC as they scramble to try to defend this one. An auto shotgun and an M4 in the hands of Amanek and Alex respectively is not a good look here to keep themselves in this map of Nuke against Optic. Alex caught with a smoke in his hand, and he's not long for this world, as neither are LDLC for the map. 16-10 Optic with the win. And that's going to reflect very well on them. And it was a back and forth first half, I would say, but eventually we started to see Optic stabilize to get that 10-5.
Indeed we did, but the comeback was on the way. But maybe it was too much to ask ultimately, too many traded rounds towards the end there. But it was a solid half eventually for Optic. Saw some nice plays. This was beautiful. That was so smooth. That's just like so satisfying, even to watch, not even being the person doing it, but it just feels good to see, man. 13-7, Optic very far ahead of their teammates, and as you can see, 15-9. It was too much to ask for LDLC to make a comeback. Some late efforts from Twanu, but it wasn't enough. Config going over the 3,000 damage mark in that 16-10 affair for some very important points taken away from LDLC, I think it's fair to say. That's another loss in the bag for them, and I do wonder what the implications are for their chances to make LAN. Maybe it's too late now. 8 losses. Again, you can see FaZe and Mouthsport still on 7. They've got 3 more games to play, but maybe their future is no longer in their hands, having that extra loss in the bag. So that is their situation. We'll see how it continues with the matches that we have to come. Stay tuned.
Searching for some meaning to explain what he is feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling
Welcome back. It is time for G2 to fight against LDLC. G2 fighting for respect, fighting for a place on the team, maybe, because we've seen some rumors of some potential replacements from 3D Max. So let us see what we can see. LDLC, another team from France, French-speaking. The best team in France at the moment. Can they prove themselves versus the likes of G2? Must be a stressful time for the G2 camp. It's been a horrible run in ECS, and they will not start on the right foot. I forget the names of the players who are supposed to be joining. I think Lucky is the name of one of them. I do not recall the name of the other one. I'm not familiar with either of those players, but yeah, I don't know if it's been confirmed publicly. Jack, did you say? Jack. Jax? Like Mortal Kombat? Oh. Well, again, nothing's been said in public. Just going by the Reddits. Interesting times. Maybe we'll see existence. I wonder if he'll ever go into a coach position. I don't know.
Question as well would be if people wanted him there as well. But it's going to be a pretty strong round here for LDLC on this A bomb site, and I would expect that LDLC should have an easy time of G2 actually. Because even though you got Shox, Kenny, and Body, you know, great players on G2 from an individual standpoint, and Existence has its moments as well. I feel like the firepower and just the togetherness of LDLC is really strong at the moment, and it'd be really. I don't think I've actually seen this matchup yet. So for me, it's quite cool to see. As you know, we've been sort of talking about LDLC for a while as perhaps the best French team.
We have spearheaded the LDLC train.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
We are the driver and the conductor. We are changing the traffic lights there. That's what we're doing. G2 trying to hold off a charge into the B bomb site. Down they come, streaming into Smith's direction. He can't get much done. Kenny will get it killed. Body hiding behind the smoke. May have to move his position, looking for plays all over the place. And it's just Body and Existence that remain. Alex will outjaw him with the MAC-10 straight in the dome. Leaves Existence coming up from that short position, spotted Alex in pre-fire, but what can he really expect to do at this point? Full back. Bomb planted for the market. The market is open for business well and truly. You can see the irony there. Existence, formerly of LDLC, with a sticker on his gun. Field of Power X6. Can the teams outside of LDLC just find the right mix of players? A lot of recycling going on, but it seems that the name value isn't what it used to be. That was the case in America, and I feel like part of the reason we had lots of players come through in America is purely because everybody was under contract, as well as I think nowadays, you know, you have people coming up through FPL and so on, but I think back then there was just less options of the normal recyclable players because everyone's under contract and wants stupid money for players, and that created a window for players to come through. But I feel like in the French scene, it has been the harder way, where it just isn't working with any mix of the old faithful from the LDLC Z days.
So we got the Deagles out. Smiths is going to be able to knock one down. Are you breathing there, James? How's the breathing going?
I was inhaling, yes. Adjust my microphone. I apologize. Inhaling was happening.
Inhalation.
Got to take deep breaths to keep the lungs expanded sometimes. Just hold a deep breath in, it helps. Get my Pilates game on. Smiths is dead. Body and Kenny S remain. Kenny S remains with his P250. Not a great start for G2, but they're about to have a big buy if they lose this round, if they lose or win this round. But now this is dangerous for LDLC. This is winnable for Kenny S. If he can find Logan and take his face off, he can't. Potential was there. Slightly scary for LDLC, but they're not shy. They are not shy. 4-0 for LDLC. They know the big guns are coming, and now they need to avoid Kenny S.
Oh, close. Gets the information. It's always gutting when the information's out there when you drop into underpass. It definitely changes things, and we'll see it turned into a mid aggression for Smiths. And they'll actually take mid, but you can see LDLC look at this as an opportunity to push into A, but Body looking ready for it, at least gets one. Existence by Sandwich, Shocks by default, taken down as well. Now just like, wow, okay, Amanek is just going to absolutely ruin everyone. So that's that's going to go quite well for him. And now it's looking troublesome for GT to hold this, just Kenny S. And he's got the AWP, 2 players critically weak, but with the AWP in hand, it's really not going to make too much difference that they're so weak, unless he pulls out the pistol. Doesn't make much difference for Kenny. Oh, you just see him connecting that one, but 20 was fast as well. The French AWPs are strong on the server, but 5-0 for LDLC, such a start for them.
So far, so good. Another eco round for G2. Again, these can be dangerous because they have more money to spend at this point. Smith's pulling out the scout. No strangers to that weapon, Smiths. Body taking some pot shots. The only man in the window. He will not last long. The window is now smoked. Shocks in connector with his Desert Eagle. Avoiding the grenades. Looking to take a shot and fade away. That smoke, I'm not sure if he blocked it or if it's just bad. And now things slow down for LDLC.
All slows down. You know what's weird, James? It's weird that Shocks could fade out of relevancy. You know, that could be a thing. You know, if he's committed to this G2 team.
It seems he created this G2 team.
Yeah. And that would be pretty scary. I'd imagine it would be somewhat of an identity crisis for Shocks. I mean, we know how like ridiculously good he is. He just is, just very special as a player. Still is, you know, despite having, you know, the surgeries and so on and so forth, this, that, and the other, he's still an incredibly good player. And it's just very sad that it could be the case that, you know, he can't find a place in the top 8 team. That could be a reality here. Still a ways to go for G2. Maybe they can do that, but at the moment they are not that. But LDLC are fighting hard to be that, and quick cat push. Kenny S unsure which target to pick, and it will be the G2 players who will get picked off instead. Amanek will eventually be traded out, but a 4 versus 3 quickly, and look at this LDLC. They're just retreating back and saying, okay, we've got the 4 versus 3. Let's go for that. Let's just group up and go for a bomb site. And are they going for a fake here? Ew. We have loads of nades, so this can definitely work.
Kenny is at the back of A. Now, will anybody commit to this? Smiths is playing the gap on B. So there's a lot going on. Flashed off his position, Kenny. Doesn't quite know what's happening, but Smiths is seeing some action towards B bomb site at the same time. He's falling back. They haven't seen the bomb. Body's just waiting in the mid position. Now everything goes quiet on A. Meanwhile, they're still on B. 2 for 1 for Smiths, and that's the round. That's a wrap. Twanu rotating through mid. Body's heard the position. The duel will continue. Some pre-fire from Twanu. A peek from Kenny. 30 seconds. He could try and run towards the B bomb site, and Kenny will play the 2 versus 1 rather than the 1 versus 1 or holding an angle towards short. So it seems this may be won by timeout. Lined up nicely for Smiths. Been a while since we've seen him with an AWP. Yeah, Twanu's just taking too long about this. 5 seconds. Surely it's time to save in CT spawn.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, actually, he's got $10,000, so it's fair enough. If he runs, he probably just runs straight into an AWP. It's too easy for them to pick him off, so it looks very awkward. And that is the first round for G2, a win by timeout with 2 players surviving. But now LDLC can be like, okay, we've lost the round. Now if we win this one, the other rounds become easier because they've got no money. So it can be a blessing in disguise.
Shox. Oh. It's going to go down to Logan. He has to get some information though. This is take the close position. And the Emperor 1S is not the best in that spot. You can see it's quite difficult. Kenny though will be able to trade back out. He is tagged on the way out. This Molotov will be thrown into his position to stop him holding angle, spamming shots as the bomb gets planted. And he goes for the full rotate all the way to CT. That's a fast one. Oh, Kenny's so good, isn't he? Amanek now in a 1 versus 3. All thanks to Kenny S. And if he can at least go down and get some kills here, his team can still be happy with the result. Can't get even one though. Body faster the headshot. And Kenny's on the team for a reason. The second round for G2. Still money in the bag though for LDLC.
Bomb plant helps as well. Bonus money. Indeed, it is one in the bag. 3 kills for Kenny. Nice to see him getting warm early. 1 kill for Existence, 1 kill for Shox. But it's still very early on. The second sniper rifle continues. Twanu's got 1 for himself. Now the money starts to fall. Armanek choosing the MAC-10. It seems there's some kind of economical selection about this MAC-10, which keeps appearing today for LDLC. Mirage is a strange one of the more open maps where you have many more longer ranges. I think if you're going to connect to them, maybe you can use it through mid. But how on earth is Armanek going to use this MAC-10 in a round such as this? Shox letting them go past, or say 2, 3 on the ramp position, waiting for them to huddle together. He'll be traded by 20, but surely the round has been won already. Kenny with 4 HP moving away from the flames. There's the Viduvek taken down by Gap in the smoke. Smokes that they threw. Maybe they'll need that new variation of those Mirage A smokes where there's less of a gap, and it will be a wipeout. I don't know about a MAC-10 buy there. I think they're looking for a conservative approach where they can buy worst case scenario in the next round or something like that, but MAC-10 or Mirage, not a fan.
I think it can, I mean, again, like if those smokes are working, you know, I can see why it might be a thing. You can try to break positions. With the MAC-10, you use that player to sort of leap into CT spawn, maybe be first draw fires. You know, maybe something like that could work out. But yeah, if you've got the money, definitely the AK is superior. And, well, quick 5 versus 3 for G2. They are coming back here. Having to go for 180, the Eagle will prevail there. And there is some space on the map for LDLC to maneuver here with that player loss for G2. And with Existence and Shox also weak, there can definitely be ways to win this round, though Twanu does not have any armor to speak of. Quick pop flash into connector, there is smoke as well to cover the push into B. Smith's always got to get this one. Oh, Logan's going to pick it up, that's a big frag. He's down to 10 HP, but it's a clean passage, and now Existence has to worry about the window and the pillar, but well, he's going to be able to take down Twanu quite quickly, so still on here. If Amanek has a big round, this can still work out. That's a very decisive frag. Very on at this point. Amanek is potentially vulnerable to the window, and there it is. Now it's just Logan with 10 HP, and it all falls apart.
Another round in the bag for G2. 4 rounds in a row now, looking good. 2 players alive, they find the AWP eventually. That's a positive turn of events. The bomb plants again will keep the lifelines open for LDLC as their loss bonus starts to rise, so they can keep up the pressure. Only 2 players surviving for G2. So the fight is still on. But we are a good chunk of the way into the first half, and the score is still close, which makes for a more competitive game. Right then, let's see what they can do with this. Both these teams. Smokes towards the mid position. Plenty of utility for both sides. Existence trying to time a HE top mid. Nobody home. Hot flash off the box. Somebody's holding one of these positions. It is a problem for them as well. Kenny very active. Moving around, looking for different people here and there. More grenades. That one is chunky. Twinu and Alex wondering where their legs have gone. Smokes on short, Body in the ladder room. Minute 20 on the clock. I'm not sure if Body has seen anything. Maybe senses something, but Logan's been very proactive, taking out Kenny in jungle. Shox will react on the ramp.
Says looking for the peak. Oh, both players actually whipping that one. Bomb is making its way up towards the A bomb site meanwhile. As that fight goes on, Shox will end it. The taps, we know how good he is there. And quick peek across from Smith with the pop flash. That's successful. LDLC struggling here pretty heavily. Nothing they can really do, it seems. Twanu missed with the shot. And G2 win another round. So they've been putting them back to back to back here. 5 in a row. And the money has grown quite a lot. They've got 2 AKs in hand as well. Since we drop an AWP for Kenny, maybe? Okay, Shox will do it. What a guy. So can they continue the success here? ODLC on default at the moment. We see Duvek taking over Palace. Harassment towards the B apartments, soon to follow. As Existence goes very deep on top mids. And that's kind of a problem. Part of the reason why that's a problem is because LDLC are playing a slow default. And if you go for a fast aggression on your own like that, that's kind of what a slow default deals with. Because you have players just waiting defensively. Speaking of which, Logan's lucky to be alive. So he takes some bullets there from Catwalk, and LDLC decide that it's time to go. CT smoke being lined up. CT smoke being unlined up.
Only Shox is on A for the time being. Ooh, that's a big frag from him. He gets hit in the head at least twice. Kenny in for support, Body top mid as well, and that is quite a dismantling of LDLC in this round. Alex trying to avoid these angles. Twanu will take out Kenny, but Shox is still alive and is still fragging. Only headshots from Shox. Twanu now with 10 HP. Not much he can do. 40 seconds though. Can't really consider a save. There's a flank. Smith is behind him. Just waiting. Containment from him. He's got his off angle as well. Creeps out. And there's 6 to 6. G2 in all the right positions. Plus Shox being Shox. Makes for a tied scoreline. Again, G2 have had a nightmare run on this season of ECS. Nightmare run. It's probably added a lot of pressure to the team as well. And very disappointing results. Ocelot's been very vocal about those. Kenny observing the smoke land. Sees the gap. The flashbangs are so far away that they don't keep him blind very often, so he knows that no one's crossed just yet. In the meantime, Logan goes in the underpass with one of 5 pistols for LDLC in this round.
Some pre-nades coming in from the CTs as they suspect the push to come in, but we'll have to see if those are too early or not, as Logan's just running in through jungle, and he's got, wow, so much information, gained so much ground. That could be a problem. I'm not sure if the vent was... Okay, the vent was not broken until just now. Shox will find the first kill with the AK there in Existence. Still on a bomb site. Bomb was allowed to be planted, and not really all that much here to do for LDLC, I think, at this point. There's just too much firepower on the way over to the A bomb site. And I think that's a nice opportunity there. One shot, as is Duvek, but that Tech 9, man. Still not convinced that Tech 9 is worth it.
No.
Couple kills coming in now. Duvek with that AK. Ooh, Smith takes some burn damage as well, almost went down. If Smith had actually gone down, there may well have been a chance for Amanek to make this happen, but can he jump in there in time? No. 7 rounds in a row for G2. They are quite comfortable at this point. And matchups like this are really important because it really does sort of make a statement. You know, if LDLC beat G2 in an official match, it helps to confirm that narrative that maybe they are the best French team at the moment.
4 AKs and the AWP. G2 played catch up and now they're in the lead. 3 AWPs for G2. Shox has joined the fray. Love an opportunist. Triple AWP. starting slow LDLC, but can't go too slow, otherwise they will be walking into sniper rifles. Nobody wants that, apart from G2. Apart from half the people on the server. Pop flash with Duvek. 4 AWPs on the server. Flying Twanu, carrying the bomb in mid. No one picking him just yet. Not sure if Shox saw the grenade. Flash from Twanu on short. Just waiting for something. Well, there is something. A headshot from Shox.
Down to 4. It's not a comfortable spot. Don't have mid control. Don't really have anything under control except for T-Side of B apartments and Palace, the extremities. The bomber's going to make its way towards B, but how do you make that work when there's 3 AWPs and 5 CTs left alive? Duvek will have to surely do something, but does he wait until his teammates make contact first? If there's a flash in there for Smiths, he's going to get frags, surely, and Duvek's going to walk out here. Alex has also walked out. Do they send the bomb back? They don't have time to do it. They've got to make this look like an A push. And boom, the CTs are responding. They're rotating immediately. The bomb has to be perfect on the timing. Oh, 20 misses the shot. Can't really afford to do that. They understand what's happening at this point. Bomb is being planted in the nick of time. Alex rejoins this push all the way from Market. Oh, Twanu nails body. Important shot. Second one connected, the harder one as well. And Shox is just so far away with the AWP. This was a great round from LDLC. They were under a lot of pressure.
They were. So much money down the drain for G2, but with this save they should be fine for the next round because Existence has got 7,200 before the loss bonus for this one comes in. Very important round for LDLC. Keeps the team together, keeps the score close at 7-7. Lovely clean shots from Twanu towards the end there, just shutting down the remainder of the round after the 2 kills from Alex. Good stuff from LDLC, and there is a tied scoreline. They've had a number of bomb plants of late, LDLC, but there is the first successful round after 7 in a row from G2. Quite the statement being made by them in the first half. But now we move into the last round of the first half. We'll see who has a slight lead moving into a second. 3 sniper rifles on the server, 2 of which are with G2. Shox being the secondary on this occasion, on long with Kenny as opposed to Smiths. Many targets in that mid position, and it is a shooting gallery for these French players. Alex like, ooh, this is not very good. You've got to be careful of that little ridge. It does elevate your position, and if you are standing, you can be seen sometimes over the boxes. The bomb is in an exposed position. Only Duvek has a smoke at this point after this one was deployed. That failed into the window. Omelette called creep. There is a free kill from on Shox. But G2 still have a man advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. That bomb in the middle, down, sitting there in no man's land. Kenya's quickly taking control back towards the A-bomb site as information has been lost. And we'll see now Alex trying to make his way in as well. I always think this AWP is a scout for some reason. Don't know why. The skin, that is.
The graphite.
Yeah, the graphite. I don't know what it is about it. But it's definitely not a scout. A bit more hefty than that. Less than 30 seconds. What do the CTs do here? Do they go for a push? There's 2 in CT. 3 in CT, I should say. There's the push.
Oh,
good
dear.
timing from Existence. Can't really beat that, can you? Oh, Existence won't stop until he's been shot in the face. Well, you got to respect that. Big, big comeback from G2, pulling out 8 rounds of the remaining 9 in the first half. That's beautiful.
Yes, that is certainly a turn of events. Everybody turning up for both sides. That collateral shot from Smiths proved to be very important in the first half. Now let's see if they can continue that success in the second. Momentum firmly with G2. The pistol was won by LDLC, let's not forget. Now let's see if LDLC can get their revenge. If they can take the second pistol as well as the first. Grenades into the B bomb site, and soon there'll be G2 players there as well. It looks like a full commitment from G2. 3 players ahead of the other 2. Flashbangs in. There is a smoke down, which can help the CTs. Manu around the short pillar. Alex slowly moving over. Surely they know the bomb is on the B bomb site now, but it's nowhere close to being planted. In fact, it's been dropped as the carrier is dead. 2 versus 3 in favor of G2. Around the van, just jumping up, hopping up. 1 player by the bench. I think Alex is finally here to help Twanu. Twanu being busy in these pistol rounds. Just 1 kill on this occasion for him, but now Alex is delivering. And now it's down to Twanu. Still more or less full health versus 2 heavily tagged players. Maybe 1 bullet will be enough. The bomb plant is being committed to. Twanu crossing the angle, but Smith has got the headshot with the P250, and they will share the pistol rounds.
So 7-9 for LDLC, 9-7 for G2. G2 in a commanding position as they look to extend that lead that they have and to increase the deficits that LDLC are working with. So, well, that's cool. That's a cool one. To deal with any push. Don't often see that. And just 2 PT50s here. Very conservative play. We've got the flashbang on Alex. So you'd imagine there's a peak timing for somebody. Whereas, oh, okay, so it's a mid-flash. Oh, isn't that a, doesn't that go into the underpass?
No.
Or is it a mid-flash?
See the corner of the wall where the white part of the wall meets the kind of blocky part.
Yeah.
You'd need to aim around there and be slightly further back, at least for the way I throw it. So
The underpass one,
it
you
may
mean?
be a general, yeah. So maybe a general flash into mid, but I think for it to land under the arch, I mean, perhaps. But I don't think so. I think it's just for mid. Oh, okay, it's one of those ones. And then here comes the charge, the surge into the mid position. That's an awkward one for Body. Long reload on the UMP. Very long reload indeed. He just about cannot get another bullet off. Logan left of 1 HP versus 3 players of AK-47s. I don't fancy his chances. Not sure if you do.
Not quite. I have to say, I like the pop flash in mids where you kind of throw it, like you're looking towards the sort of corner under the vents.
Corner under the vents.
So, you know, in the vents of ladder room.
Okay.
So, yeah, so you're looking into the corner and you throw it above the window. And
It's basically what you're saying is, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
It bounces sideways and then faces the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
I can't explain it at all.
Yeah, that was a terrible explanation.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How would you explain it?
I would explain it as you throw it above the top of the window sideways, so it bounces off the sidewall, then comes back below the top of the window and flashes people in mid.
Nice.
The corner of the vent.
You know that vent?
Then it goes, teleports into this other place.
Well, G2 looking to just teleport to the A-bomb site. They're going to be there so fast with everybody on the team. Amanek will be close under the Palace position. Does 1, but can't do any more. He does him in. And who else is there to be done in? Twani will take down Shock, so the bomb is yet to go down here. The CT presence is problematic. Flick. Oh, that's strong, because we got tagged and the aim punch came in. Still gets the flick. Existence tagged as he goes back towards CT. The bomb is looking to be collected here. Eventually it will be, but he has to fight to actually make sure that he can get it and not die. But he will end up dying anyway. Defa Duvek in another 1v1 against Existence. This is so tense right now, Existence. He's so weak. The bomb just right out in the open and couldn't really be in a worse spot. Existence has only a flashbang to work with. Maybe that can be the play. Somehow get that flash going. He's just going to peek out into the angle. That's it for Defa Duvek. Very well done by him. 2 kills at the end of the round. And that's LDLC with 8.
Score is still close. That is crazy from Twanu. Look at the aim punch. He's naked.
Yeah.
He's butt naked. He's subject to the elements. It's cold outside. Defa Duvek outmaneuvering Existence. You assumed he was still in connector, it seems.
Yeah.
Easy frag for Defa Duvek. All the syllables in the world.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You have been eliminated.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Doesn't try to take the weapon, just falls away. Quick response from Twanu, and he sees that nobody's there. Shox is rotated to greener pastures. There's some anarchy to be had in this round so far. Player loss for both sides, and body will increase to casualties for LDLC. Kenny trying to make a play through the smoke, doesn't quite work out for him. In the meantime, body's made his way in towards the B bomb site, though the bomb is still at the entrance to B apps to be collected by Shox. Smith is in connector. Maybe he tries to flank. Now what? Shox stops in his tracks after body goes down, and now it's Smith's turn to try and make a play.
There goes Smith forwards and finds a very inquisitive, the intrepid explorer, Twanu.
He's selling a fake down. He's got a dodgy painting, and he's running away with the money.
Alex, nice frag there, but he's very weak. And does have a kit. Interesting toss of the Molotov. Not sure why he threw that towards Palace, but he'll get shot on the side. It would seem. Did Shock spot him? I'm not sure that Shock spotted him, you know. So, oh no. Oh, if he goes for the hold, he's won the round, I think.
Would you believe it?
Oh my god. I know, I can't actually believe it. And he's walking around, that's so ridiculous. That must be so weird from Alex's perspective. What just happened?
That's crazy. That is crazy.
What a way to lose a round.
But look at the buys for both sides. Both teams are suffering. There's only one round between them. Someone gonna be broke after this. It's a good start from Twanu. Spotting another player, jiggling, juggling. There's that very aggressive smoke. He will pick a delayed timing to take a pot shot, but nobody will eat that bullet. Man advantage for LDLC. So you've got smokes being lined up. It's a very different lineup, but probably has the same result as usual. Yes, it does. That's actually a better smoke. It lands a lot more central than the ones that you normally see lined up with the aerial. Sometimes they're a little bit to the left. From the camera perspective, camera left.
A walk into the B bomb site. The defense there looks like it will be quite stout. And indeed, the UMP's got 2 kills, so with that, it's pretty much done. And indeed, everyone will be finished off. So 10-10. Pair of 10s looks pretty good on the poker table. But for these two teams, it's definitely looking better for LDLC.
I lost my chance to play in the World Series of Poker with a pair of 10s. This is a big stack, second biggest stack. Shoved on me because I kept raising him. And I called him because I refused to put my hand down. And I thought I had a much better hand. He had ace-9, he had 9 on the river. No, he didn't, he had ace on the river. The 9 that was still with 1, obviously. So
What first?
I was really annoyed. I was mad triggers.
What, did he get 2 pair or something?
Yeah, no, he had 1 pair. I had a pair of 10s, he had ace-9, he had an ace on the river.
Oh. Well,
Someone said nice hand, I was like, no, that wasn't a nice hand.
to be fair though, you had him beat pre-flop and until the river.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. It's a race I don't need to take, but I refuse to allow him to do that.
Yeah, to be fair,
I took the risk,
he
so it's
take
my
those
choice
odds.
to take the risk, but I'm still annoyed that I lost.
Yeah.
I deserve to win.
I think it's a good risk
I'm
to take.
fantastic. I'm special.
Though. It's a good risk to take.
It's not a good risk to take,
Why not?
because I'm the chip leader versus the second biggest chip lead.
Oh, you were the chip. Oh, I thought you were a small stack.
No, I was the leader then. I was in front of everybody.
You are the leader,
And then I was
leader,
behind
leader.
with most. I still made the final table, but that wasn't good enough. I think I needed to make like top 4 or something, the satellite, for the World Series of Poker Europe. Technical pause as the teams take a moment to weep for my lack of qualification for that tournament. Thank you guys, I appreciate that.
Were you just playing was it like a really long multi-table tournament qualifier that was free to enter, or did you have to pay to enter it?
It was live, it was in Leicester Square.
Oh, okay.
I don't play online poker for the most part. Well, I did for a long time, but like the more serious poker I play would be live.
I don't like the social element.
Huh?
I don't like the social element. It's too slow.
What,
I need to
of
go to
life,
multitask.
Dan?
Yeah, it's got to multitask.
Yeah, you should get that more.
So, quick quick set piece onto the A bomb site, and all the smokes, all the Molotovs will be expended as Logan will be flashed back out of CT. Won't be challenging it. We get a boost from the CTs there, looking over the smoke, and actually this is not a bad boost, but unfortunately they can't see anything with it just yet. Oh, Alex just so close, but so far. That is quite the smoke. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell just happened? That is not what you want if you are G2 right now. They've got very little utility. The flank is coming as well. They are down in numbers. Their positioning is not amazing, and they're getting wiped out here. How did that happen?
They touch the bomb. They invite G2 into their banquet. But little does G2 know, these LDLC players are cannibals. 12 to 10 in favor of LDLC. A little spray here and there. And the game continues. G2 can buy. Maybe AKs will need to be sacrificed for utility. Maybe not. We'll see. Kenny going AWP, no Kevlar. Everybody else with the AKs, so indeed they will be light on grenades, but perhaps the AKs are more important on a map such as Mirage, that long range, the one taps. No Kriegs for G2. I would love to see shots of a Krieg, but I think the spray is his skill ceiling is too high with that to move to what would essentially be a new weapon for him.
I think he would just be a god with anything, to be honest. Oh. Just into the blender, into the Twanu. Twanu is a cool name. I do enjoy saying it and watching him play. Kenny S, also a pretty cool name, and he's made his name with the AWP, but Twanu's been on one. At this point, the flick is missed by Kenny. Oh, he actually hit the gun.
That's bloody annoying, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Doesn't seem like Kenny can do much else here. Down to 24, the flank is coming, and he's about to get shot in the back. And in the face, in the chest.
In the chest.
13 to 10, G2. Seems like they've lost steam at this point. They lost that, I think, that pretty critical rounds. They lost that pretty critical rounds where Shox was in a 1v1. It really felt like he had that round, and unfortunately, they passed each other. He was just unlucky in the timing, and that happens. So we'll see whether or not there can be any kind of recovery here. They only have Tech 9s and Mac 10s.
Big charge towards the B bomb site. Bomb carrier deploying some flashbangs. The flashes continue. Devaduvek very blind, but he can see just in time. Good for the two-man spray down. Labored, but he gets there in the end. Hiding with the CZ, now trying to finish off Existence, who hides in the smoke, but Logan will do the job for him. Leaving Kenny S as the last man to fall. 14 to 10 for LDLC. Now we look at the situation for G2. They got the monies for the buy. So much money for LDLC. G2, 4 to 5k, that kind of sucks. They have what is maybe an insurmountable task, G2, based on the sheer level of money on LDLC, even after the buy in this round. The replenishment of grenades, mainly. Alex having a look-see, just jumping around the window. Got aggressive positions in the B, well, towards the B bomb site. That is a nice early frag for Armanek. Big name to take down first as well. Shocks out of this round. That is the last player, literally, you want to go down. Now, what can the remainder of G2 do? Oh dear, that's a really bad miss. I've never seen that happen before. They popped event early, which means they can boost into the ladder position. Armanek spots players coming up short. The flank will be quick, it will be swift, and it could be very deadly indeed. Armanek delivering more kills. Lovely headshot from him. CTs all over the B bomb sites, and there will be no success. Nil pois for G2 in that round. And LDLC move to match points.
Well then, that's a nice one from them. Blimmin' nice. Okay, well, 15 to 10 and 0 success for G2 except the first 2 rounds, so the pistol and the following anti-eco. So in actuality, buy versus buy, 0 success at all. And this has been a recurring theme, I think, for G2, is that we've seen the struggles for them on the T side. And one of the things that we were supposed to find with this team is that their T-sides would be good. So that has not been the case so far. They still remain a struggle. This one, though, needs to not be a struggle, because otherwise they're done. No more room for error.
Distance moonwalking in case of a flashbang. Rough round for G2. Smith on the scout. Quick boost, nobody there. Look at the window, nobody there. Tony will fight on his terms. Just denying all the initial attempts by G2. Oh dear. Well, a much needed frag for existence, but he won't last very long. Armanek once again in an aggressive angle towards B. G2, with their remainder of their players, have a focus towards the A site. Shox has got a pick on Twanu and CT, but Alex is just allowing them to go past. The bomb was going to be thrown to somebody. Shox has gone through to the other side of CT, so who's actually going to plant the bomb here? Seems that there's some confusion about it. Smith has been taken out. There's Shox. We've got to play on the inverse of default. The knife is out for Kenny S. That won't work. And that leaves Body in a 1 versus 3 to try and keep G2 in this. I don't believe they have detected his position just yet, but surely the trade game will be sufficient. Logan's in T spawn. Alex has given his position away, looking towards T ramp. Oh, Body misses the shot, and it will be 16-10 in favor of LDLC, the best team in France.
Well then, well then, well then. That was very close to begin with. We saw that 8-round comeback from G2. That was really impressive, and they found so much success on the CT side, but again, characteristically, we're seeing some problems on this T side for G2. And LDLC, they appear to be more rounded in general. And I like that we again saw some of these cool clutches from the varying players on LDLC, and had some mistakes like that from G2, as well as that very important clutch won by, I believe it was Alex, when he's in that 1v1 against Shox, where he just walked in and just held the defuse on B. And that was very unfortunate for G2. I feel like there's definitely a world where they would have won this game, but it was not the world today. Devaduvek at the top of the scoreboard, and otherwise pretty well distributed damages across all the players here on the team of LDLC. So that does it for Mirage, and we can see exactly how the scoreboard has been impacted following those results.
Yeah, so it looks like the best that LDLC can expect is 27 points, with FaZe and Mousesports having 2 games in hand. So I don't think in that respect they can make it to LAN, because one of those teams is going to go to 30, that's for sure. So I think with 9 losses now for LDLC, their chances for LAN, they showed so much promise, but maybe it is for another season, because I think their chances have come and gone. We'll see who does make it to LAN in the games to come. Stay tuned.
LDLC and G2 continue the clash here. The French versus the French, vying to see who is the best French team. And LDLC
is the best French team.
Map, and they're definitely in better form and shape. And results overall has been superior to G2. And here goes pistol. Kenny S will smash everyone in the face. Hulk smash on this A bomb site is going quite effectively as Amanek is left alone. CZ in hand, and I don't imagine that will be the case for much longer as he will get shot in the head. So very quick pistol round. G2 will pick up the T side, but the T side pistol, but the T sides generally have not been going well for them. Do you remember that game, James, where Shox did not have a kill or do any damage until the 11th round?
Yes, I do.
It was a nuke on the T side.
Yes, it was. And here we are again. Here we are again.
His 2 kills already, though, so it's fine.
Returneth. Well, this is an example to see what development there has been for G2, because there were multiple disasters on the T side of Nuke. It was very unusual. But again, you take it with a pinch of salt to a degree, because like maybe they're trying to do some particular thing which we cannot really identify outside of the server. But whatever that was, I don't know what it was, but I hope that they're not doing that anymore. All right then. Ding! No dong. Where's the dong at? Pudong, International Airport, Shanghai. I apologize. Alex and Twanu with pistols. I need to get back on my Duolingo. I was doing French on Duolingo because I'm the only person in my family who's not fluent in French, which makes me a moron. But such is life. Sometimes you're a moron. If you can't see the moron in the room, you're the moron.
Words from James.
Need to get back on a Duolingo. English notoriously bad at second languages. my problem is I didn't speak it at home because my mother is from Francophone Cameroon. So I should have spoken French at home. Then I'd be a translator in The Hague.
Ew. Oh. Devo Duvek is Devo dead. Heck.
I hate you.
Hey man, you gotta have fun somehow.
Your idea of fun
is by causing misery to others.
Is atrocious.
Oh, look at those scout connections. That's pretty fun. Ooh.
Oh my god. These are match-winning tags and frags.
Yes, they are. Those are really, really nice. So much damage output there by the scout. And now they're moving forwards. They've all been nicely softened up. Like
what?
Like
what, Dan? Quick.
I can't do it. I don't know how to speak, James. You take over. I've forgotten.
I don't know. I don't soften anything. All my stuff is hard, so I don't know what to
cookies?
do.
Soft
I
gooey,
don't soften cookies.
Soft gooey caramel.
Yeah, but I don't
double
soften
chocolate
them.
chip cookies.
So, yeah, let's move on, shall we?
Okay.
Let's move on. Kenny S and Existence are in a lot of trouble. They need some kind of positional advantage. Logan may be aiding them in that respect with his footsteps. Although now they have information as well. Time pressure for the bomb to go down. Sorry for coughing into the microphone. And we see Kenny quietly moving away from the bomb site now. Logan doesn't know if he's gone towards the door. Or does he? Maybe he does, depending on the position of his teammate Armanek, who's coming in on the ramp position. There goes Kenny. No kits for the CT players. Existence making some steps. He understands the urgency, but Armanek has an off angle, and the kill is absolutely free. It's gratis. I don't know the French word. But when people used to smoke, well, packs of cigarettes, not that I was ever a smoker, used to come with these gratis things where you collect to get free stuff. Gratis, gratis. What is going on with my microphone cable? (2-1) to G2. Well, this is not the round I'm waiting for to see how well they will do. Maybe we'll have to wait 1 or 2 rounds extra. That's a nice shot from Body. He knows he's headshot somebody, but he may be expecting him to be on less than 66 HP. But at least now we know. Get that wall bang. Won't be all the HP in the world. Kenny starting off early. Alex leading these plays into a trap. But then walking ahead of his smoke. He catches Kenny off guard though, but it will still manage to rattle off a second shot, which will deliver a kill.
Yeah, I think Kenny's kind of fortunate to be alive there, Alex, with some whiffs, and Kenny will get away with murder. Oh, the shotgun! Oh, such a strong position. That could have been so much, but instead it is minimal. Only one frag, and they needed much more than that to even the situation out. But Everduvek get a superior position. Oh, you can see that he's preempting with the shadow there. That's just, I think, you know, Body knows that his shadow is exposing him to that angle, so he's just sort of shoulder peeking, just very... The jiggling there was pretty strong. It's intense. And that will keep him alive as it forced out a pre-fire. Premature pre-fire. Do you premature pre-fire, James? I guess not.
Looks like G2 are going to win a third round.
There it is. And that's the heavy reset onto RDLC's economy. They can definitely try to force it up here with the AK. It wouldn't be the worst decision in the world, considering that their money is not great. But they will get $1,900 for losing this round. So if they do the cleanest of clean ecos, they will actually be able to buy next round with rifles. But they decide to... Okay, so it seems like there was perhaps a last-second call there for a buy, because most of the players haven't even spent their money. I don't know what they're doing actually with their money right now. It doesn't make any sense, but whatever. We'll see if it works out, whatever they have actually done here. 2 players on full eco, 3 players on 4 spies. I'm not sure exactly. Again, could have completely clean bought and... Oh, sorry, could have ecoed clean and had a full buy in the next round, but if they can make this round work out, it will be forgiven. No harm, no foul and all that. No frags just yet, but the most powerful player, Everduvek, with the AK, powered by the AK. He's in some hurts. And there's no band-aids in this game, there's no med packs, there's no medics, there's no way to heal. Maybe in the next version of Counter-Strike.
Better not be. Don't want any of that casual pleb crap in this game. Plenty of grenades being thrown around. My asthma appears to be deteriorating for the day. Shock's moving into the B bomb site, scanning all over the place. 29 seconds, and it's still a 5 versus 5. Alex has been taken up. Where is Everduvek? Where is the man of the hour? Where is the hero? Where is the man with the AK? He's nowhere to impact this round. He's on the upper bomb site, so that's not going very well. He's lost his gun now. And it seems that G2 will be moving to a 4th round. Over to you, Dan.
That is very true. A much, much better start on this T side than Nuke, and you're looking for evolution. Perhaps we're seeing some, as G2 are finding a lot more confidence here than in the previous T side, and Logan will eventually be discovered as well. So, okay, so you can see here that the money is just really weird. I mean, obviously, a full save now, and they'll get a great buy in the following round. We'll see Logan going for a taser, but I wouldn't expect to see too much more. They invested so heavily in that previous round. Let's see if they can make this one work, though. As we will have a single smoke and a CZ on Amanek. Everybody else is pretty light on the investment, if nothing invested at all. Got to be really careful behind those smokes. You see the AKs looking for the damage. And really this is just a test of G2's anti-eco strats, because they know that an eco is here.
Hello. Quick exchanging of looks, glances from the FBI. Everduvek. Ooh,
wow.
Juicy.
Nice.
It's a nice little deal he's put for himself there. Oh dear, this is not going well. Shock's starting to back off. That limits the options. He's been warded off that position. Yes, there are 2 players towards the ramp there, but RG2 in position to exploit less players elsewhere. Not particularly. Moving through Squeaky now, so maybe the answer is yes after all. Logan with the Zeus. Wondering if he can use this to actually assist in winning the round. The scope of Kenny will be heard. The one shot, the P250. More info. There's a player in the ladder as well. Logan switches back, but Shox will shoot him in the side of the face. And that's 5-1 for G2.
The almost got very hairy, didn't it? And I'll have to see whether or not LDLC can make a comeback here with this AWP, because if they can't, this momentum is looking really, really impressive from G2. They got the double Mac 10 here as well, which I think is quite cool. Maybe anticipating a lack of some helmets and going for a very fast strat. So there is the door broken by the HE, and that's going to keep some eyes on that upper bomb side. Oh my god, the push comes in. They don't look, no one looks right. And there's two players there at in the corner that will be taken down by Shox and Smith, so it's not looking too bad after all. And the big rotation is now required as Existence uses that distraction to lurk on the upper bomb site to catch players, to backstab, but he's a bit too quick perhaps because Logan is still there and he'll have the drop on him.
Costs nothing to look to the right as you come out to the ramp, especially as a second or third person. Very unusual, but it seems to be working for G2 anyway, especially with that frag on Deviduvek. Twanu and Logan remain. Do they want to lose everything? Do they want to be left with nothing? Logan knows, sorry, Twanu knows that. Using the scope, concedes his position. Does he quietly make an exit? There's one player spotted. No diffuse kits for these LDLC players, and that may be the deciding factor in this escape. G2 looking better on the T side of Nuke than we've seen them before in ECS, that's for sure. Much better. Shox has this use now, it seems. Probably stolen from the player in the prior round. 6-1 for G2. Will LDLC be taking more losses in their run after a good start? So much potential, but I think their chance for LAN has gone.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Success seems to be the motto now for GT, which is nice. Fast round on upper again. Logan drops body. And the bodies will continue to hit the floor as the trays come out. 3 versus 3. Amanek with a smoke to get himself out into a more forward position, as well as his teammates on Heaven. But that's a good molly, actually. That's going to force him back. Down to,
oh no!
Pushes it straight out the window to his death. He will crater.
Didn't he do that in a pistol round as well? On a different match? Oh dear.
Yes, he did.
Cratering again. What a rare occurrence. Kenny's got to be careful, because if he tries to peek into the hut, the barrel of the gun will concede his position. That's one way to deal with things, though. But Twanu is still alive and kicking. But a bomb's heading towards B. Smith's left in situ. He had the jump on him. Didn't touch him. Missed all the bullets.
1v1. Twanu making a lot of noise here. There's the peek from Kenny. And GT pick up another round. Oh dear, Amanek. Gravity is a cruel mistress, is it not? Lots of money there for LDLC, but of course they are not converting on the rounds. And this was about the point in which LDLC started losing loads of rounds against G2 on Mirage. We saw G2 then suddenly, after looking like they were in a similar position, just switch things completely on their CT side last map. But the question is whether LDLC are up to the task here. Lots of fire on the map. You can see the mini map just lit up with orange and red. That is going to be dissipating now. Pretty big exchange there. G2 have way more utility in general here, so there's a big advantage for them to abuse. Now just holding position. Some smokes outside to suggest the run down to secrets, to cover their tracks. And deep Molotov into stairs. That's an important one because it can be that a quick timing can be very successful if someone peeks those secret stairs as your team is running down into a new position, more forward. And that is so solid there from Existence. Twanu, how does he do this? He's walking around here, not sure exactly where these T's are. I know that they're around him somewhere. And Existence runs around the corner and just hits him straight in the face.
3v4 in favor of G2. 40 seconds. The bomb is in a safe place as far as G2 are concerned. It's a nice shot into Amanek. 4 versus 2 now. Is it time to converge on a site? Still a dangerous round. Alex and Logan both on the A site at present. G2, it is a guessing game as to which way to go. Got a player in main and Shocks and pre-fire from Logan. Can he finish off the job? Eventually, well, we know he can't, but Alex will do it. 12 seconds now for the bomb to go down on the high grounder's body. He's taken out, and now Kenny's got to commit to the bomb plant here. Surely, indeed, he will. Very close. Alex with the USP rings the bell, and the pistol, I think the Tech 9 just all over the place there. Alex survives with 7 HP, 4K for him. Only good for the second run for LDLC, but they win in the worst possible fashion. Only one person surviving, so it's a big opportunity for G2.
Very nice by Alex. Feels satisfying when you get the M4 working that well. Wow, you can't really get much closer than that. Having to pull out the USP. And indeed, it is going to be some small success for LDLC. The AWP will come out, but G2 have doubled up on AWPs themselves on the T side. Kenny's and Shocks both feeling like 2 AWPs will be a way to smash LDLC in this round. I'm not convinced, but I am very willing for them to show us and prove it. Little booty spotted by body by Logan. And then when that creeps, oh, he's going to see the barrel of the gun, and Shocks is too fast.
Also Shotty coming out to play again, but absolutely denied by Shocks. 4 on 4, and now we can see that Alex is flanking. This will be very unexpected, surely. What are you doing here, sir? With English flag, probably looking for pies. Not making his way inside just yet. Devaduvek on the low ground, opening the door in the smoke. Will make it easier for spray. Bomb being planted, is exposed, but he can't find the right angle. Alex now in the vent going for a full spray, but Existence will say no. And there's a man advantage for G2. If LDLC lose by a wipeout, this is going to be a really nasty half for them. And like that, we've got stereo frags from G2, leaving Twanu in a 1 versus 4. Maybe at the point of no return. But look at the lack of money. That's what happens when you win 1 round with 1 person surviving. And then everybody gets wrecked. You got no money. Twanu may survive. But there's not much else to be said for this round. Hero AWP is not likely to get much mileage on Nuke versus some other maps. So this is very close to worst case scenario for LDLC. Only 1 weapon surviving being saving grace, but it's still not looking great at all. Double to AWPs on the T side of Nuke. Show us the way, G2.
Big push, big fast round here from LDLC, G2 wanting to break forward through to the upper bomb site, but being shut down by the pre-nades of LDLC, and that's fine. Expected. So working with what they can see, which is not much at the moment. As you can see, there are forward smokes all over the place, and Shocks holding an angle. Did he actually connect there? I'm not sure. Either way, it will be inconsequential as they will reroute themselves into the upper bomb site, and this is not looking all that fantastic here. Trays will be coming out, but the AWP's collected by Body. The shadow teasing for Devaduvek as he moves around the corner, finds it though. And 1 more to go, so close there. The pre-aim was on point towards the hut opening. There's a real chance here for Amanek and Devaduvek, the French combo.
Smith and Body coming to join his teammate. They've got the bomb. Oh dear, sound cues. A lot of sound cues. Smith's going to the roof. For a flash, maybe? A smoke to heaven. And out Body goes. Smith's coming back in. And LDLC have gone to the B bomb site. Now what? They have outpositioned themselves. It was pure guesswork. And now what do they do?
This is actually super smart from G2. I'd imagine Smith's probably calling the shots on this one. And we can go into the details as to why it's so smart in the moment. As you highlighted, James, the now what situation is pretty real here. As you can see, Smith has a superior fighting position down there. The verticality favoring him, and that will be easy cleanup. Now the fact that so you have the two options of 2 bomb sites, it's really cool that G2 recognize, hey, the upper bomb site's just going to be stronger. Even if they have some position, if we attack from Squeaky, we can either trade out, or if they've rotated, we lock them out. And for LDLC, if you risk it and go down to that lower site and it's upper, you're screwed because you have to come back up again. So the upper bomb site is actually so often going to be a better bet for G2. It's really smart. And look at the rewards that they get as a benefit. They get another anti-eco to play against, or to play for. They're playing against an anti-eco, James.
They're not playing against much. Not on this occasion. 9-2 for G2.
I can't speak at all, can I? The struggle is real. I don't even have asthma.
I seem to have found a posture which will not allow me to cough all the time for now, which works. I'm happy with that. It's an unusual posture, but let's not go into detail. Slow round from G2, wanting to minimize mistakes as there is plenty of potential. 4 pistols remain, but only 3 players for G2 remain. 2 players. What is going on? They have basically nothing in this round. Shox has got 25 HP. He must be very careful. Now Logan's picked up an AK-47. There goes Shox. It's down to Smith to fix this. This has turned into a mess. There's the last player was around that squeaky position. Had to get the reload in. There is the bomb. Logan walking towards the hut. And there is the rounds. 3 rounds for LDLC. I don't know what that was, but it was. And it is.
It was slow until it wasn't. And then it was quite quick, the way the cards came tumbling down there for G2. The House of Cards ruined. And now they have to rebuild again, although they have all the money to do so. LDLC in with a chance to maybe string some more CT side rounds together. Some quick smokes outside for G2. Bish, bash. Oh, well, nice catch from Alex. Does damage to Body as well. I think he dinged him too. So Body will actually trade out. So that's not the worst thing in the world thanks to the trade. But they have lost a player and a lot of health on Body. So they are quite fragile at this point. 20 with the AWP, he's untradeable here. Surely, but he has to hit the shot and he can't do it. Kenny, yes, manages to find it. And they'll go quickly down onto the lower bomb site where Deva Duvek will try to get position out of the vent. But Existence with the wide peak. 4 versus 2. It seems as though G2 are just absolutely all over this.
The reset again. Maybe the one G2 deserve after that last round. Maybe not. Omnic chasing. There's 1 player taken out. Not the bomb carrier, however. That would have been a huge frag for him. Bomb is planted on A. Now what does he do? Wherever he goes, he runs to his doom unless he walks. If he walks, there may not be time really to realistically achieve something, so not really a great situation for Omnic. The sound of a taser is heard. And it seems he will want to save the AWP. We're moving into the last 2 rounds of the first half, and this CT side has been disastrous for LDLC. Really, they should have only 2 rounds. They have 3. And that can make a difference when your rounds are so low, moving into the second pistol. So while it's just 1 number above another, it does have a lot of significance in my opinion. 5 rounds would be something, but not looking bloody likely. It seems they will force around the AWP because they understand the value of those 5 rounds. So they will take the gamble. If we don't play for 4 rounds, we play for 5 rounds, because for 4 rounds, our chances of losing are considerably higher.
Considerably. Well, there's always a way back in. That's Counter-Strike for you. So got a little cheeky boost in the ramp position, and that will hopefully allow them to secure things there. And Amanek will also be supporting ramp also, so if G2 have to move through that position, they will be in some trouble. I don't imagine that they will get through there unscathed unless they go through with a lot of players. Shox is harassing with some grenades, perhaps trying to bait out some utility, kind of utility. No such thing though so far. LDLC have very few utilities, so what they have is precious. And here goes Twanu. That's a great shot, straight through the window. And in fact, they will go towards ramp. Now this is interesting. Surely a chance here for LDLC.
Alex has not seen the player go beyond him, which is going to bait his teammate accidentally. He will trade the kill though, but surely he can't survive this situation. Flashbang was never going to go off in time.
Yep.
Too many man on the ramp. 2 LDLC players remaining. This is still winnable. Logan on A. Seems his teammate will make his way towards B. Multi-frag certainly possible. Logan avoiding all the flashbangs. Spotting Kenny as well, but he can't get a kill. He had to find a kill there. Twani missing his shot. This is disastrous.
Yeah, it all starts with Alex, doesn't it? He really overplayed his hand. It's not ever peeking at all, and we didn't see any utility from his teammate. I'm not sure if, I think it was Amanek with him. I'm not sure if Amanek had anything to throw to allow him to peek, like a flash or something like that. But it definitely seemed like he mistimed it. But that does happen. You know, you can't always be perfect with that sort of play if you're going for the maximum damage. And it all fell apart. 11-3, G2. Haven't had a great season so far, but this has been a great nuke game for them, a great half. They did lose the first map after a very competitive first half. It finished 16-10, and now we will see G2 looking to do something similar to LDLC perhaps as they struggle. It really looks like G2 are very well prepared on this map on the T side. Like it's just like night and day versus Mirage.
Last round. Not much going on with LDLC, and yes, Dan, I do agree with what you were saying. Improvements have been made, it would seem. Kenny scoping outside. The 5-7, not quite hitting the head. And it looks like a 12-3 half for G2 is en route. That's a very blue scout. Twanu with a nice shot. Now, Logan could get some kills here, but 4 kills? I don't know. Towards the ramp, there are 2 players in heaven. They're looking around, they're focusing on the ladder. See Smith makes his way down. Shox is just waiting. He has the angle. And there's the one tap. 12-3 for G2. A landslide half from them. 17 kills for Smiths, leading the charge on Nuke. Didn't see him get that many frags. But here he is. Very nice. Now let's see if G2 can close it out. A pistol would really deject LDLC mentally, surely. G2 having won the first pistol, can they close out the second as well? All Kevlar for the G2 squad. Armanek and Alex will have grenades, and as we can see, it seems they're all going outside. No lurkers whatsoever indoors. One spotted by Kenny. 1, 2, there's a flashbang, won't see the rest. So they have no idea that everybody is headed towards B. Existence lies in the way, as does Smith. Smith taken out early. It's a nice tap from Existence. He may have seen 2, maybe even all 3 on the radar. Falls back down the stairs. Meanwhile, Kenny makes his way towards control. Existence with 6 HP. 3 on 3. Ooh, he had a slight chance, Kenny, but missed his shot. And just like that, LDLC take the pistol.
So we would expect G2 to wait around before they buy. So this might be a fast one as well. It's always fun when you see teams in this position just decide to do something funny, something hilarious. Like we saw, oh, it was actually LDLC who, I think it was Mirage, they did a 5-man stack on Ticket, and then they did, when the bomb went to B, they did a 5-man stack with 2 players boosted in CT spawn. Actually got a kill out of it, which was really awesome to watch. And stuff like that's fun. I like it. Couple smokes outside once again. And obviously that's just going to happen pretty much every round. Tony will be taking down who he can. Spotting a lot of players, doesn't want to overplay his position. Got to be so careful, and perhaps he's done just that. He will die. 3 Mac 10s. They can absolutely push into the upper bomb site now. They've seen so many players outside, and I feel like we're going to see that pretty soon. With all these Mac 10s, you know, what they're good at is jumping around corners. They're good at punishing players with no Kevlar. This is the perfect round for them. Existence has stolen an AK, which is not the ideal situation for LDLC. Oh.
The cops.
Swapping out the pistols. Existence will hold on to the AK and they'll save. Or will they? Yes, they will.
So I'm using baits. And off they go. I still miss the booth with the dead body, the trail of blood in T-spawn of Nuke.
Yeah, I would like to see just more stuff on the map. Whether it be more sounds, more ambient sounds in different locations. Because I think that would be cool. I think it would also start to help viewers learn maps, because you would sort of be able to not only sort of differentiate between the geometry and just, you know, what stuff looks like, but also, you know, what stuff sounds like. So if you are switching from one position to another very quickly, you'll have also an instant switch of the ambient noise, which could be fun.
I don't agree with any of that.
Why not?
Because I think it would be too intrusive.
Doesn't
Why do you need different sound for different areas? You can see that it's a different area.
It's just nice. Give the map some character.
Just get a Sony Walkman out.
Some maps do it. We'll see if Kenny S can do much with his position. It can be pretty tough if the players are fast like that. 20, easy headshot it seems. And they've got the lower bomb side, LDLC. G2 down to 4 players.
But there is a surrounding of the surrounding. Existence moving back and forth. I think he's on his own, so he just wants to show some presence, take attention away from his teammates. He's done that and he's died. And now what do G2 do? 3 versus 4. Doesn't look very likely for them in this particular round. Still on the A side, and it seems they will remain there. So I think Existence was trying to draw attention to maybe create a hole in the defenses for his teammates to exploit, but I don't know how much they were invested into that. Maybe it was a plan that only he was listening to. And LDLC will move to round number 6, putting them a mere 6 rounds behind their opponent. Half the score, in fact. So it's still a long way to go, but there aren't many signs of recovery for G2 just yet, but maybe the round after this one. They should keep their money together. Okay, seems they'll buy around what they have. Plenty of utility as well. Let's see what they can do. What does Kenny S do in this situation? Looks like he's trying to buy... Okay, there we go. He will focus on the... Oh no, it's a full investment from him, in fact. And it's a fast play into the A side from LDLC. Catching G2 out to... Well, I don't know. They're just catching them in the net, the fishing net. The trawler taking all comers. And just like that, this round is more or less over.
Hello. Shock's looking to do some more here. He survives the battle for survival. This is not the best spot to be in now. There's so many players there. The flash behind the smoke will allow him to drop into cover and go back into heavy. He's going to re-engage here. Oh my god. To go for the ninja. You sneaky, sneaky man. That was actually pretty smart. He hit the kit as well. If only he didn't have you have to use the smoke to get out of position, maybe there would have been a chance, but you can see that there is, the money's awkward for G2. Only 2 players can really buy. So they will just go for a half buy. Mac 10 on Alex. He can be the front man, the guy taking the corners, the first contact around these choke points. See Kenny S. Just with a CZ. No Kevlar. Looking forward to seeing what he can do with the AWP. He is renowned for it on this map. Perhaps the best AWP of Nuke in the world. That is his reputation. However, it's He needs to get the AWP, and might be a round or two until that happens. Well, a round. This one will be cleaned up. So nice anti-eco coming in from LDLC. They'll lose 2 players, but that's fine. And we'll move into AWPing territory. Now, this is where the serious business is. And so far, James, only 3 CT rounds have been won out of 20 rounds played.
It's not a good stat, especially if you're G2 on the CT side. But, I mean, this is their first proper buy, in fairness. This is where the game starts now, finally. After 5 rounds, now we see where things will lie. Both teams on a full buy, although one will have no money afterwards. G2, what do they expect? Do they expect a fast play to break the buy from LDLC? Another fast play into A. Shock and awe. A burst outside. An avoidance of Kenny S. They opt for the second AWP, interestingly. Will that be shocks towards the ramp? He's got a very forward spawn. Not sure where else he would choose to go. But we will soon find out, very soon indeed, because it is time. 3 AWPs on the server. Quick wall of smoke outside, it looks like, from LDLC. Wouldn't be surprised to see a gap. There's a Molotov, as is common from the CTs, to break that. Existence playing outside, maybe in case somebody wants to jump into main quickly. Got one player jumping past, but that is going to be Alex shot twice by Kenny S, as if once wasn't enough. Where is that smoke headed? Well, wherever it is, it's not going to help Existence. I think that was supposed to be a flashbang over his head to help him peek or reposition. Didn't work, and Kenny gets taken out. So these 2 AWPs not quite hitting the mark there. Smith's taken out in main, trying to reposition, and Twanu is making it look like he's playing matchmaking at the moment. Just constant punishing, everybody trying to reposition, but that's what Twanu's best at. Allowing people to walk into his crosshair, especially other snipers. Looking for the ace now is Twanu.
Look how windy it is, James. Your sound.
Yeah. This already has enough sound. You go into the B bomb site, you hear like the grinding of machines or something.
Yeah.
So it already has what you're looking for.
Goes to a truck, maybe you hear the engine. So on. It's just small things like that.
But it has that already.
Yeah, more.
Why do you need more than what's already there?
Because I want more, James. I want more.
Did you know there's a dog on Mirage?
Yes.
You did?
Where?
What do you mean where? Did you or did you not?
No.
You didn't know. See, there is already enough sound. You're just not paying attention. We have to go and find it. I don't want to spoil the surprise.
Oh wow.
You want different sounds around the map? Go and find them. Go and find them. See, there's more for you to enjoy already without having an explosion of Dan requested sounds.
I don't know if I just want more. That's all I can say. Now, G2 probably want more rounds. They have been a bit stuck, but no AWP for the Kenny this round, but they will have rifles. And LDLC are on the big comeback. No one can seem to win CT rounds. It's a problem, a big problem so far.
On the buy once again. How does Kenny not have an AWP?
Because...
Wait, they won the buy round last time, weren't they?
Yeah, 2 rounds ago.
They found some extra. So they've gone for the force buy with limited grenades over the full buy with a round lead. This is something which has been common in France as well. They get more buys, I suppose, this way round, so they'll have to eco next round. So I guess it's an extra buy, essentially. And I mean, maybe this is enough. They have position, apart from ramp. Shock's in the B bomb site. I'm not sure if he has any support. In fact, no, everybody else is upstairs, so he's got to get more than one. Otherwise, it hasn't been worth its time. Armament going down the ramp, and it won't even be one.
Yeah.
That might just be the rounds. Or is it? Kenny's fighting back, 2 kills. The bomb carrier's been dropped. And now G2 has the man advantage. They're swarming all over the place.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool as well to see the fact that... Oh, this is not really doable for 20. But to say, it's cool to see that Smith is finding so much success on this game of Nuke. It's been really fun to watch.
As a giant target of criticism as well, right?
Yeah, and I think one thing that Smith doesn't get credit for is the fact that, and actually one of the reasons why perhaps he was a good coach, is the fact that he's is actually quite a smart player, and he may not, from a mechanical perspective and an individual skill perspective, clutch perspective, like some of these more individual areas may not be sort of what you look at him for. You'd like look at Shocks for those things. Smith does know every grenade on every map and all the time, every single strat. Like he's very knowledgeable, and so it's good to see him benefiting from putting himself in good positions, making good decisions. And that's one of the reasons why teams like having him on, as he is a hard worker. But sometimes, I mean, it does come down to shooting people.
Yep.
And being better at that. Like, that is such a big deal. You can't really get around it. So, what he, it only goes so far at times. Having knowledge.
Alex awaits the support grenades. There they are. Off he goes. Much later on in the round, avoiding the Molotov. Yeah, Wolfangle's in the garage, looking towards main for G2. And Kenny will say no to Alex. Only one player spotted for Shocks, but there are 4 players there. He will hear more footsteps, but how many can he really identify? Hard to tell if it's more than 3 players. Plenty going down towards B. Armanek will hold silent and wait for a rotation. Shock starting to stream in, but he knows somebody could be waiting in his position. And there's Armanek, but he's got an AK. He's got a better weapon for the job. Existence got an AK too. He will trade. There's Kenny taken down at close range. 30 seconds. Still a man advantage for G2. Can they win another round? There's 20 towards the ramp. There's a trade from Logan. Trying to plant the bomb now. Won't happen. 14 rounds for G2.
There you go. Indeed, they're getting close. Only had to win 2 CT rounds to be in this position. The CT rounds have been so few and far between. And LDLC's money is running out here as well. So if G2 are to win this, then it's going to be maybe a bit ropey. Actually, no, that said, 3k on Davidivek, 4.5 on Amanek. Actually, they're probably fine. But I suppose being on against match point is never fine. All the smokes outside once again. We mentioned how that will be happening every single round. Pretty much, as you never want to just do it when you're going outside. You want to do it every round, so there's a question that maybe you aren't going outside some of the time when those smokes are up. It's just massive denial of information. Forces the CT to play lower. Oh my god, that's big damage on the spray. Taking down Alex. Great stuff from Existence. Kenny has to follow. And this is looking very bad. Smiths with one as well. It is a frag for everyone on the team for G2. So only Shocks left to get a kill. It'll be Smiths to get the double. 24 and 11 Smiths.
Seems they found their groove. And maybe this is what you need. You're back to the wall. Then you play without care to the best of your ability. No pressure. Maybe it's all the pressure, who knows? Maybe it's a combination of both. Some kind of weird vacuum. The rifles start to disappear for LDLC. A fast wall of smoke outside. Alex on the way, this time with a Tech 9, looking for those close quarters engagements. The squeaky door blown off. Alex will be heard by Kenny S. Body's taking matters into his own hands. Smith is there as well, looking for a transfer. 2 kills for him. And that leaves Alex and Twanu to try to stave off the match, to try and stay in the match. Match point is here already. 3 versus 2 in favor of G2. Twanu has the bomb. And they wait. Waiting for a mistake from G2. For somebody to look in the wrong place, to walk into a crosshair. Kenyes moving outside, trying to figure out what's going on. Feeling his position may be relatively safe, although let's not forget, I think Alex was going for a push through secret earlier. Finds himself in a squeaky at the moment. Shocks is in the squeaky, behind the box. Alex, will he check behind this box? No. Shocks playing for, wants to know where the second player is. I'll take Alex out though when he needs to. That leaves Twanu in a 1 versus 3. Still carrying the bomb. Massive off angle from Shocks, so the grenade timing doesn't work out for him. And maybe there's a chance for Twanu.
Kenny and Existence to be up against. It's going to be a tough one. Kenny with that AWP as well. Oh, he's ready and waiting, Existence. And he'll happily receive him with open arms, 16-9. A great performance here from the likes of G2. They had a really strong start on that T side, and it was all eventually about bringing together the CT rounds. And it's pretty interesting to see this French versus French situation, because of course these players will be very experienced playing one another, and that can make for some weird games. But for G2, it was all under control from start to finish, really.
Yes. Did wonder if they would be able to string the CT rounds together after the droughts for both teams, but it looks like they found their groove towards the end of the second half. And again, an outstanding performance from Smiths. Didn't really see the frags coming, but boy, did he light up the scoreboard. Almost a 30 bomb for him, with plenty more rounds to come. 2,400 damage for Smiths. 26-4-12. Definitely the best performance we've seen from him this league so far, and it's great to see, especially as one of the players who is most targeted for criticism in relation to fragging power. Well, that's another loss in the bag for LGLC. Puts them on 10 losses now, and that means that they will not even be able to tie the score with 5th and 4th place. They won't be making it to land. Will FaZe or will Mousehawks? We will see in the matches to come.
And we're back. FaZe versus Mouse Sports. And we have FaZe on the attack, Mouse Sports on the defense here. And we'll have to see which of these two teams will make it to LAN. One of them will, one of them won't. So very impactful matchup here with two of the best teams in the world. Can't get much better than that. Can it, James?
No. 3 plays looking to burst out the Palace. Chris J with angles. 1, 2. Almost a highlight reel, but he was cut short by Carrigan. 3v3. Nico looking for something. Peeking CT while the smokes are up. Then moving back to focus on jungle. And maybe connector. Still getting tagged, however. As he is closer to the corner separating the two. Mouse Sports wait. Drops with some jump peaks. Everybody waits. FaZe slowing things down may cause the CTs to spread between A and B because they don't know what's going on, but it seems that'll be more likely in the buy rounds than the pistol. Sunny in CT. Stiko causing problems from connector. Second kill for him, and Sunny will finish things off. And that's the pistol round going to Mouse Sports.
Okay, well. Mouse Sports and FaZe. Mouse Sports with a good start. And Chris J on the org. I have to say, Mouse Sports, but now Stiko's rejoined, and once again become one of my favorite teams to watch. And I just think that it's so much character on this team. And ooh, let's go with that MP5. How does he get absolutely nothing there? That's quite incredible.
It's not an MP7 then.
Chris J though is going to get everything pretty much. Sunny will help out. Oscar soften them up. And there you go. That's going to be that. 2-0, and we'll see the AKs coming out to play now. The AWP is actually something that could be bought, but it would have nothing with it, so better to go for the AKs and the utility. And we have that MP9 still in the hands of Rops. Would imagine that he might go close somewhere with that. Close pit, close palace. Could go for an underpass, push or hold or mid-take. There's all sorts of opportunities there. There's smoke for Nico. I'd learn that one. Looks easy.
That is quite the smoke on short. Tying a little knot with the tracers. Oh dear, missing the flashbang, but the smoke is there. That's the more important thing. Keeps everybody safe for the time being. Olafmeister, ever a dangerous lurker in the B apartments. Who's going to see who first on the radar? That is a question. Always a scramble as the radar starts to disappear. Stiko will win the duel on this occasion. Get himself an upgrade. Re-smoke off the apartments. And the remainder of FaZe are in mid. But Mouse Sports don't know that just yet. That's what I was talking about when sometimes the smoke lands a bit to the left. That is a perfect example there. That is quite a gap as well. Chris J will be spotted. That does work both ways. If he had an AWP, that might have spelled trouble for FaZe. But here they are, moving into the B-bomb site. 2 players lie in wait, and Guardian has retaken the apartment. Stiko on the low ground, only good for 1 frag. Sonny's gone as well, and it's a 3 versus 3 as Chris J makes his way to the market.
Guardian able to defend there. Chris J going down. So this shouldn't be too difficult. I think Oscar, with that MP9, it's going to be hard to do too much with this. As you can see, Carrigan's just got a way better position and a better gun as well. And Rops might start thinking about the save unless he can get a quick kill here. It's going to be pushing in. That's a think though, onto Guardian. How is that not the finishing blow? How is that just not?
Bench is not what it used to be.
Does that just not work at all?
I haven't tested it recently, but I think
because
I want to say, I might be wrong, but I want to say that there was a change to that. I think it used to be more penetrable.
Because that didn't like there was 12 HP on Guardian, and drops through. I think he fired like 10 bullets into it, and he was bang on. That should have been a kill.
Oh, I guess there's your answer then.
Yeah, that seems like it just doesn't work anymore. That is quite surprising. At least not from that. Maybe that's just that angle just sucks for the M4 perhaps.
I think it was. I think the resistance was bolstered. I'm not 100%, but I'm convinced. Anyway, 2-1 in favour of Mouse Sports now on the CT side. Rops will be down to the 5-7 after that betrayal. Both teams light on grenades at this point, although FaZe are still slightly better equipped. Nico being boosted into the window, but will Oscar find him first? Again, you wonder about smoke dissipating. There we go. This time it favours Nico, but Sonny's there for trade. Guardian's in the ladder room. Connector is with FaZe. The bomb's being collected top mid, but where is it headed? Towards A, it seems. But Rops has made a play through Palace, so there could be a meeting of the minds. At least surely there'll be sand queues for Rops. In the meantime, Chris J will hold down the connector position, so this does not look so good for FaZe.
Yeah, it's looking really nice now for Mousesports, just picking everybody off as they're trying to waltz their way in. This would be a massive reset to get for Mousesports. Olafmeister, he's left alone. Can't be the Boostmeister if he's playing alone. Man, that was so many years ago now. It's been a hot minute since the Boostmeister incident. Olafmeister just runs straight into that B-bomb site, and there is someone in the B apartments. It is Stiko. He's got Galil. The bomb does go down, so that's great work from Olaf. And Stiko there will get a ding through the lip of the wall there. The ledge. Another kill coming out from Olafmeister, some more damage as Stiko, he tracks him, he hears him drop down. Olafmeister, oh, you really think he's got a chance at that point, but unfortunately can't land the shot, and that will be the round there for Mousesports. The big resets, but with that bomb plot, FaCe have some money. Olafmeister could buy an AK, but they might want to go for a force buy here, potentially. They know that the economy will be slightly weak. With that said, if they go for a full save, they have a great buy in the following round too, and that might be the more consistent play, so we'll see them perhaps go for the most sensible one.
Pure pistols for FaZe. Glocks, no less. Will they go for the slow round, try to eke out what grenades they can? Starting slow top mid. No flashes, no nothing. Just people with which to try and run past these angles. And, ooh, Oscar down to 20 HP. All the headshots in the world. Boost may not even be necessary, but Chris J is here, and the defenses will be very weak. FaZe's defense, that is. There we go, very quick rounds. 4-1 in favor of Mousesports.
Chris J already 10-2. Poor Oscar, only 0-4. Not getting any of the action. Well, he's getting some action, but it's not the right kind, I suppose. That MP5 push was quite funny. I think we've all done that. It's like, oh yes, we're going to get everyone, and then you get no one. It just sucks. Some pit pressure from Mousesports here as FaZe move quickly up middle. And with Olafmeister creating presence towards B apartments, FaZe have created warning signs all across the map here for Mousesports to think about. That said, the smoke will dissipate in short, and Oscar's there with an AWP, so they must be very, very careful about this. Connector has been taken by Rain though. Olafmeister again, just keeping that presence up towards the B side of the map. Threatening towards short, Guardian with a great pick off onto Oscar. Stiko's got to be so careful. That's Guardian you're dealing with on the AWP. And then they go to B.
Sonny having a look, seeing what's going on. Not committing too much, but now you've lost another player. He is encouraged to do so. Here's the footsteps from Guardian. That's the bomb carrier. Now, he can make the time awkward, smoking off the site. Olafmeister on the way. Here's the footsteps. Olafmeister taken out. 33 seconds now. Trying to 180. You can see Rain in the corner of the smoke, hoping to see him first. Here's footsteps, tries to hide in the smoke. Maybe blocked by Rain. 23 seconds, he's on his own now. And it may be about fragging out here for FaZe, and they're able to do that for only their second round, although it is still early. So that was a scare, that was a nightmare. And it has done big damage to the economy of Mousesports. We're up 1600, Sonny 2200. And someone, Oscar, has disconnected briefly. I'm sure he'll be back soon, but there are decisions to make here for Mousesports.
Yeah. That was a really funny situation with Sonny. Almost getting it done by himself. Sunny, perhaps one of the most consistent performers at the top level. And we await the solution to this technical pause.
The triumphant return.
I'm a causer of technical issues. For myself, that is. And
You are a technical issue.
exactly. I briefly fixed the keyboard thing that I've been experiencing, where my copy and paste was broken, and every time I would try to copy and paste something, when I would paste, instead of getting what I copied, I would get like a crash dump in my clipboard, which would paste instead. And I did that by uninstalling, going to Device Manager and uninstalling every like keyboard related thing, and rebooting, and that seemed to work. So if you've had that issue, hot tip. Right, 4-2. And
who's going to win?
I mean, Mousesports have a really good start here. This round is quite pivotal because we get the 4-buy for FaZe. Their money's weak, and Mousesports will commit as well. Their money's weak as well. They've got 2 Deagles and an AWP on Oscars. So this is a big swing round. If FaZe are to lose this, it's going to go pretty badly for them for a while, but they have the advantage. Just whether or not they run into Oscar, I suppose. He's going towards B. No, sorry, he's A. He's ticket. I'm a liar.
Well, let's see. 3, maybe 4 players in mid for FaZe, and that is a very quick frag from Chris J. Just running through a smoke. Quick frag, and I'm out. Suppose he had the alarm raised that there was a smoke on short. Maybe just heard it, which gives him cover, basically, from the what was probably a T-smoke. So, it's pretty cool to just go out like that. And that's a nice early start that they need. The weapon won't be retrievable for a while, of course. 2 Mousesports players on pistols. So now how do FaZe adjust with a man lost super early? Chris J threatening to take out another player from this short position. 3 players here, in fact. Just creeping around, lining up. Perfect timing for him. Sees another one. He'll stand his ground. He's decimated FaZe, leaving Olofmeister alone after a 1 dig from Sunny. This is again, this is a very key round for both sides, a pivotal round for the rounds to come in this particular half. Now Olofmeister has been left alone. 2 AKs have been collected by Mousesports. They get those cheap upgrades, or the free upgrades, and only lose 1 player. That is outstanding.
And I said it'd be very bad for FaZe if they were unable to have success there. And well, Mousesports, and they've collected 2 AK-47s, and Chris on his MP7. He is so well known for that. Even if it was worse than the MP5, he'd probably still do it, just out of the fact that it's a signature thing at this point. Or maybe not. I don't know him that well. Can't speak for him, in fact. This is a perfect setup, though, to deal with an A push. They're going to shut down Pit, most likely. Depends how well Chris performs. He gets the first one. You can see that Tracer with the MP7 just leading behind the T as they push forwards, and that will be him eliminated. But they get a kill. They stop the push, and Rops is in position despite weak. So that was actually a pretty good result overall for Mousesports. Now what is the question for FaZe? They kind of wanted to get in to the A bomb site with that push, but they were denied. So then they have to go and figure out a different plan of attack. They send Guardian towards the B bomb sites, and the rest line waits towards A.
This is going to be a very late round play. FaZe don't really have any equipment to offer any kind of fake. Guardian spotted moving through the underpass. Not carrying the bomb or anything like that, but maybe it is telling of a play towards the A site. And that's where Mousesports are ready and waiting with 3 players. Some have taken some damage already. You can see Rops keeping an eye on Connector. 1 tap from him. He will reposition. So the information from Guardian is old. 24 seconds remain, and the last 3 players are here for Mousesports. And the last 2 players are here. First is Nico, but Oscar will say no. Send him upside down towards T-ramp. 6-2 for Mousesports. Money's been broken for FaZe again. Great chance for Mousesports to stabilize their own economy.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really good for the Mouse. Eagles here. Chris with the MP7. Loving the aggression. Do you peek into the window? Flashbang for Chris J. He'll find Olafmeister. Anybody else? There's one more. Chris will find him. Oh, and tapping away the last one as well.
Smart man using the MP7 instead of the MP5. Why? Because it's better, literally.
The only thing it's not better at is shooting through smokes. Everything else, it is superior. Also, there's way cool skins for it as well, and for the MP5 there aren't really any skins, so if that's something you care about, then you can think about that too.
Even I wouldn't make that argument. Although the ones for the MP7 5 are super ugly. Alright, well, Carrigan trying to be a difference maker. It is jungle smoked off this time, not connector, but he misses the second kill. And I'm sure he'll be frustrated with that. The rest of the team making a play towards the B bomb site. Apart from Olafmeister, who's top mid. Oscar with a free frag as Nico looks towards short, where Stico is trying to create space for himself. The bomb's been planted. He'll have a spray through the boxing and go back into the ether. Sees a play towards bench. Sees a player in the middle of the site. Can pass the information to his teammates. Rain's reload will concede his position. Rops and Oscar remain. Oscar smoked off by the door. Rops with grenades through the window. Now, can Rain get both kills? There's the first one, a burst and a follow-up. That bomb is ticking now. Rops creeping. He's got to be quick because he's got to find a kit from somewhere. The spray through the corner. There's the headshot, but where is the kit? He can't find one, and that will surely be the round for FaZe. Maybe if he's lucky, he gets far enough away to save the AWP. I don't think he will. He does, from 5 HP to 3. And from 2 rounds to 3 for FaZe.
All right, well then it's going to be 3-7. FaZe picking up one more on their T side. It's been a labored and arduous journey for them so far as they look to claim more rounds than 3 MAC-10s and a Galil. They win the rounds, 3 MAC-10s and a Galil. That doesn't really feel like a reward to me to winning a round, but they'll have to make it work somehow, and they'll go for a B rush. Just running all the way. And Stico's there with the M4A1. This is actually not a good weapon for this because there's so many players oncoming so quickly, but we'll see if he can do it. There is the first kill, very quick. He is going to be taken down though. The jump through the smoke, unexpected. As Sunny looks to help matters, as Oscar will also shot to the shoulder with the AWP, and he will just delete everybody else. Nico left in a 1 versus 4 as he makes it a little bit easier, but bomb is still down, and Oscar is ready and waiting. 8-3, Mousesports deal with that easily. I like what Stico did there. This is something that other people, you know, if a B rush is coming in and you feel unprepared, you can do what Stico did, run towards the window, drop a defensive smoke, but still stay out of the market, still have that little bit of extra space so that if your teammates if you're able to create enough delay, your teammates can actually get through the market with you. And that's exactly what happened there.
FaZe trying to burst in for a bomb plant. And it won't happen. On to the next one. 9-3 for Mousesports. A quick eco round, and things continue. Although the money is pretty damn awful for FaZe. I think they really needed that bomb plant to get to that 4,200 mark for the most part. They failed to do that, and they are compelled to buy 4 Galils coming out. And a few grenades here and there. Hope you know spray. Better armor penetration than an M4A4. Or probably than either M4. There's Oscar in an aggressive position, Olafmeister taken out. He's not really having a good time towards the B apartments area. Normally his lurk is very dangerous, but right now he is 5 for 13, and Sunny has crept all the way through B apps. B's been abandoned. They have it completely secure, and they will focus on the A site Mousesports, so this is looking very strong for them indeed.
That bomb still needs to make its way onto a site, and you do have that clean passage, but that does buy time for the CTs to try to make something happen. And Sunny seems as though he might be in a very surprisingly good position. Spots every single player. Now he's got to be very careful. How does he pick the... Oh, he's unfortunate there. Only gets one spotted out straight away. And now it's down to Chris on a 1 versus 3. It's going to be very difficult. There's one, though. Can he find any more? Oh my god, is it happening? Chris with 2 quick kills. One more player to go. Carrigan, as he now is just sitting on Tetris in the 1 versus 1. Doesn't have any utility to help him out against Chris J's AWP. Chris has been so fast. Oh, he's so close. But Carrigan will take it down. And that will be another round for FaZe. But will the story continue? Will they just now get reset?
It's looking good for Mouse Sports for a very brief time, and then they suddenly lost a bunch of players despite all the information they had, despite the opening frag in B. Chris J almost turning it around. And now Mouse Sports, FaZe are heading towards a reasonable score in the first half versus what they were facing before. Chris J with a headshot to Rain. Oscar just watching the splatter, the explosion. The crimson. I love Mice on the Mac 10. Would love an upgrade, I'm sure. Nico making his way towards Connector. Mouse Sports with the man advantage. Plenty of grenades. Plenty of sniper rifles. On some of the most dangerous players in the game. Speaking of which, Guardian has one as well. Always the face of Guardian. He continues in such a fashion. 1 minute 10 on the clock. 3 players in mid for FaZe, and 1 in B apps.
Ooh. Not too bad, not too bad. 3 players left now for FaZe. Trying to make their way up. Oh, very well done by Guardian. That's an easy one if you're Guardian. Rob's though doing some warping of his own. He's locking down that A-bomb side. The bomb is stuck in Connector at this point. So Guardian's really in a weird spot. He's alone with this bomb. His teammate is in T-spawn, or well, now I'm rerouting towards middle, to join Guardian. But where do you go? You know there's an AWP on A. You don't have any smoke grenades. You know there's an AWP on B, or was an AWP on B. Last you knew. So where do you go? And they have 20 seconds to make this bomb plant happen. So encroaching upon the A sites, knowing that one AWPer was spotted towards CT. Guardian trying to bait out someone from Cat. That's not happening here. Oh, now the Cat player comes in to play. Oscar, he's got a good angle here. But it looks like Sunny's going to deal with Guardian. All of a sudden, all of my he's got too much to handle. Rops will take him down. That was awkward. That was so difficult. How do you manage that situation?
Round number 4. Sorry, round number 10 for Mouse Sports. Round number 10. And that does not leave FaZe with a lot for the last round. Double Mac 10 on Mirage is disastrous. I think nobody will disagree with that. Only Rops is shy of money for a helmet in this round. Maybe somebody should have dropped him a gun. Oscar taking shots. Chris J with some headshots as well. One player's past the angle, but he will fall back. He's got Rops for support. Rops doing great work. Rain has to avoid the shots with 6 HP. Down Rops goes, and maybe you won't expect Sunny. Playing for 2 frags, not 1. Will he be successful this time? There goes Nico, there goes Olafmeister, and that leaves Rain with 6 HP. A dismantling of FaZe in the first half by Mouse Sports, 11-4 for them. 23 for 8 for Chris J. My God. Nobody reaching 10 frags in the meantime for FaZe.
Yeah, they're just... Mouse Sports are just so solid across the board. I honestly am so happy to see Stico back on the team, just because, you know, I feel like it's just fit the team so well, you know. And there is actually an interesting point I can make about Snacks and Stico, but we'll wait until the pistol round's over. Mouse Sports will be looking to burst mid, I think. They obviously can pull some players towards B, threaten B, then go down underpass into A. That's a pretty common pistol strat. They've got the smoke on connector as well, to make it look even more like they are going to go for a B split. Are they actually going to commit to this B split? Looks like there might be a possibility still. And the bomb is moving towards B, so perhaps playing on expectation that maybe the bomb will go back towards A, and they'll be able to get a clear B bomb site for a plant. So 2 versus 3 after plant, not bad.
Oscar alone for the time being. Chris J looking for a flank through the apartments, but there's nobody home. 1 player coming in from short, 2 players coming in from the market. So Oscar has a lot to do. Spots one of the players dancing around now, trying to buy time. He's got 1v1, he wins it. There's another one for Oscar. He's done great work. Chris J hiding from the peak. Not sure if Olafmeister can see anybody there. Apparently not. Chris not believing just yet. Oh, hello. Trying to hide now, making it as hard as possible for Olofmeister, who does not have a kit. And I don't believe he's got time to do it. 3 frags, not enough to win the pistol. It gets worse for FaZe as Mousesports now have 3 times their score. Found a pistol. Taken a pistol. 3 to 4,000 for Mousesports. But for FaZe, the situation sucks. They'll go for the force buy. Guardian's got the scout. That is extremely dangerous. Very curious to see how Mousesports will choose to deal with this. Not many smokes. Well, they got 3 of them, actually. That should be enough. We'll see where they choose to go. It looks like it's going to be a fast play towards A with 4 of the 5 players. And Sonny just comes out and wrecks Guardian completely with that peak. 100 miles an hour. And now come the smokes into A.
Now there's a clear A-bomb site for the plant. All the smokes are down. So much cover. It's like gap on the corner by the stairs. Often happens, but it's fine. No damage, no harm, no foul. karrigan will launch himself into the sandwich position, but the trades will be favorable for Mousesports. And there's not a lot of retakeability with what FaZe are carrying at the moment, and so that will create problems. We'll see how we'll have to see if they can get some additional damage, but you can't really imagine that they can get a defuse going here. Olofmeister does have a kit, but he's actually in the B apartments, so unless it's a kid, otherwise on the site, this defuse is impossible at this point. And there you go, some additional damage, but Mousesports will win the rounds.
Well, this could be a quick one. What do FaZe do now? Keep the money together, play against 4-14, force buy again. Seems they will keep the money together with just a light addition of a 5-7.
karrigan's full board. Everyone, just karrigan is full board. It might be designed, maybe they've got something prepared for the next round where he doesn't need money, but it looks a bit odd. If anybody's going to be on a pistol next round, you know, you'd want it to be karrigan, I suppose. And it does make this buy look a lot scarier, or rather what they saved a lot scarier, so perhaps they can get lucky.
Maybe some discussion as to what the plan might be. Leaving the bomb at the entrance to B apps, but going towards A. 2 plays towards A means it's almost definitely A. 3 plays towards A means it's extra definitely A. So let's see what Steeko chooses to do. Looking towards B at present, making sure no one's moving up the underpass. Being jump peeks by karrigan. Get the smoke out. Entertaining 3 players, but not for very long. And Mousesports will respond immediately. In fact, just the 1 player in A. That's Rain, although Guardian is now by the triple position with the scout. A counter smoke, but Rain won't last very long. That may encourage them to go through the smoke. It would be at least 1 free shot for Guardian. Nico, as soon as he looks away, of course, Drops comes out. Such is timing for you. Nothing doing for Guardian. And it's karrigan and Olofmeister versus 4. Doesn't seem no one wants any part in it. The AK will certainly help for the next round if they can hold on to that. The FAMAS, maybe not so much. Not the most desirable weapon.
I mean, that could also have been part of the plan of having karrigan buy something, is to say, you know what, let's like play a sort of stack towards one side of the map, and if you know this is something that we can say we can play to try to save this if it doesn't go perfectly at the beginning of the round. So it actually does work out really nicely that you know, they were able to kill Steeko and take away the AK, and as you say, have that AK for the next round. But Mousesports are on 14 rounds. There is 2. All they need is 2 more. There is no more room for error for FaZe, but they just don't seem to be able to get off on the right foot here. And the money's just building and building.
Oh, this is the round. Quick pause. Hopefully quick. Does Olaf Meister drop an AWP? Yes, he does. Just as I say that. Pass the parcel. Guardian has what he needs. Go for the utility. I was wondering if he would maybe drop an M4A4 for Olaf Meister, but he seems content with the FAMAS. And wait for Oscar to catch up. Just accepting a pizza maybe, who knows. Maybe it's a Pokeball. 14-4. If Mouse Sports win this, then surely they just win. Most cases. Most of the time. All 5 players towards A. And the way the CTs are moving, indeed, it does look like they're trying to avoid an engagement. And I'm told they are looking to restart the round. For whatever reason.
RR.
RR question mark? RR question mark? Okay, Oscar had some kind of network issue which caused him to time out for 20 seconds. I'm saying pizza. Pizza at the door, ding dong, here's your pizza.
What kind of pizza?
It looks like a pepperoni man, or even just a margarita, to be honest. Keep it simple.
Did you say pepperoni? Pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
I was going to say, putting pepperoni on your pizza would be weird. Anyway. Looks like the A assault is incoming here from our sports. 3 players in bulk. And here they go, just running out. And oh, the wide peak, Steeko taking down range straight away towards the ticket. That's a nice entry. And the Molotov will deter the CTs from pushing forwards. Or, well, I think Nico was a bit in front of that Molotov as it was being thrown. But still, everyone's getting owned here as they move forwards. And that is a bad spot. Steeko jumps up onto the ticket booth and he's going to take down Carrigan. Remaining, well, 1 round is all that's remaining now from our sports to win this match. And to make things funky, if that was to happen, FaZe would have to win the next map. And they'd have to go 1-1 here. But it remains to be seen as the double ops come into play for FaZe. The last ditch attempt. And our Mousesports is going to go into B here as just a straight up mix up. Will this be a default? Looks like Rups will actually, in fact, go back towards A, so looks more defaulty now. Passive approach to begin with to see if there's any craziness from FaZe, but they're just going to hold. They have these orbs. They have 1 smoke. That's it. There's no other nades. That's crazy.
It's all about these AWPs. Rops is in the palace. Rain is not too far ahead of him. But it's all about the AWPs. Carrigan will have the second one on this occasion. Nico with a perfectly timed peek, but can't really do anything with that information. Chris J says hello. Acknowledges him with a honk of the horn. And there's a smoke up on short. Maybe it's a split of the B bomb site, but Oscar is now trying to cross with the bomb and an AWP, throwing a flash over towards A. Very crucial frag for him as he stands his ground. Maybe a plan B for Mousesports, but Guardian is on A. If Guardian's on A, I'm going B. Rain is still above the Palace position, and that frag from Sunny may encourage them towards that B bomb site. Carrigan in the market with a sniper rifle, but he has to know that there's a potential push from short as well. Can't hold this angle forever. Moving into the market position, and Oscar will take him out. Another player towards market. Jumping past the angle is Oscar, but Guardian will still get the kill. 2 versus 2. A flank being attempted. However, Rain is coming to try and stop it, but he can't. Robs makes it look easy, and Mousesports do as well. 16-4 over FaZe on Mirage.
Yeah, just a no contest. They could just never get themselves going. FaZe in this matchup, it was a struggle really from start to finish. We see in this first half, the Mousesports start off with the pistol victory, and then as things continue, we will see in a round here or there from FaZe, but it would always be followed by a big reset. And some of the situations were really rough. You know, they'd win a round and have 0 players left. You know, they'd win by detonation. So they'd have a terrible buy and just destined for that reset, and they would just continually be happening. So really rough spot here for FaZe. It's one of those matches where everything went well for Mousesports and FaZe just couldn't get a break.
Yeah, that was all Mousesports, and again, these two, their last two games are against each other. That puts Mouse Sports ahead. FaZe have to win this next match if they want any chance of making it to LAN. Here are the scores on the door. 21 frags for Sonny, 25 frags for Chris J, but the assists from Sonny give him more damage overall. Can FaZe win the next match? We will find out very shortly indeed.
We back. FaZe versus Mouse Sports. And this is a deciding map to see who will go to land between these two teams. And my goodness, if FaZe are able to tie things up, we're going to have an interesting situation. But Mouse Sports, they look pretty damn strong on Mirage. Very dominating performance. And Sunny looks like he's carrying that form through, as is Chris J. 5 versus 3 all of a sudden. Not a good start for FaZe again.
Nico and Guardian wondering what has happened to their teammates. Where have they all gone? And where have they all gone? Nico down into CT, spots one player, has not been detected. Again, looking for more than one, but now he is alone up against 2. And they do 9 points of damage in the pistol round. That is unprecedented, surely.
9 damage. Where did it even come from?
It did 9 damage in a pistol round of Dust 2, no less. 9 damage.
You can get that with a particularly savage insult, let alone a bullet from a Glock.
That's crazy. All Glocks in this round. Lining up for Oscar, who's trying to fall back just at the end there, after getting his bell rung 2 or 3 times. Trying to hold on to the M4 or A1S. Maybe Sonny will reach it in time. Yes, he does. He was the only person going USP, rescues the M4. That's awesome for Mouse Sports. And he drops Oscar to AWP. He'll keep the weapon. Well, alrighty then. The AKs are out. The Krieg for Carrigan. Guardian trying to get into position top mid. That will not work out for him very well. Oscar will deny that completely. The fight, though, for long will be contested by multiple players. Sonny can't get a second frag. So it is with FaZe. But there's only 2 FaZe players left. And Mouse Sports know where both those players are. Only 3 for Mouse Sports. But, well, they had advantages. Those have dwindled somewhat. Chris J somehow on a scout, but he will drop it 4. Silence them 4. And Oscar starts moving towards B with an AWP. Through the smoke. Easy frag for him. That leaves Rain alone. Was making his way towards B, thought it was safe. And now he's got to go up against Oscar. In the first buy round for FaZe, he's staying outside the site for now. Hasn't seen the bomb, has a look, sees him. Okay. Everything's fine. Mouse Sports have 2 Molotovs. They could do something devastating with those, but Oscar is Oscar. He will peek, he will take the duel, he will win the duel. That's Oscar. That is FaZe on Eco. Lost bonus number 4 after 3 rounds, of course. $2,900.
Hello. Goodbye. Nico with a scout. Need to get more damage done here. And he's doing a great job. Wolfmeister. Oh, he had the angle, but he took a step. A misstep. Alright, this is being shut down here. Mouse Sports with a couple of easy kills. Hello. Carrigan, just as he shoots that last bullet, assuming that he's failed, he actually gets the kill. For more. They have the bomb in T-spawn though, so they don't really have to entertain Carrigan with his deagle. He has to come to them. They have the power! And he does not. He has a lowly deagle and a lack of Kevlar. And now he will be put in his place. 4-0 for Mouse Sports. As Chris J is rocking the AWP. Oh, is he gonna keep it? Okay, oh no, okay. Is Sunny gonna walk? No, okay, good. Chris and Oscar, of course. And Guardian and Carrigan. The double orbs versus double orbs. This was the Dust 2 special.
It's interesting that Carrigan is AWPing over Nico and Olofmeister.
Spawn.
Because obviously, he used to, in the past, the TSM rosters and so on. But fell off a bit with the AWP since then. Maybe he's been feeling it recently, but again, we're so used to seeing the others. But maybe it's just part of the does Carrigan stay, does Carrigan go scenario.
I think it was also that he had this really good spawn. He had the best long spawn as well. And I think you're right. You know, Carrigan used to be a really good T-side AWPer on this map. When he was playing with TSM, that was something that I always look forward to, him being really aggressive with the AWP. He was great at it. It's been a while since then, and that is a great boost. Don't often see it actually work out, but that is a clear example of it. And that's exactly what they needed. They're 3 against 4 in an afterplant now. You don't have time to mess around with the guns.
Going for the long plants. They have 2 AWPs after all, and they'll start making their way over there. Pop flash from Olofmeister, and Nico will see that it is likely clear. Double dink from Rops very quickly indeed. Not expecting a repick so quickly though. There are players coming up that short position through the smoke. Olofmeister trying to thin the numbers for Nico. Nico's on long with the AK. Olofmeister's on site with the AWP. That's the wrong way around, but the barrel of the gun gives the game away, and Olofmeister's doing it all on his own. No support grenades. Nico has made his way close though. There goes Olofmeister. But surely it's too late for Sunny. Looking to do more damage. Rescue an AWP. Too late to save the round. And FaZe make their way onto the scoreboard.